There we go. All right, good morning. Try again. Good morning. Did we give you guys a little too much at the party last night? Is that what's going on? Is that why we have some empty seats this morning? First of all, I want to thank you guys again, all for coming out to Nice for the last few days and enjoying this wonderful city with us. It has been, I think by most accounts, a very successful few days. I've heard from lots of you that you are closing a lot of deals, doing a lot of business, making a lot of memories, and those are the things that we're hoping for you when we put these shows together. So I hope as today progresses and some folks flow downhill a little bit more from Old Town where they got stuck till the wee hours of the morning, and they start filling in the halls of the venue here. We'll have another great day at Itad Europe 2026. And of course tonight from 7 to 10, we're going to go back into the city, Chez Simon and Perlone. We're going to have a little Itad on the town. So come out, network, hang out with your peers again for another evening of fun. But again, lots of learning to go on today. We're going to start with, I'm going to introduce Cassie from Circular Bound, and we have Stefan from Lenovo this morning. And I think based on my conversations with him prior to the show, I think you're in store for a really insightful, energetic, and fun keynote this morning. So with that, Cassie.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you. Thanks for making the time. So those of you who didn't drink too many Cuba Libres, thank you for being here. So those of you who don't know me, I've spent over 20 years in the industry. I went out on my own recently in the fall, but I've worked across the entire electronics manufacturing and reverse supply chain for private, public, small, large companies, and even for myself. And I couldn't be more pleased to be here on stage with Stefan. I would like to introduce our gallant keynote speaker this morning, Stefan Larsen, and he is the head of global environment for Lenovo. And he has a very interesting story to share with you. He actually set the foundation and the vision for Lenovo's sustainability and carbon offset program, and he's gonna dive deep into how we move beyond hot air. Stefan.
Thank you so much, Casey, and good morning, everyone. See, now we're getting more and more people in, so that's really good to see as well. So basically, one of the things that came to my mind when I was invited here was really to say, maybe we should do this a little bit different. Maybe we should actually, instead of saying what we would like to have in the future, where we would really like things to be, what do we actually do right now? What can we do right now? What can we do tomorrow, actually, to improve the whole thing? So, above hot air, that's pretty interesting. And when I flew in this morning the other day, actually, again, it hit me straight away that it's more than just hot air. So I got into the taxi, and I was surprised because it was not an electrical vehicle, and I was like, wow, that's pretty amazing for France. So I asked the taxi driver, I said, so you're not driving electrical vehicle here? And he said, no. You know, it's just so annoying. It's just the worst thing in the world. I love diesel. It's a little bit expensive right now, but I love it. I said, okay, that's quite a statement. Then he asked me, so where are you going? Well, I'm going to speak at this conference around sustainability. And then there was like this awkward silence, very awkward silence. Then we went to the hotel, and just before getting out, he said, you know, my wife, she recycles a lot. So I was like, okay, still, yeah, that, you know, it goes for something. So the bottom truth is that we could all do more, and we would all wish we could do even more, but there are actually things to do right now. So if we jump into the presentation, then basically if you do not know Lenovo by now, there are a few facts, right? We are located across the world in 180 markets. We have customers across the world. And as you can see here, we are quite a big number of people in this company these days. We service and we have factories around the globe. We ship unit every 7 seconds. When you do that, and when you have a market like this, you also need to have a sustainability strategy. You have to have a solid strategy because you know when you're a vendor like we are, you have an impact. So you need to do something. And in Lenovo, a couple of years ago, we actually sat down and said, okay, in order for us to really say we're sustainable, we need to set some very serious goals. We need to work on a net zero plan, and we need also to have it a very solid one. So one of the things that you will see in this presentation is that one thing is what you say, but if you can get an external part to validate it, the message becomes that much stronger. Because it's easy to go and say whatever, but if you got an external part validating it, it is much, much stronger. So we've been working with SBTI around this net zero strategy for quite a long time, and we came up with the following plan, as you can see here. We plan to be net zero by 2050, and then a lot of people ask me, yeah, Stephen, come on, 2050, like half of us are not even in the industry anymore, so it's a very easy one to go and say. That's also why we made a 2030 plan. And we're very open in communicating where we are on this plan. We have yearly meetings with SBTI to say, are we on track, are we off track? Good news is we're on track. But not only that, because as you can see from the plan here, we will focus on all 3 scopes. Also the difficult one of scope 3. Because we know that in order for our customers, our partners also to be more sustainable, we need to deliver a solid sustainability plan. So how do we do it in Lenovo? Well, basically it all comes down to how we look at things. The way we look at things in Lenovo is we look at it the total circle when it comes to sustainability. So I know this conference is very much around the last part, the return phase, but as a vendor, we also are looking at all the other factors: design, manufacturing, use, and of course also the return phase. Because the honest truth is, in order to end up with more sustainable products that actually also have a chance to live a second or even third life cycle, you need to implement that already in the design phase. You need to implement the thinking already when you design it. So that is what we're doing in Lenovo. Every time we come to market with a new product, it's been through this process. But another thing that we are tending to forget a little bit are the whole ESG part. So one of the things that I'm very, very specific and proud about is also the fact that we run it through our diversity office. 75% of all our products before they go out into the market are actually being run through that. It's something we from time to time tend to forget, but this is very important because this is also part of the ESG part. The fact that we will be able also to service people with disabilities is so important. So I brought just a few examples of how this planning phase actually works. So one of the things we've been working very closely with is iFixit. We've obtained a very high rating on most of our products around iFixit. And why is that? Well, first of all, because it's a standard. most of the customers are starting to ask, where are you rated on iFix? One of the things that you will also see, and you probably already are starting to see, are some of the components where we see, okay, there might be some challenges in those, we put them easier to replace or repair. And not only that, but also to get into the product, we also made it more easy in terms of less screws and easier to access. And last but not least, also, we are starting to make a lot of videos so you can actually also follow should the repair process be. So again, coming back to the whole sustainability thing as a thing, we try to make all these things implemented into the design phase, so that when it reaches whoever it is, it's easier. We're also very proud within our wonderful world of data centers. So when it comes to data centers, and there were a little bit talk about it yesterday about AI and so on and so forth, the honest truth is, the biggest challenge when it comes to data centers these days are power. AI are going to drive power usage to extreme levels in the future on the data centers. Meaning, some data centers could not be air-cooled anymore. It needs to be liquid-cooled. This is where we have developed our Neptune, which is liquid-cooled, saving 40% of power, reducing 40% of CO2 emission. So some of you might say, okay, great, but come on, what about the second market for air-cooled? There will still be a huge market, because these liquid-cooled would be mainly the big players. But they need to get rid of air-cooled. Air-cooled would be perfect for other customers. So in the second-hand market, there's going to be also a future interest and demand in recertified data centers. That's also one of those things that we can facilitate with. But we're taking it one step further, because in order really to look at sustainability, we are now developing opportunities to use that warm water from the servers to heat buildings. From a sustainability point of view, it makes perfect sense, because you basically use that energy again to heat buildings. It's actually creating, in a little fancy way to call it, kind of a negative CO2, because you actually can use that energy again. I know this is something very special, but this is just to bring you into that it's much more than just manufacturing the right product. It's actually be able to use it again. And when it comes to manufacturing, this is one of the things that we in Lenovo also now are looking very deep into. So first of all, the new factories we are building are recycled building materials, water technologies, and so on and so forth. But not only that, because we're also now looking into where to actually place the plants. For instance, not too long ago, you probably saw, we opened a new factory in Ulla, Hungary, to be able to manufacture in Europe for Europe. Does that mean that in the future we'll place all our factories, strategic right places in Europe? Not necessarily, because it also needs to make sense on a bigger scale. But this is just to show we are also going in that direction. And by the way, the Ulla factory right now are fully run by solar panel power, which is amazing. And as I said, every 7 seconds we actually ship a unit. That requires quite a lot when it comes to packaging. On the packaging, as you can see, we're into the recycle process already. We use the right ink to print on, water-based, non-toxic, as you can see. But also small things that some of you might already have noticed, which is the plastic tape around the boxes have basically gone because we're using self-locking cartons. And we're looking into new materials. Bamboo, sugarcane fibers, all of those things. Also something we are including now into the packaging. And we keep looking into new things. Recycled plastic, we've been using that for a long time, and also even new, interesting materials. But the thing is, we will never compromise on quality. So basically, we need to keep evolving and keep developing using new, more sustainable materials, but never on the behalf of quality. And I think it goes even more to say in this forum that we need to keep the high quality, especially now when we're looking into giving the units a second or even third life cycle. That in itself is also extremely important. Eventually, we also need to ship our products. We need to ship them from across the world to another part of the world. When it comes to sustainability, of course, logistics also play a significant role in all of this. That is also why we, for quite a period of time now, are asking all our logistic partners for their sustainability goals, their strategy, how they're going to do it. A couple of years ago, we signed a big agreement with AP Møller Mærsk around sea transportation. One of the key elements why we chose them was because they're turning all their diesel-fueled ships into biofuel, reducing the CO2 emission by up to 80%. And we know it's not going to happen overnight. But the matter of the fact is that they're going to do something like that plays a significant role. We're now putting emphasis on our truck deliveries, that a given percentage needs to be electrical trucks. We are looking in also to more shipments with train. And eventually also, yes, we will fly products. But we are working on some of the aircraft carriers also to use sustainable aviation fuel. So that only goes to say that we, as a vendor, are also now putting requirements from a sustainability, tangible requirements, to our partners. The last thing I would like to mention is also the fact that we've been part of RBA for almost 20 years. And that gives me also an indication that not only have we been part of this recently, we've been it for quite a long time. Because this makes the difference. These are setting new standards, but also we are being tested up against it. And the beautiful part is also that we have the capability to, in this beautiful alliance, to also say, where should we go? What can we require? And what should we require going forward? And I can tell you that we eat our own medicine, so to speak. Because not only are we being tested up against this, but we also have set very high standards internally. That is also why we are extremely proud that we've obtained the EcoVadis Platinum. Again, coming back to my other point, having an external validate where we are is so important. We can all go out and say, we are super sustainable, we are green, and if only so and so and so, but where are we today? This is a perfect example of that. And by the way, in order for us to be this, we also have very high requirements to the partners we work with. That is why before we engage any of our sub-suppliers or partners, we also work with EcoVadis, screening them for sustainability risks. So all in all, when you look at this, we are a big vendor in the industry, we know that. That is also why we have a responsibility to drive sustainability. You might be sitting, yeah, but what's in it for me, so to speak? Well, that is exactly what's in it for you. That you know that when we ship products, we've been looking in all corners when it comes to sustainability, into the design, into the shipment, into the packaging of those units. So that when you receive them, hopefully they're easier to repair, they last longer, they'll have a second, third, I wouldn't say fourth lifetime, but at least there are some options there. And that's the important thing. And then you might be saying, okay, but that's really good. But is it something that goes hand in hand with what the customers are saying? And I'll be brutally honest, it is. When we go in and we talk with new customers, we are seeing a rising demand for sustainability and sustainability requirements. And with that goes more than just hot air. For instance, I don't know if you noticed, but a lot of big customers these days are referring to EcoVadis. If you're not EcoVadis Gold or above, you cannot even be part of the fund. If you do not have an iFix rating of so-and-so, don't even bring the product. If you don't have a solid plan around recycle, forget it. So all of these things, of course, are something we see. At the same time, in the media, we get bombarded with sustainability. So last year, it's only AI and things are going on. Correct. There are a lot of things going on right now. But the honest truth is, sustainability is still on the radar for all the customers. Maybe it's not top 1, but at least it's among the top 5. And as you can see here, this is also why companies are obtaining and validating their targets from SBTi. So it's not just something we say. There are some concrete actions behind it. That is the important thing. So even though we all go and say, yeah, it's history, it has been, or whatever, it's not anymore. It's there, the actual numbers. And another thing also, and I think here in Europe, we live and breathe it almost every day. Laws and regulations are already implemented, and it's going to come even faster. Here in France, you know that, right? 20% of all new purchase needs to be some kind of recertified. Is it coming to the rest of Europe? Yes, in some form or shape, it will. So it's just a matter of time. Even in the US, despite we hear a lot of stuff, California, new rules are coming. We know that, we've seen it. Asia Pacific, it's really driving fast now. In areas like India, we see a demand like we haven't seen before around recertified and around used products. So the important thing here is that there's a lot of talk, but there are some very concrete actions being taken as we speak. But that should not prevent us from going back to the market of sustainability has changed. The demand from the customer has changed. A couple of years ago, you could get away with just saying, it's very sustainable, and the customer would be like, fantastic. We see a change now with the customers in a way we haven't seen before. Tangibility is the key. So in the wonderful world of tangibility, there are 3 main drivers for the customer. The saving of $1, the saving of CO2, and implementation. You can build the perfect solution, but if it's too expensive, customers are not going to buy it. You can buy, or you can build the perfect solution at the perfect price, but if there are no significant CO2 saving, Customer's like, You can build the perfect solution from a price perspective, CO2 reduction perspective, but if the solution is completely impossible to implement or very difficult, customer's going to say, we wish we could do it, but listen, it's too difficult. So the perfect scenario here is in the middle. When you build a solution that is cost efficient, CO2 reduction at a significant level, and easy to implement, that's when you have the right thing. And this is so important for all of us to remember. If we do not play these three factors in, it can be challenged, because the customers today ask very specific questions now. They're not being bought by, it's more sustainable. You save some CO2. No. They want to know exactly what is the price, what is the actual CO2 saving, and how do I implement this? And this is why when you sit out there, these three factors are something you definitely need to keep in mind, because this is what they will be asking you for. However, when you find that, it's very easy, because then it fulfills all those requirements that the customers have right now. So in Lenovo, we took it one step further, because when we go out and we tell this story about what we do on a global scale, you know what normally the customers nowadays say? They say, that's great, Lenovo, it's really good, but we expect that from you, being the biggest vendor in the world. So what else? And that was when we came to the thought that, you know what? We need to provide them with some kind of solutions where the customers are on their sustainability journey. Because the matter of the fact is, and most of you already know this, but when you look at customers across, they are at very different levels when it comes to the green turnaround. I'm surprised still to say after 5 years that some of the customers in Europe right now have almost just started. I still meet customers saying, I don't even know where to begin. But we got this legislation, then I need to do something. And then we meet customers that are extremely into this, that have very, very specific questions. That is also why we in Lenovo took another approach as this, because we knew one size does not always fit all, and that goes for everything. So what we did, we took a different, more consultative approach towards our customers. So we took a really good look at it and say, okay, dear customer, we need to understand, where are you right now on your journey? What kind of solutions can we provide on each of these steps to you from a sustainability point of view? And not only that, but also, how can we develop that together with you? Because the matter of the fact is, customers are not ready for major sustainability change overnight. It has to happen gradually. Another lesson to learn here is, if you go in with 1 million different kind of options, forget it. You need to tailor those solutions for the customers at the right level, at the right time. But once you do that, you can also start to build on the plan. Short-term, mid-term, and long-term actions, goals. And this is why this approach is a bit different from others in the market, because by doing it this way, we can also tell our customers, hey, this is where you want to go. This would be the actual savings you can end up with. And that means that if you have a goal, 2030, 2050, with the current plan, you're not going to make it. With another plan, you're going to make it. For most companies, that is exactly what they need. They need some kind of sparing to understand how are we going to get there. And most companies are fully aware we are not going to do this overnight. And that is what our whole philosophy is. And we built a ton of different kind of solutions. So I'm not going to bring all the solutions in, but I'm definitely going to bring a couple of them. Not surprisingly, the first one is our wonderful asset recovery service. Most of you probably have heard about it. Some are also working already with us around this. The importance here is this service is a service we in Lenovo have had for more than 15 years. You guys are as pro as many in this area. But what we've seen from a customer point of view is this service has changed over the period of 15 years. 15 years ago, it was a financial game. Let's be very transparent, right? If the customers could get money back from their old equipment, they were like head over heels. It was fantastic. It was the best. Wow. Some years ago, I wouldn't say it changed, but then another factor came in, data security. Data security became one of the most important things for most corporations. It still is. And within the last 4 to 5 years, sustainability has become a major player in all of this. Very few corporations would like to see their units with their logo on end up in a beach in India. That's basically why they do it. But then there is also this idea that, hey, if we can do what is right from a financial point of view, right from a data security point of view, and from a sustainability point of view, it hits that sweet spot. So we've been doing this for quite a long time. For us, again, when we do this more than just hot air. That's why we also set one of the highest requirements for the partners we work with R2. Not everybody in the industry have that requirement. We do. And we know obtaining that is not easy for our partners. We know it's difficult. We know it's hard. But we also know for our customers, this is a safety zone for us to tell them. So again, you might say, okay, that's pretty interesting. But what else? Well, one of the things that for us is extremely important around this solution is trust. Trust is the key driver in this. When we go out to our customers, we go out with a brand, but also with a trust. They can trust if we say we're going to do so and so. For us and for you, it's important that that trust is also being generated out via you guys to our customers. That is also why, for us, when we look at this market, there's going to be a growth in this market. But there's also going to be a higher demand around trust, around focus, and eventually also around some additional solutions that comes along with it. Because that's another part that we are starting to see. Not all customers are the same. You know all of that. Customers are extremely demanding from time to time. But if you can fulfill that demand, or at least some of it, you will be in the right position. When you look at customers, we look at customers, most of them are globally. We need to figure out how can we service them the same way as we do in France, as we do in whatever country. Because this is what they're looking for. And that brings me to another extremely interesting area that Lenovo have moved into. Lenovo certified refurbished hardware and service. So this market is still very young, but it's going to grow significant. And a lot of people say, okay, what do you mean by hardware and service? Well, basically, in Lenovo, we build it up two ways. We have the capability to offer certified refurbished units, but we also have the capability to do the service on already installed base for our customers. Why is this interesting? Well, this is interesting for several reasons. First of all, because a lot of our customers already have the installed base and really do not necessarily want to get rid of it, but they want to upgrade it. So for them, this is a perfect service. We don't necessarily need to go out, look for all new units. We can actually service already installed base. But for other customers, it is as important to be able to get new certified refurbished units because there is a demand for this. So coming from Lenovo, of course, there is a lot of internal talks about, okay, but how does that fit with the fact that we're also selling new units? Well, that's a very good question. The interesting part is there is a market for both. Because if we look at the future PC market, there will be focus in the future on persona types in companies. So normally I always get into trouble when I say this, but the honest truth is, do all employees always need to get a brand new PC every time? I mean, raise your hand. How many of you guys are sitting right now with a 3 or 4 year old product? See? Would you change it immediately today, if you could? No. Right? But if you have the opportunity to actually recertify, upgrade, would that work? See? So again, it is a little bit of a interesting dialogue we're going to have, but it's a very, very important. And why is it also important? Well, let's be very transparent. Even our customers are now building this in. When we meet RFQs, when we meet demands from our customers, this is becoming a major part now in those asks. Can you sell us refurbished products? Can you do a service on already installed base? If you can, great. You are on to the next part of the process. Legislation. You've seen it here in France. I'm sure it's going to develop into Europe some way or the other, but it's going to come. We know that. And customers are asking around sustainability solutions. Let's be honest, this is one of the more easy ones, because this gives them that tangibility. And of course, there is a new financial upside. And I put it also as the last one, especially right now. The market right now on spare parts and components in PCs are developing, let's say, very interesting way, making this market very, very interesting for all our customers. This is why right now it's actually the perfect timing to have that dialogue with the customers. And it opens up for a bigger conversation around sustainability. This opens up for that specific talk. What about sustainability? Do you have a plan? How do you plan around sustainability? But as everything in this world, there is a special approach and there is a special demand for the markets. And this is the interesting part, because the different kind of market segments needs to be approached in different ways. In enterprise, we know that it's very driven on having that sustainability profile. Recertified can actually fulfill that profile. We can help fulfilling that in a really, really easy way. Public sector are driven by two other things: regulations and price. Guess what? This solution is also perfect for the public sector market. And then we have the mid-market, which is very driven of quality versus price. So for this market, having a better price at a very high quality level is going to be the factor for the mid-market. So the interesting thing here is each market have a demand, have a requirement for that, It's just different. It's different how we communicate it and how we attack it, so to speak. And in Lenovo, of course, we are extremely proud to say we have high quality products. So for us, this is natural to go that route. We also test it. We test it quite significant before we ship it out. And of course, we secure it. Data security is still very much key for us. So we put a lot of emphasis into that as well. And then, of course, we want to play that game between hardware and refurbished service. Because this is where really we have the capability to play with you as a partner and with the end customer. Only of course, are Windows 11, and we play a big proud in also being able, every time to ship it out, it comes with a warranty. Most of our customers today say, what about warranty? What about spare parts? What about blah, blah, blah? All of that is covered. So that is also one of the things that if they already have an install base, or if they're buying new Lenovo products and certified refurbished products from Lenovo, it's the same warranty set up. So they're used to that. Can we do questions after? Is that okay? Perfect. This is a little how it works. Inspect, data sanitize, refurbished, then we do the quality check, and then we bring it either into stock or straight to the customer. It's kind of the same with the service. We just do the service, and then we still do the quality check and so on and so forth. For us, we see this not only as a future market, but at the market and demand that already is here. And again, as I said, driven by the fact that the prices of new hardware is so high, this is an open door. But what I said was more than hot air. And this is exactly where it becomes more than just hot air. Now we have the capability to also provide the new PCF for refurbished units. This is quite significant, because now we're getting back to changeability. Now we can show the customer what is the CO2 impact of going refurbished or going new. And not only that, but also it supports the customer's SBTi targets, and they can use that number in their sustainability report. This is really what makes the difference. And we can do this at product level. So going forward, when customers go the recertified way, coming back to my previous point, they can now see the true dollar saving, they can see the true CO2 saving, and hey, it's a very easy way to implement. Again, more than just hot air. We give them changeability and the numbers behind it. Eventually, we end up, no matter how great we all do this for our customers, we end up with a remaining CO2. That CO2 has been one of the things we've been looking into and we've been developing over the last 6 years via our CO2 offset program. It has been one of the most successful programs in the sustainability of Lenovo. We have offset more than 10 million metric tons of CO2 via this program. We have developed it ongoing, and the interesting thing is we are able to offer this service on new products, on take-back products, and also on refurbished products, so that the remaining part can also be covered by this solution. We have a clicker that's not working. There we go. We also have the capabilities to provide the customers with a dashboard, online dashboard, where they can go in and get the certificate of this and a full overview in a tangible way they can use in their sustainability report. Oh, and by the way, we now support projects across the globe. We want to go even more local, supporting projects now also in countries and regions, so that your customer, our customer, can actually see, hey, you know what? It's a project just down the street that we're supporting by this. And coming back to more than hot air, yes, this is fully validated by DECRA from start to finish. And that leaves me with our last thing, our new approach together with our customers. We have now developed a way for us to interact with our customers where we can go in and we can look at last quarter's shipments. What product was shipped? How was it shipped? How was it packaged? What options do you have? Should we ship it different? Should you go with another product? Should you go with a certified refurbished product instead of a brand new? Should you use bulk packaging? And how do you do with your install base? Do you want to upgrade it with certified services? Do you want to bring it back? How do you want to do this? All in a tangible way, because we can calculate the CO2 savings before actually carrying it out. So again, being more than hot air is the essential thing, because that's what our customers are asking for. Tangibility is key in all of this. That is why we build all of these and many more solutions. So, that's it for me. Casey?
Thank you, Stefan. Very insightful. One thing that I heard is Lenovo is a customer-centric organization, and that sustainability is a priority. However, what I heard was your approach to sustainability. It's crawl, walk, run, right? And one thing you didn't actually come out and say is there are behaviors behind change, right? So
Correct.
You know your customers want sustainability. They know they need it. You're progressive about it, but you're also very thoughtful and sustainable. Well done.
Thank you so much. No, definitely that's our approach. And I think the importance here is to realize that it doesn't happen overnight, that it's an ongoing process, but it's a process we all need to take eventually.
Yes. So I think we can open the floor for a couple questions, and we're going to need people to speak loud.
Or maybe, I don't know, maybe if, for you, maybe.
I have quite a lot of questions.
Okay.
A lot
Okay.
of questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's start
Good
with
morning, everyone.
one question. What the
Okay.
most important question?
The most important question, have you ever thought about integrating a wipe software on BIOS level for all your devices? So when a customer doesn't need it anymore, he can wipe certified without needing any external party. So if you just implement it, that's a really nice thing to do, because then the unit can be reused.
Yeah, it's a really great thought, and we're actually looking into some kind of things of doing this, but it's a really, really good thought. Definitely, yes. Let's speak afterwards around this.
And I have one more question, so sorry for this. And about when you talk about parts, do you have like a portal like a Tesla does, or HP, how is it called? HP Part Surfer, where I can just put a part number and see all the spare parts or assemblies or options? Because before Lenovo was IBM, I mean
We have that. We have that. Yes.
Yeah, is it open to public, or is it some sort of closed?
It's open to public. Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Is it possible to get your card?
Yeah. If you turn around. Yeah. He is my secret guidance to this.
Notice me? Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Okay, there's one in the very back. The wire is not long enough, so.
It's really a huge
It is, yeah. The Walk of Fame.
Thank you. Yeah,
Do you want to take the mic? Come on up.
So basically, you talked about liquid cooling and air cooling.
Yes.
And I was wondering, like, when do you expect that you'd go full liquid cooling, and when do you think that air cooling would be like secondary?
We don't see air cooling going out of the market, to be completely honest, because there is a market both for liquid and air, right? Remember, liquid cooling are only really relevant right now for the big operators right now, because the air cooling still can cover quite a lot. But with the intensive use of AI, especially around the bigger ones, they need to move into liquid cooling. But as I said, it opens up the door really big, because then they need to get rid of their old air cooled, which still is fantastic for the market and also for the secondary market.
For Lenovo, do you have like, sorry, for Lenovo, do you have a pipeline that you'd have, like, let's say 90% is air cooled and then, or 90% is liquid cooled, and then residue is like?
In Lenovo, we always have a pipeline for everything. So yeah, we definitely do.
Sorry, do you have like a timeline? I mean, like 3 years, 5?
Yeah, we also have timelines. Yeah, correct, yeah.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? So we're going to move around the room a little bit.
We'll get, come.
Yeah? Well, okay.
Hello. First of all, I just want to tell you that I'm so happy to see that Lenovo, you guys are so sustainable and you make a huge impact in that world. I just wanted to know, how do we get certified to purchase or to have like certified computer from Lenovo and to offer them to our customers?
Yeah, that's a really good question. That's why we're actually here today. I brought some of the finest colleagues in the world in this area, so I'll definitely, let's address that to these guys later and bring it on. Yeah.
Anyone else? So, no, okay, we're going to go back.
Define what the difference is between the certified program and the Lenovo 360.
Through 360?
Yeah. So that's the sustainability of Lenovo 360, Virginie Labon.
Yeah.
And yourself. So there's a partnership around the educational piece of sustainability.
Mm-hmm.
Certified Lenovo. Is there a transition or a common base between you and them?
Yeah. We are working closely together with the channel team as well. So yeah, it's the same.
Great. And any other questions? Anyone in the back that's hiding over there? Yeah?
You spoke about the fact that you use warm water to heat buildings. How comes that idea, and how many buildings do you heat with like the warm water from the servers?
So the idea actually arose around the fact that we found out that hot water should be used for something else, right? And then we came up with the idea that, hey, if you already got the servers installed and they're running that hot water, why don't we just pipe it around in the building as such? And how many? Well, I can tell you, we are opening up in Germany. We have one there. We have one in Barcelona. We also have one in, I think it's Paris or Lyon or something like that. So we are expanding it. It's not something that you just, as I said, do overnight, because it needs a little extra piping. But definitely when you consider of building new buildings, but also designing new data centers and installing them, that is perfect for that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And can we do that with air? With the air?
No.
No?
No. Because the honest truth is, water leads heat much better than air, right? So the loss of heat when you use air is that more significant. So you cannot basically reach a building or around a building.
Okay, we have a question from Dag. Hello, Dag.
When you talk about recirculating the water for heating, is that a
No, it's a very, very good question, and it's a closed system, so we don't use extra water. That's a very, very important question. Yeah, I agree. So you're absolutely right. There's been a lot of talk. The way we've set it up in Neptune is it's a closed system that runs. Also, when you use for heating the building, it's a closed system that basically runs.
Any other questions? I have a question.
Yeah.
So, customer-centric.
Yeah.
You talked about standards, standard RBA, EcoVadis, collaborating with logistics partners, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the audience would like to hear a little bit more about how Lenovo prioritizes and manages partnerships.
Well,
through the life cycle.
Let's be very, very transparent. Lenovo is partner-driven. We rely on our fantastic partners and partnerships. For us, that is key. That is also why when we work with partners, it is essential that the partners are also benefiting from it, but also living up to our standards. That's also why, as you saw, we put R2 as one of those criteria, but also at the same time, we also listen, how can we help the partners? And we're very open if something is good or bad, that we bring that into the wonderful world of Lenovo, really, to do that. So we are partner-driven, and we will be partner-driven, and this is important, and that's why it's so exciting also to be here and meet partners, because we really like that feedback, good or bad, or let's just say good. No, but definitely that is the importance.
Great, thank you.
So before you end, I have a question for the audience. Actually, I have 3 questions. Because you know what we always say, you have to eat your own medicine, right? So first question is, how many of you have using a reused laptop? Okay, that's pretty good. Then the second question, you didn't, Cassie? See? My second question is, okay, now getting a little more tough, okay? How many of you have a second used car? Okay?
One of them in my family has one.
And now to the
1 out of 3.
most difficult question, and I get in trouble sometimes by asking this, but what about spouses? Any recycled spouses? Okay. Wow. Okay.
Loaded question.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
microphone with the cable. It's like sustainable microphone
I get it, right?
from the old tech. So you need to.
It works. Sustainable backdrops too.
You need to manage this cable all the time.
It always works.
It does, yes.
Oh, we're good. I don't know if I just hit start or. Are we waiting on your cue or are we good? Good. All right. Good morning to everyone. Thanks for showing and certainly appreciate it. Looks like we have a few seats, but last night's party must have been pretty good. So we appreciate you being here. All right, my name is Andrew Craig. I'm actually the founder of Cypher Black. And you know, when Daryl approached me and said, hey, can you pick a topic and some panelists to talk about something? What I wanted to do is make sure that we have a panel that hits home. You're not going to see us up here spewing, you know, our particular products or anything, right? What we want to talk about is what's happening in the world today, right? And 10 years ago, when I came into this, I came in from data center and cybersecurity. You know, the value prop was pretty limited. You know, it was data security, you know, moving assets, value recovery, maybe a little bit of environment and sustainability, right? And quite honestly, if you got a lot of messages on your Itad, you know, app, there's still a lot of people that are playing in that space. You know, I probably had 1,000 people who didn't know my name or my company just saying I'm buying and selling assets, right? That's not who we are today, right? We have actually grown to be a C-suite discussion, and if you're still playing that game, you're going to quickly become irrelevant. So hopefully the people that are here in this room are people that are looking to actually be progressive and understand what's going on the political and global landscape, because times are changes. You know, we are no longer an end-of-life discussion, right? So what we want to do is challenge you guys as ITADs, processors, OEMs, obviously Lenovo is just here, to say, where do we actually sit, you know, in the discussion? Are we end-of-life people that are just cleaning up what some people perceive as garbage? Or are we enablers that should actually sit within strategy, be involved with the C-suite, and part of their core discussion as business enablement? And that's what we're here to do today. So if you are the people out there like, oh, I want to get in the hyperscalers, I want to get in this company, and I ask you the question, well, how are you going to do that? A lot of times I'll get back, I'm going to out-execute. I don't know what that means, right? Like, good luck, right? That's how you have this race to the bottom. What we want to talk today about is supply chain resiliency, business continuity, right? Certainly there's going to be your ESG and governance. You know, last year I had the opportunity to advise the US government, who could give two craps about the environment, but they do care about national security, right? So it's which lever are you pulling for those contacts? Who are you talking to? And how is your message different from anyone else who's trying to get access to those assets? And by the way, I don't know about the rest of you, but the truth is, yes, there's money to be made in ITAD and in our industry, right? But the title of this actual roundtable is a mandate, right? The critical materials mandate. Because I actually feel a responsibility that we need to elevate our entire industry and do better, right? It's nice that you have sales and everything as a byproduct, but are you focused on solving solutions? And how are you differentiating your message than the other people that are out there? So that's one of the things that we're going to talk about. Again, my name is Andrew Craig. I'm with Cypher Black, and really happy to have my esteemed colleagues on this panel. And I think we'll go around and do some introductions, right? And then we're just going to create some banter, right, about what we do and how we're evolving, how you actually modulate and who you're talking to in the companies. Because if you're trying to cram down some of this messaging to people that have been your legacy contacts, they're just going to gloss over, right? So you have to move upstream. How do I get to the boardroom? Who do I talk to? What is my message as it relates to that? And then what is the real value prop that I'm bringing to them? And it's going to be data. It's going to be innovation. It's going to be how do we onshore this again? You know, last October, I think it was, when I was at the eReuse conference, you know, the one thing about our industry is we have this glaring gap where, like, I'm awesome at reuse, I'm awesome at repair, I'm awesome at refurbishment, and then recycle. I'm like, cool, let's talk about recycle. What's that look like in your world? Like, well, I get $1 a pound. All right, where'd it go? People just gloss over it. They have no clue, right? And that's the impact that we see today. In the 1970s, that's when China said, look, the Middle East has oil. Our strategic impact is going to be on rare earths. And we're all feeling that crunch today, right? And it's also because of the fact that they have a communist regime that can play the long game, right? If you're in a democracy, you have things change every 4 years. You don't really have that continuity. And they were willing to address the cost. And you see the commodity. And they have over 90% of the rare earths. And they do 85 to 90% of the processing of critical materials. In the US, you'll hear about MP materials right now. And it's great that they're actually opening up the California mine, California Mountain Pass, right? But they mine it, they still have to send it to China. So how do we actually innovate as well to actually support these messages? So with that said, I'm rambling, but I love this stuff, and I do always just want to go down these little rabbit holes, right? It's just curiosity, and how do we get there? So let me start off with Vic introducing herself.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Well done for making it in for 10. My name's Vic Darcy. I am a consultant, but I spent the majority of my career prior to doing what I do now at Cisco, where I ran different parts of their remanufacturing business. My key experience and the reason why I'm here is really to help people understand the business case for the reason why we need to be doing this. Itad and the resale of equipment on its second, third, and fourth life is, it's having its time in the sun, and it needs to because it's necessary. And it's necessary mainly because we are about to enter, in fact, we're already there, a period of scarcity. And it's scarcity in minerals, it's scarcity in supply, and we're in this massive tech boom. And I think what people don't really realize is that there just isn't enough to build what we want to build. There are multiple industries vying for the same technology, which uses the same materials, and we must start reclaiming and reusing what we've got. So I'm here not to talk technically. There are two esteemed colleagues who can do that, but certainly I'm here to kick the hornet's nest to try and help people understand the reason why this is so important and why we must turn our attention to it now.
Thanks, Vic. I'm Carl Mera. I'm Director of Strategic Partnership at Cyclic Materials. So to kind of add to what Andrew was saying earlier, that people say it goes to recycling and that's it, they don't know, I'll kind of be able to provide some information. So we created a recycling technology that extracts magnets out of any components, but especially hard disk drives, automotive, small electronics. And once those magnets are extracted, we process them back into a oxide. So we're closing the loop, long loop recycling here. We work with some large scale OEMs. For example, some of our investors are Microsoft and Amazon. The main reason they're invested in us was they needed someone to figure out how to close the loop and create a domestic circular supply chain. So based in Canada and the US, expanding in Europe right now. So yeah, I'll just kind of be providing a bit more the technical side and answers on critical minerals and how we can reintegrate them into today's supply chain.
Hello, everybody. Mike DiPetrillo. I'm the CEO of Layer IQ, new kid on the block in the Itad space. I did not come from this industry. I came from the opposite side of the planet, which is the large tech companies. So I spent 18 years of my life at VMware as creating all the kind of new lines of business. I created basically all the clouds around the planet, all the major telcos and everything like that when we first created the cloud business. Spent some time in blockchain. This is my fourth startup, the third sustainability startup. They've all exited. And I'm back for my fourth round. So what we do is we found that you all do some amazing stuff, but you typically operate in silos doing your amazing stuff. And there's a need for a connective tissue on the information and data stuff. You heard that in the keynote yesterday morning, and on the financial side. So we basically connect the OEMs, the ITADs, the enterprises, the recyclers, the smelters, and people like this, and provide you an ability to grow your business with new and interesting things, just using the data that's already there. So for example, if you go and use the hard drives and recover material, you can actually create environmental attribute credits for that. So that flows through our system naturally. It's just the data. It said, hey, this went on to a second life. If you resell a device, it goes on to a second life. You can actually create these environmental attribute certificates and sell them in the market. It's just data. We process them. You sell them off. There's 14,000 companies out there that need and want to buy these things because they have to reduce their Scope 3 emissions. I'm the sustainability guy, if you haven't guessed. There's 100,000 of these companies that are going to be there in the next 2 years. So this certificate market is $1.27 trillion and growing 37% year over year. So there's high demand for it. Your customers are probably already needing it. You just have to go and talk to them about it. So it's a way for you to kind of up-level your conversation, get some stickiness with your customers. All the impact reports like the Bloom E-Stewards report, the HPCER report flows through our system transparently. So you get one system that allows you to go sell more and more and more stuff to your customers, which is good. You're already doing the activity. You might as well take advantage of it and make more money is, kind of the opinion. I will not be here at the end of this session, just real quick. My son made first chair trumpet in a very prestigious jazz band. His concert's tomorrow night. If you can guess by the accent, I'm not from around here. So the only flight that gets me back leaves at 12:25 from Nice. So I will depart promptly at 11. So if you see me run out of here, it's easy to find me. All these people know how to get a hold of me and can answer questions and everything like that. But I'll be happy to connect with you remotely. And like I said, lots of different ways you can get stickiness with these customers. You can grow the business by doing the activities that we're talking about, and it helps them, and it helps everybody around here.
And I really want to key in on that, right? Because if you've been in this industry, you've heard a lot of light and fluffy data that doesn't move the needle, right? People are out there buying carbon credits, right? It's like when I was Catholic, and they're like, you should probably go to confession, and you should sin less. Right? This is actually real, right? Something that's tangible. They can actually go out there. These different programs that Mike has in data, they absolutely need it. And it is actually from within, right? Not buying from without, right? So he actually gives data that businesses, tech is looking for. So today, if your only value proposition is I can give you more money, that doesn't matter. Right? If you're trying to work with the OEMs, if you're trying to work with the data centers, if you're trying to work with the enterprise, they need something more. Because there's only so much margin and so much operational excellence we can have in this space, right? And that's also, I want to talk a little bit about Carl as well, right? So when we look at the data, I actually had lunch last week with the head of Microsoft's data center circularity. He's like, look, it's such a blip on our radar. Like, Microsoft could care less about the value reclamation. But I live in Phoenix, Arizona, right? In Phoenix, Arizona, first off, it's hot. Second off, we're the second biggest data center market in the US. And because of that, the data centers, the hyperscalers, the OEMs, they're getting crushed by local communities, by the public domain, right? So it's nice that you can actually take their assets off them, give them a little bit of money. What they need is actually a value prop that allows them to go to marketing. How can you actually go to their chief marketing officer and say, you're getting crushed out there, right? Here's some info and here's some stuff so you can talk about being a good corporate citizen, and that is exponentially worth more than the value recovery that you're going to give them, right? They are looking for that type of ammo, and that's the stuff that we can actually provide, is to show that they are being good stewards, not only of data security, but how they're actually managing things. And one of the things that Carl talked about is, who in here is familiar with hydrometallurgical? So again, it's a great example in the sense that, look, China has handled this stuff for decades. So we haven't had to know about recycling. We know it all flows down there, 2, 3, 4 layers, right? They're using hundreds and thousands of passes of kerosene and jet fuel, acids, to reduce this. The toxic output is horrendous. Well, that's not going to fly, right? So you actually have to have, new technologies like hydrometallurgical, which isn't necessarily new, but it allows us to start reshoring that stuff, so that we can actually build these processes and practices. And process is a big part of it, right? Because you can't go into data centers and say, let me have your hard drives, and then separate the magnet easily. To do that, trust me, I had to explore it for part of that initiative. It is almost impossible, right? So the process and the technology that allows you to get to hydrometallurgical is huge. The other benefit about hydrometallurgical is the fact that you have elemental traceability. So people who talk about recycling as an OEM right now, they can say, hey, we use some recycled materials, we send out some stuff to recycling, but you can never do a closed loop system. We hear about closed loop systems all the time, but there's not technology out there that allows you to actually do closed loop systems at scale today until hydrometallurgical is coming in, because it has elemental traceability. If you're doing smelting and pyromet, those furnaces take a ton of material to get the fire going. So yes, you can recycle the gold, the other things, right? Less than 1% of rare earths today are being recycled, and they're huge if you actually look at permanent magnets and the implications of it. You know, now you can actually recycle those, have elemental traceability. So it's the first time that there's actually an offtake that can actually be put right back into a closed loop system. So if you are Microsoft and you're like, hey, look, but we are being good stewards, right? Once this consumption is done, we can actually reintroduce it directly back into our supply chain because we know elemental traceability that was in our product. Now it's out of our product, and we have 100% integrity as to what's going back in. It's not recycled materials that have been put in these big furnaces. Not to mention, obviously, the environmental impact of pyromet, right? And I'm sure you guys have heard things like bioleaching, right? Well, right now, it's not commercially viable, right? It's an amazing technology, and maybe it'll get there, right? But today, in the end, as with all this other stuff, it still has to be commercially viable for you and your customers, right? So we want to expand a little bit more on your process, and I think it's one of the beautiful things, and just like we're talking a little bit about this today, right? Our job is really to be educators and to talk about it with our customers. And we see what's going on with supply chain resiliency. You know, I loved when the US was like, hey, China, no semiconductors for you. And they're like, cool toys, how are you going to build them? Didn't think about that part, so now we're actually trying to annex Greenland. Sorry. You know, and then that takes a little while to actually obviously get the rare earths. And if you heard it, I think I said this earlier, but with MP materials, I did say it, right? It's nice, they're mining for it, but we still lack the process to get the rare earths, right? So those are the things that are being built.
Yeah, and I'll also kind of loop in data too a little bit into it. So for context, we have two technologies at Cyclic. The second technology is the hydrometallurgical process, which is kind of a classic way of taking a metal of some sort, bringing it into a solution to then extract exactly what you want out of it. We didn't reinvent the wheel here. One thing that we saw was the industries, especially in electronic, is nobody's able to really to extract magnet out of end-of-life components, at least not at scale. It works well for a lab amount, but as soon as you're talking multiple tons per hour of product, nobody was able to do it. So at Cyclic, we created a technology that we call Lifecycle, which is a really, really big industrial size shredder. That's a classic way of kind of separating all your metal, your ferrous and non-ferrous. Your magnet or magnetized, they stick with your ferrous, right? So they go and they're lost normally in the steel refineries. That's what a bit earlier Andrew was talking about, that there's less than 1% of rare earth kind of recycled. It's because of magnet properties being magnets. So our process does the same thing. We shred everything, but we're separating all the metals, and we're able to extract the magnet as well. So then that extracted magnet, it's in powdered form at that point, goes through a second step, which is hydrometallurgy. That's a classic way of leaching and getting a rare earth oxide. So that's kind of where we decided to bridge a bit the challenges that the industry were facing, how to close the loop, right? We're literally at the end as a recycling company. Everything happens before us on multiple occasions, but pure end of life comes to us. We do our whole process and we get the oxides out. Where kind of a data will come in a little bit too is we know what's the composition of our disk drives, for example. So we know the amount of steel, aluminum, copper, if applicable, and magnet. We trace all that through our process to A, recovery rate, and B, also fine-tune our exit product. And then when our exit product is ready to get back into the supply chain, we use a digital product passport. So you'll have a QR code going out with that batch of product. If we took rare earths, for example, that batch of rare earth oxides will tell you, if you scan the QR code, the recycled content, spoiler alert, always 100%. If it's a mix of like pre-consumer or post-consumer, so manufacturing waste or pure end of life, but also, for example, which industries, if we work in multiple industries, if there's a mix, what's the mix? We could technically go all the way down to even like the serial numbers of what we process, because when we do capture something for processing, we capture all those data. So sometimes it's for warranty claim or a certificate of destruction that we call certificate of recycling at Cyclic. So with all those things, when we get back the oxide into the supply chain, it's kind of open source. The next person in the line can do whatever they need to do with their oxides. If it's metallization, for example, they can then add to that QR code. And it follows all the way back to the large-scale OEMs. We can use Microsoft as an example here, right? Between us, who on paper were replacing the mine, like a mountain pass, to Microsoft having a magnet in their hard disk drive. There's maybe 2, 3, 4 different players. So we kind of enable the traceability, but also a kind of circular domestic supply of it. So it's a mix of like all the things that we kind of talked about earlier, right? From data, but also to kind of closing the gap and supporting a domestic supply chain. And when I say domestic at Cyclic, we mean like North America is going to be one, Europe's going to be another one, just to divert the supply chain out of, you know, the China stronghold they have. And with all that, you know, we will be able to bring more value on end-of-life products because we're also capturing magnets as the other metals. We're selling on the same values and indices, so it's not more expensive. And there's a fortunate byproduct with all of that happens is it's also a lot better for the environment. It is not a requirement often, as you were alluding earlier, but our process, and my director of sustainability will kill me, the numbers are, if I remember correctly, 63% less carbon emissions, 95% less water usage. And we compare ourselves to Mountain Pass of this world and some mines in China. All this was done by MineViro, who's a third party for LCA. So we're just trying to bridge the gap, and it happens by then a fortunate byproducts that we kind of checking a lot of the boxes for large companies like Microsoft and all those people. So we're kind of early. We're 5 years old. We've been doing that commercially for 2.5 years now. But yeah, there's a lot more demands than what we can provide. That's why we're expanding as we speak.
Yeah, and I don't want to gloss over this. I want you to understand how different this conversation is than the typical people we talk in ITAD. Like, Carl and I are talking with the guy at Microsoft that's in charge of decommissioning. What we can actually talk with about here is such strategy. We have the ability to have him like, do you want to look like an absolute rock star to your boss, right? Let's equip you with this. Let's talk about how you actually enable a closed loop system and really deliver something. And then when we stack it with Mike's data points, which is fundamentally different than that's out there, that's what these people need. Because also they're looking to get raises and promotions too, right? You equip them with something and they bring a real solution to their bosses, it's different, you know? And by the way, Lewis has said, wow, if you guys can do this. I've got contacts at Google, AWS, the other places, but these people you may not have access to, right? And once they see you solving a problem, they're not like, don't take out the competitors. We're all suffering from, you know, supply chain scarcity right now. He wants to champion us into Google, AWS, all his peers that are exactly the same way that he is viewing this, right? To the point where also next week, Mike will be there, Carl couldn't make it. Vic, you're more than welcome to come. We are actually launching a circular supply chain coalition in Phoenix, where we actually have academia, right? So ASU is the second highest rated supply chain school, right? We've got the semiconductor companies, we've got the data center companies, we've got OEMs, right? So aerospace, high tech, people that you've never had access to, you're now going to have access to because they're all feeling this pain. So the one thing I think our industry does is we diminish our worth, right? Which is why we all just compete on price. No. You guys, the OEMs, the biggest companies that are out there that are doing $1 trillion, like we shouldn't be fighting for your scraps. We're strategic up top and you need to pay for this service. We are enablers of your business that allow business continuity. And they know it. To where people you had never have access to, chief marketing officers, chief sustainability officers, chief strategy officers, they are going to be part of this, right? And that's the one thing that I want to leave you with today is we are so important. Don't forget that, right? Darcy, why don't you talk a little bit about that? Because that's your world with business. And then I also do want to talk about the data that drives all this too. And you mentioned plastics, right? And everyone's like, plastics, who gives a crap, right? I want the gold, the copper, the silver. Like, plastics is an amazing thing if you're looking to penetrate an account, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, but just to pull this back and, you know, view it from 1,000 foot, The reason why, and I'm just going to give a couple of examples because from the business case, because the tech is there, the data is there, but the business case is really where you'll win. You know, and
by the way, Darcy was with Cisco for 20 years.
20 years, yeah.
Right. So I always like to make sure people know their backgrounds because they speak from a place where they're connected, they know, they solve the pain points internally, and we're fortunate to have them here.
Thank you. But you know, you said something earlier that, you know, got up my nose, because it is true, that circularity is not getting the mind share that it needs to get right now at the OEM level. And it's ridiculous. And the reason why, and let's just look at some of the prices of these metals. So gallium, which is my favorite of the rare earths because I can say it. But gallium is mainly controlled, and Andrew alluded to this, 90% of rare earths are actually controlled by China. And I'm saying controlled specifically because it's not the fact that they only exist in China, is that China have really focused on the processing of these metals. And that is the taking of the actual mineral out of the ground, but turning it into its usable form. It's the processing and the ownership of the processing, which is the power. So gallium, in 2023, China changed its policy on gallium, and they put an export control onto it. And what happened? The price rose enormously, 300%. Now, gallium is used in the creation of semiconductors. Let's talk about cobalt. Cobalt is mainly mined in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. 70% of the world's deposits are in DRC. Of the 10 largest mines in DRC, China has a controlling share in 5 of them. Okay, it's control.
You know who has security of those mines?
Who?
The Wagner Group from Russia. So now if you want to talk geopolitics, so the Wagner Group from Russia is the one that's running security on this. It doesn't, right. But it doesn't because, of course, they killed the lead when they had an objection with Putin, but those people are still involved, right? That's the security. So when you talk geopolitics, it is so intertwined, right? Yes, China doesn't care if they're getting out of their mines or the partnerships mines, or if they're taking our waste material that we consider waste, right? That's put them in the position. But yeah, the conflation of all these different things is insane.
Yeah, it really is. And I'll lead you into one more before, you know, I hand over to my esteemed colleagues here, is let's look at tangible business right now, because if you were to just look at the data centers on plan, so these are written down, these are on plan. And let's just take another element that I can say, which is geranium. It would take, just to provide the tech needed for these on-plan data centers at current rate, 286 years worth of mining. It's just not there. So we have to really, the business case now is that to build what you want to build, we must reuse what we've already got. And I'll leave you with the last one, lithium. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation will tell you that we have mined enough lithium already to fuel the electric vehicle market for the next 70 years. On the planet, it's no longer in it, it's on it, and less than 1% of it is recycled. So, you know, when Andrew was teeing this up really nicely for me, the business case is there, and it's there not only for chief marketing and for sustainability, it's financial. Because what happens when items go into scarcity is the price goes up. So that business plan that you've written, you need to tear that up and you need to write it again.
Yeah, you hit on one key thing was, there's 2 interesting things actually. One is rare earths are not actually rare. They're the most abundant elements on the planet and in the universe. They're just really, really, really hard to get. So you take a chunk of material, to extract that is a very dirty process usually, a very expensive process, a very controlled process. That you guys, I mean, you know better than anybody, right? So that's one of the problems, is that it's very hard to get to this material, and that's why it takes so long to mine. One of the people that we work with is Rio Tinto. Anybody know Rio Tinto? They're one of the world's largest miners, right? So they're actually now buying ash from places, waste ash, to mine the material out of the waste ash, because it's easier than going and creating a new mine and trying to get this material, because they can extract it from the waste ash easier than they can extract it from the rock that they're pulling out of the mines. So it's really interesting to see the miners going after a new path for this stuff. In the US, the Department of Energy has now it's up beyond where we applied for it, a $1.5 billion grant to improve the extraction of rare earth materials. So, it's there. The OEMs that we work with, there's a big scarcity problem. They're hit by supply. They can't get the supply in, shipping channels, tariffs, all this other stuff that goes on, and they have huge demand, right? I think we saw yesterday in one of the presentations on memory, right? They can only meet 50% of their customers' demand on the memory side of the world. So there's a huge problem that the OEMs are facing now, where they are paying more attention to circular IT. They want to buy back this stuff. So they'll use our platform to push demand signals down to the ITADs, because they normally don't talk with the ITADs, just to buy material back, right? So that they can get, and produce more stuff. So there's a huge issue with kind of this supply demand curve, and it's because extraction is just so hard. It's because the material is out there, but it's locked in these devices. So, you have a huge opportunity. You guys in this room and girls in this room are the key to this whole problem, right? You have all the material that's coming out of these places, and these other people on the other side of the table need it. They just don't know how to get to you. And so the conversation's there, and the conversation's a good one to have, because usually the chief sustainability officer at a company reports to the CFO 9 times out of 10. That's a good person to get connected to. It has purse strings. And the other 10% of the time, they report to general counsel, right, or the chief legal officer, because it's a risk-oriented thing. So those are the places that they report into. So it's a good person to start having these conversations with, because you can solve their problems. They just don't know that you have a solution to the problem.
Yeah. So ESG is nice, right? But this is about risk mitigation and business continuity. And again, I don't know if everyone's heard of the shortage of copper, right? You mentioned lithium. Copper is going to be such a scarce resource. And look, we're not going to solve all the world's problems by having 100% recovery, but it's certainly going to help. And it's not just the proliferation of AI, data centers, high tech that's happening here. You have third world countries that are becoming second world, first world countries. They're all looking to move to the digital age too, right? So you're fighting for all these resources. And I can even go back to the US government in the sense of they've asked for $1.5 trillion now in defense budget. Who do you think is going to get priority to the critical minerals that are in national stockpiles, right? So it's not a political statement, right? But we have to look at the reality and understand these things. So how are you protecting your customers from what is going on in the actual global landscape? And I forget the data points on copper, but
I've got them.
Perfect. Let me go ahead and pass it over to you. And then we also have to talk about plastic again. Has everyone started looking at kind of what the critical materials, the implications, the scarcity, what it means for your customers? Has anyone in here started having that conversation with their customers? Awesome. Is anyone trying to move upstream, talk to the OEMs? Awesome.
I try to, and we have a very nice solution. So we have a venture in Ghana, and where probably the majority of e-waste ends, and we collect e-waste and ship it back to Europe. And actually the Dutch government is paying us to actually compensate new products for actually dumped products. So this may be a solution. I tried to get in contact with the OEMs, and they are not interested.
Yeah.
At the moment.
And again, look, I think we see this industry evolving, and guess what? At the moment, maybe they don't need to because they have supply coming, right? But that's going to shift. And then also, if you do find some of the right people in the OEMs, you'll get their ears perked. Talk about copper.
Okay. Just to go into the OEM piece, I think what you're going to find is those mid-tier OEMs going to feel the pain points first. The juggernauts have got their supply for the next couple of years, but those 2 to 5 billion mark, those are the guys that are going to hurt first. But on copper, let's see if Mike and I agree on this. 2026, where we are now, is the first year that copper's really going into a shortage. And what that means is we are using more than we're pulling out. It's not the fact that it isn't abundant, we just can't pull it out fast enough. And there's a couple of competing stats, but it's anywhere between 150,000 and 350,000 metric ton shortage this year. By 2040, that is predicted to go to 10 million. It's huge. Copper's a problem. Now, copper is also one of the most recyclable metals. And you can do it on a, you can keep going. You can keep going with it. Copper is wasted. We're not talking enough about it. We're not being responsible enough about it. And, and copper is probably the juggernaut that's going to hit first.
And that actually might be a cool segue into plastic, right? Because there's a little bit of copper in wires, I hear. Yep. So
yeah,
how do you deal with that sheath? So
that's where I was going with it. The shortage is because of the electric grid, right? So copper is primarily used in high tension wires. For people, I spent a long time in the electric business. There's a shortage in electricity. So we talk about all these data centers. We talk about all these power plants being built for them and small modular reactors and stuff like this. We had this conversation the other day. He's like, oh, well, you put the reactor right next to the data center. That's great. You still need to get the power from the reactor into the data center. There's a 10.5-year backlog for high tension wires because of the copper shortage. There is a 7-year backlog on commercial transformers because of the copper shortage. There is a 7-year backlog on commercial circuit breakers. So you can't even get the power into the data center, and this is a major, major problem. You had something you were going to add, or a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the Netherlands, or else in Western Europe, there is a dynamic pricing on electricity because of the redundancy in solar panels,
yeah.
wind turbines. So when it's sunny and windy,
yep.
there's a lot of electricity which is not used.
Yep.
So actually, the way they are going is they try to increase the width of the cables.
Yeah.
While they can just implement the dynamic pricing on the charger. So when it costs nothing, the whole country will charge the vehicles.
Yep.
And when you look at what the fuel costs now are, so if you ever talk to the government, just say to them, just implement the dynamic pricing of the charger.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you don't need to spend the copper anymore.
Yeah, well, the copper's still a problem. So there's, I forget the exact stat on how many millions of miles, but we basically in the United States have to build the electric grid that we took 75 years to build. We have to build it over again in the next 3 years because there's that much electricity is needed for these data centers. There's a huge, huge, huge problem. And dynamic pricing helps, but it doesn't solve the problem, right? So.
Don't you use any other metal for conducting?
You can. Aluminum is the next best thing for conducting in high tension wires exclusively, right? So like the stuff you're plugging in and all that kind of stuff, there's not much copper in it, right? But high tension wires, with strong DC current, it's copper or aluminum typically, right? And a lot of it. So that's one of the reasons copper is a problem. It's very prevalent, but we're consuming a ton of it right now.
Is there enough aluminum?
Aluminum's also a problem, but aluminum's a very recyclable material as well, and it's very easy to extract and very easy to create. So it's also used in a lot of industries beyond just electronics. So it's not as bad. Usually it's the bottom of the periodic table that we're worrying about, and then the top right, if you're a chemist.
Yeah. And actually, I still want you to kind of segue into plastic, right? Because the cables are surrounded in plastic quite often.
Yeah,
with
plastic is a weird thing. So I spent 4 years of my life in plastic as one of my previous startups. And it's somewhat recyclable. It's not as recyclable as you would think. In the United States where I am, we recycle 7% of plastic, which is horrible. Most of it ends up in the trash, and then it ends up in some 3 major ocean-bound plastic patches, right? And you try to recover the plastic from that, and it's generally depends upon these plastic bottles here. Yeah, they're kind of sort of recyclable, not entirely. And then when they go back into industry can only use them in certain things. Like, there's a lot of plastic in food wrap. You can't use this for food wrap. You can't use it for anything that goes into your mouth. This recycled won't work for that. It'll go into servers. It'll go into plastic cables. So we're working right now on replacing the plastic in the network cables and the power cables, because there's millions of miles of that in the data centers. And you can actually create carbon negative cabling. So it really helps data center folks.
And that's how I want to talk about moving the needle, right? Because people are like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to get the copper out of these things.
You just got to get creative.
Right? So you have to stack these things to make it commercially viable and to appeal with those ITEC credits, right? So these things that are problems and we're just like spaghetti because I'm not getting value recovery, right? But we need the materials in them. Like now when you start stacking this with your data point, right? The economics look different.
Yeah, if you're getting network cables, like network cables are hot commodity right now if you send them through the appropriate process. Super hot commodity. You just have to send them through the appropriate process. Most of the stuff that you throw in the garbage, this is why I came into this industry, because I saw there's $90 billion of stuff getting, processed every year, and you, as an industry, you touch about 20% of it, 25% of it. So that means there's $70 billion that literally ends up in the trash that we need to go after and reuse and get value out of as a community, and everybody wins in that scenario. Everybody makes more money. So that's my job, is to connect the dots and try and make people aware of this and be like, hey, this thing, like all the screws that you're taking out of the rack, we need those screws. The metal in there is super valuable for commercial switches in the data centers. And you can actually get environmental attributes off of screws and racks and drawers and all sorts of crazy stuff that you end up with that you typically probably just trash. Don't trash it.
And I think also one of the things that you're hearing, right, is people don't understand the time it takes to do these things, right? They're just like, oh, get a mine. Oh, go ahead and grab Greenland. And they think like instantly you have output that is going to go ahead and address the supply issues. No, you're talking for the energy infrastructure, for setting up a new mine, you're talking 7, 10 years, right? How are you bridging the gap, right? In addition to that, so 15 years. And look, we're not going to solve the world's problems by doing better at our jobs, but we still have a massive responsibility. And you will hear people in our industry infighting, right, about, I'm going to get the assets from them. I'm like, holy shit, we are failing as an industry, right? Less than 20% of stuff is getting recycled, right? There's plenty for everyone to eat, right? You have trillion-dollar companies. They are just slinging out product left and right. And there's one channel, it is us to bring it back, right? And to start building that ecosystem. So everyone can flourish in here. That's why we're saying, take this messaging, change the dynamic, right? We want to actually engage with the OEMs. We also want to talk about eco-design, right? How do we enable this? So when we talk about swimming upstream, we should be from product development, eco-design on down, right? And that's the one thing, again, I keep trying to imbue on everyone is we are so important, and realize how we've evolved and make sure your messaging has evolved. So, Carl?
Are we doing questions too?
Certainly. Do you want to, why don't we do this real quick? Why don't we, everyone say something else? And then we do want to take questions, right?
I'm going to run off the stage in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Has anybody got a question for Mike?
I have a question for you, Carl.
Okay, yes.
Are you recycling EV batteries and solar panels?
No and no. So when I refer to rare earths at my company at Cyclic, it's the 4 classic ones you'll find in permanent magnet. So NdPr, Dy, and Tb. That's my trick for saying them without knowing how to pronounce them. You just say the letters. So I used to be in a battery recycling startup prior. Kind of similar ideas, different process. You always kind of need to also be able to niche yourself for a specific product. Battery recycling will often be a wet shredding process. Ours is dry. This is kind of where the limit happens. But yeah, same idea, right? We shred something, we get an intermediate product. In this case, it's a powdered magnet. If you think about batteries, that would be black mass. That goes through an hydromet, right? But the hydromet process is tuned for NdPr, Dy, and Tb, as well as MHP product, for example, that you find in different magnets. So no, we're not touching batteries nor solar panels. Solar panels will be something interesting that we may look further down the road, but we're building 2 new technologies at once. It's already difficult enough. So that'll be further down the line. Hopefully that answers your question.
I think that's the irony with green tech, right? Is you pass those acres and acres of fields, People don't understand what it's going to take to recycle those. And those are taking a lot of commodities. I do love nuclear, but that's a whole different discussion. Right?
Panel recyclers.
That's exactly right. Other questions?
Especially for Mike, because he's leaving soon.
Yep. Anything for Mike in particular? Here's what I will tell you about Mike. If you are looking for data that's going to change the game instead of the fluffy stuff that you've seen out there, you need to connect with Mike, right? That I promise you. And you are lucky to be in this room to know that, because it will absolutely give you a competitive edge.
Well, I'll just say one thing to that. I guarantee 100% there is money you're leaving on the table. You just don't realize the money that's there. And it's easy to convert on. So I'll be happy. That's my whole goal. That's the whole reason I created this company, is to make you all more money, right?
And again,
pretty simple sales.
He came in from outside this industry, right? So he's not well known just yet. So be an early adopter and be happy that you're here. Do you want to add anything? Or any other questions?
Safe travels. Yeah.
Mike.
Thank you. Feel free.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. Safe travel.
I will see you in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Do we want to say anything else?
I can maybe provide a closing statement, and kind of looping back into who's having those conversation. At Cyclic over the last 3 years, we had kind of that circularity conversation with the large OEMs. Some of them invested in us. And I think what is interesting is, especially in the kind of world that we see today, the green aspect is often just a fortunate byproduct, right? People try to just decouple themselves from a Chinese supply chain that owns a huge portion of the products that they need to build their tech, their product. So often it's a conversation that starts maybe with the sustainability team, but quickly diverse to the procurement, supply chain management, and then operations. Right? I had the chance to sit down with people, larger OEMs in the electronic space and automotive at the C-suite level. And their last question is how green it is. It's just, okay, perfect, cool, I check the box. But the conversation often is not so much so, is it saving the planet? Is it going to save me to produce more without losing anything else, right? So we often talk about how to support capturing their product, and especially how do we reintegrate them back into their supply chain. So Mike's leaving, but this is where data plays a role. This is where a company like Cyclic will also play a role with their technology. And this is where we'll often need people that are kind of outside of the industry, often consultants, to help close all those gaps and link all the different supply chain challenges that we might see for large OEMs. They never want to have those conversations until it's too late. You talk with someone for a year and a half, 2 years, you pitch the same idea, they always go, I'm unsure. And the day it hits them, they call you, it's like, can you make everything happen yesterday? Right? So I always say the sales cycles with OEM is 3 years, and 2 of them is just telling them that it's going to happen until it happens.
Yeah, and I'm just going to add into that. I actually had a bet with somebody yesterday. This event next year, I think it's going to be full of OEMs. Because this industry has gone from a necessary evil to necessary. Look at the backlog that the OEMs have now just for the supply of products. Everything leads back to this scarcity. It is necessary, it is coming. And the fact that circularity has actually gone down, if you look at the stats, and we're below 10%, I think we're at 9.7, then we're at 6.8. It's gone down. And that we're at the precipice of change, and that is going to flip. And Andrew made the point earlier, there is a number of industries vying for the same elements, the same metals. There's defense, there's automotive, there's tech, and there is only so much that can be produced. And again, to the point that Andrew made, to stand up a new mine, it's 15 years plus. 15. It's too late. So this is a really important conversation, and you will begin to get people's attention if you frame it correctly.
Awesome, thank you both. And again, I also want to think about ecosystem, right? Think of partnerships. We have everyone that wants to do everything themselves. Be an expert in your lane. Connect with Carl, right? Understand how you guys can partner for some positive. We have a lot of some zero people, in our industry. And I'm actually just segue from that, right? We've got a boatload of traders in our industry. We don't need more traders, right? We need people who are going to be strategic partners with these people. So I'll just kind of leave you with that question. Who do you want to be in 5 years? Do you want to be relevant, or do you want to try to play a game that is no longer relevant? So that's kind of what is up to you and kind of how you decide to evolve, who you decide to collaborate with and connect with, and hopefully you're making some great connections here at the conference. That said, any final questions or anything? Cool, awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to start it here in just a minute, but I will tell you, if you're in the back of the room, while we look great on TV, we look better in person. So if you want to come up, it might help. But I do realize if you're just sitting here for, to listen to us and want to stay on your phone and say cool, that's fine too. You're here for the Channel Mastery in E-commerce speakers panel. My name is Dave Manning, and I am the Director of Remarketing Services for Iron Mountain, and I am your moderator today. While we do quite a bit in the e-commerce space, really the purpose of this particular panel is to discuss how all of you can utilize some of the services out there represented by some of our fellow panelists. And just, we want this to be a conversation. We're going to have some talking points. We're definitely going to take questions. So we'll make it fairly easy. But I want to introduce the rest of the panel so you have an idea of who you're speaking or listening to. On my far right here, or your far left, Daniel Kruger from eBay Germany. Next to him, Antoine Barbry from Back Market here in France. I've got Kevin Corrigan from the States at CX Tech. And again, my name is Dave Manning. So we're going to start really quick. I'm going to sit down because I got to look at my notes, and I can't do two things at once. But the first thing we're going to talk about, and I think this is probably on everyone's mind right now, not just for e-commerce, but for how we go to market, we need a market reality check. And I think if you have been in this business for a while, you're selling components or parts or full systems, you know that it truly is a market. Nothing is maybe as stable or as flat as we'd like. It goes up, it goes down. So I just want to talk to each of our panelists and have them give us this little reality check. Where's the market at today? And we'll do it easy. I'm going to start with Daniel, and then we'll work our way across. So Daniel, give us your thoughts.
Hi, everyone. My name is Danny Krüger. I'm responsible for the refurbished electronics B2C business of eBay Germany. And what we currently see in eBay Germany is that there are two things. On the one side, supply is increasing across some of the refurbished categories, but also decreasing in other categories due to supply constraints and shortages in the market. But what we see this on the demand side is that the demand is growing. And this is driven by, I would say, three main things. One thing is the mind change of the buyers in regards to sustainability in general, right, in the whole circular economy space. The other point is that people just have less money in their pockets, right? So they want to save for economical reasons. And then the third point is prices for new inventory is going up, right? Especially nowadays, you know it, in everything that's AI-related inventory, like in the memory space, RAM, SSD, HDDs, GPUs, CPUs. So demand is shifting drastically from new inventory to refurbished inventory. So, and refurbished inventory is becoming a first choice in the purchasing intent.
Hello everyone, so I'm Antoine Barbry, I'm the sales director for Back Market. So for those who don't know us, we are a marketplace that's EU-based. We are fully specialized in refurbished, so not selling new, only focused on refurbished. We are selling tech devices from smartphones to tablets to home appliance categories. We've been founded 12 years ago. We are based in 7 markets, mostly in Europe, but also selling in the US and in Asia. And maybe to complete what Daniel was saying, this is indeed a trend we've been seeing in the past 12 years, I'd say, but we see really an acceleration on the demand increase. The way we are seeing it is basically comparing market share of the new versus what we sell, what we sell on refurbished. And what we see is this is constantly increasing since a few years. If we look at the figures, we are now at like around 25% of refurbished sales versus new in France or in the European market. It was less than 10% a few years ago. I think the factors that you mentioned, Daniel, are true, and this is what we see as well. I think there's something about the trust, which is very important. Quality is something that matters for customers. Of course, it's a big barrier for them to buy a refurbished devices, and this is why we are putting, as an industry, a lot of efforts on reassuring them, making sure that they get a high-quality device, whether it be on the appearance rate or on the defective. So it's a lot of trust barrier that we are removing on the battery, on the premium devices. That's also contributing to this, outside of indeed the increase of new prices and the gap between refurbished and new prices.
So Kevin Corrigan from CX Tech. We're a user of both platforms. So right, we're a seller on both platforms, and I think that what we're seeing in the current market is, one, eBay over the last 3 years has done an amazing job of increasing their visibility, being on the side of their sellers, and kind of growing that market. So we've participated in eBay. I have historically over the past 12 years been selling on that channel. Back market joining the marketplace world in the last, say, 10 years, right, or less, really has become an active player in that as well. And then we all know that Amazon has their own renewed program as well. So in those channels, what we're seeing in the marketplace is really the growth of back market is really surprising, right? It is growing rapidly, and they have a presence now globally, even in the US, right? Primarily it was started here in France and spread throughout Europe, but for us to experience that growth as a seller on those channels has been really outstanding. So, you know, congratulations to both you guys for building really great marketplaces and spreading that into the US as well. But what we're seeing in the marketplace is refurbished volume in the US is strong, right? We have plenty of volume. There's a lot of competition on these marketplaces, which is a good thing because certain sellers rise to the top. Quality of goods, as you were just mentioning, is really important. And I think those marketplaces have consolidated to having a branding for some of the sellers. And people that have the volume are able to kind of be successful in those channels. So right now, I would say the refurbished market, due to what Daniel said earlier, which is the price constraints that people are seeing on new, are driving the consumers, and not just consumers. The statistics that we have experienced on Amazon Renewed, watching the B2B sales grow, that B2B channel sales is growing immensely in the online marketplaces. So the SMB market is really adopting the idea that they can buy now because of the returns policies and all of the warranties that are demanded for refurbished products. We're seeing more of that SMB market buy as well.
You know, I think you bring up an interesting point there, Kevin, because, you know, like you, Iron Mountain is also on multiple channels. But I'd ask you this question first, and I think a lot of people may be asking this. How do you decide where to send product? How do you just pick a channel? What's the driving focus from your perspective? And then based on that answer, we might ask some questions about, you know, what do our sellers here think about, you know, what they're seeing, what type of products coming in? So could you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. Channel marketplace selection is really driven by demand, right? Where are we selling products? So we're just historically looking at our sales channel data. We're going to dive through that. We're going to say, all right, you know, maybe Dell laptops work better on eBay, and HP laptops or Apple laptops might work better on back market. So it's really going to be historical sales data is going to tell us where we're going to focus that channel drive. The other thing is there's a cost to play on these platforms. Everybody has a cost structure. So we look at that, right? Where is our net return? What are our costing going to be? Luckily, the warranty requirements are starting to match across all platforms. They're getting very close together, so that there's no longer a deciding matrix when it comes to, you know, authenticity of the channel. I think they're all very valid, and they've shown us a good history. So really, it's going to be sales data that drives our decision.
Right. And then Daniel, let's see this one for you first. I mean, obviously, you know, you can get anything on eBay. That's the actual tagline, right? But when you're dealing with customers like ourselves or people that are maybe in this room, when you're interacting with them, what kind of questions? I know actually Marco Gehring would probably answer this too, because he does a lot of that with our company. But how do you help, or how do you counsel ITADs who are going to the market and say, hey, maybe you should focus on this or this? What kind of how do you view that? How do you view your role there?
Well, we have across the globe a very successful account management team in place that is partnering directly with our biggest enterprises, sellers, but also with the smaller SMBs. So, and their day-to-day job is to really partner with their key accounts, to give them suggestions how to improve their efficiency on the site, how to improve listings, and what to do, what tools from eBay to use to really boost sales. Because for eBay, it's important that every seller is growing, because eBay is highly depending on the growth of the seller. So only if the seller wins, eBay is winning. So that's a win-win situation. This is our intrinsic motivation to help you to grow.
Yeah. And Antoine, I guess I ask you the same question. I mean, you're coming from a little bit different perspective, maybe a little bit narrower view, but clearly your success is based on what Daniel just said. Your sellers are successful. How do you guys work with them? How do you counsel or teach them or guide them to this process of how do you be successful on back market?
Yeah, so this is definitely true, and we have more than 1,500 sellers selling on the platform, so it's quite significant. Of course, account management and human support is key for us to keep this relationship with the sellers, to make sure that we can capture their challenges, how they can make more business with us. So this is something we are using a lot. I think what we are trying to focus on, mostly for Itad or very large companies that are mostly focused on B2B, is helping them entering this B2C business as well. There are, of course, some barriers, so there's probably more money to make, but it's also coming with some barriers and challenges when it comes to discussing for after-sales management, logistic management. So we are trying to set up some services that are helping the sellers to remove these barriers. So this is the first one. And then there's a lot about the data. So this industry is moving quite fast on the quality side, on the pricing side or offer side. So I think this is one of the assets that we have as a pure player on the refurbished, is understanding maybe a bit better the dynamic that we can see on the quality, on the shift in demand or on the shift in prices. So we have a back office basically that's also giving lots of information about what are the products on which we see limited stocks and on which we see opportunities, what are the products on which we see the prices being too high for customers to convert. So it's also some toolbox that you give to the sellers that, of course, you add on with human support, but that's helping players to understand where they need to focus on and basically helping them to enter this D2C, which is much more fluctuating and much harder, operationally speaking, than it could be on the B2B.
Yeah. I think, just to interject here, I think we're talking about we have two different channels here, right? I mean, multiple channels for sales, but we've got B2B concerns, we have B2C concerns. I think we in the marketplace are facing that, and the comment that Kevin made about, with standardization from our partners in e-commerce, it helps us really go to market a lot smoother. It paves the way, and then we let the marketplace decide. I want to talk specifically B2B versus B2C. And I want, Kevin, if you want to chime in on that, yeah, actually take this, because I know there's a lot of questions about that in the industry.
Yeah. I'll mention the platform that's not up here real quick, which is Amazon Renewed. They have made an attempt to become the world's largest VAR, right? And they're on pace to really grow that B2B business. So it's, they're offering credit terms to businesses to sign up, so they're really being active in that place. And I know eBay as well has been highly active in trying to grow that B2B confidence in its seller channel. So the answer is yes, it works, but your B2B customer typically wants volume, right? They typically don't buy one at a time like a consumer. They're going to buy 12 or 15 or 20, and you have to have that stock. So you have to have depth in less SKUs. That's been our experience and success, has been really dive into what you have deep SKU of, and you've got quality behind it, and you can actually get some run rate going of it. There's a difference between the channels where Amazon has buy box, and you have to win and earn and keep, and it's a price, it's a price competitive place. And then you've got eBay, which it's a little bit different, where you can choose auction, you can choose buy it now, you can choose however the rate you want to go. And then in back market, it's highly consumer, and that's our experience, is that it's highly consumer. And RMA rates are going to be different across the channels. So B2B RMA rates are going to be less. Consumer RMA rates are going to be higher. And what I do like is that the platforms understand that. And the smarter they get with how to handle seller discipline, we'll call it, I think has been really good over the years too. I've been selling on eBay since probably 1998. And I've experienced all the way through as a seller and today where they're at, as well as the other larger online marketplaces, and we didn't talk about Newegg, is an opportunity. It's a smaller opportunity, but it's more for your B2B product and not necessarily your laptops. So I would say B2B is a growing platform or a growing segment market for us on these channels, including all of them.
Yeah. You mentioned being on eBay since '98, and we were also talking about what that customer looks like. And I ages ago, almost a different career, active on eBay selling product, and you never knew who you sold to until you actually did the deal. And an anecdote that I thought of yesterday was, I was in this business and had somebody reach out to me on eBay about a product I was selling for the company I worked for. Well, it's just a person until you find out it's a bank. And then we want 20 more, and then you start that relationship. And I think maybe that's not, that doesn't necessarily help eBay and back market, but I think a lot of us in this space use your services to drive business to our companies. We want the relationship just as much as you do, and I don't think that's bad, because I think what you're offering us is that gateway, that stepping stone into a broader market, maybe in a different geo. Then we can establish the fact that, we can really do business here. The rise, especially a back market in Europe, but also eBay globally, you never know who's on the other side of the transaction until you do. And I think that's been one of the most fascinating things about how global business uses these platforms, because it just may be, someone, I'll just check eBay or I'll check back market, and you may get in touch with someone that actually could, they could change your life and make, hopefully for the better. So I guess kind of bouncing off of that a little bit, obviously you both have tools on your platforms to help drive revenue. Like, hey, it's a special here, maybe it's a live shopping event or something like that. What should operators, what should we do when we use your platforms to should we prioritize margin? Should we prioritize inventory acceleration of movement? I mean, obviously we want to move as much as we can, but we also have to make money. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I think from the eBay side, what we see is that sellers that are successful are really focusing on velocity. So sell through as fast as possible at margin they are still happy with, right? I see many sellers who don't adjust their pricing on a daily basis, so they don't follow really the demand side, right? And they have thousands of listings on the site that are not moving, and these sellers are not successful. The sellers that are successful are really daily checking the market situation. How's the demand? What is the demand asking from me? Where should I put my pricing on, what's my competition doing, etc. And they also get a lot of advice from eBay, from our content management services, how they should positioning themselves. And so in order to drive as much velocity as possible. And on the eBay side, I like the global thing you just mentioned before. eBay globally has 135 million active consumers, so it's huge. You can access this through this one platform, and eBay is active in 190 markets. So there's a lot of potential to reach people in other regions to find demand. If it's not local, you can find it globally. And that's definitely tools that you can use to drive your business and increase your velocity. Plus, we have tools in place like our deals program to drive deep stock volume in a very short time. Additionally, with some dedicated sales campaign, especially around the refurbished landscape.
Okay. Antoine, would you generally agree with that, or what's been your experience?
I'd say the good things with marketplaces is you can basically decide what strategy to operate, and it can depend a lot about the product that you get in the stock, the depths that you get on the product. So we see both strategy and from the same sellers. So of course, I think the high demand that we get on the platform enables sellers that needs to sell inventory quite fast to get it sold. As Daniel was mentioning, the prices are fluctuating a lot, so it really requires efforts and potentially a dedicated person to handle the prices on the daily basis to make these arbitrations. But we see sellers at some moment of the year, or because they had a big sourcing, going very hard on the prices and they sell the inventory very fast. On the contrary, sometimes we see a limited inventory and prices are not going as low as what we'd recommend in order to make business. But this is kind of the life also of the product, and this is arbitration that the sellers are doing on their side. I think what's important for us as a platform is to constantly nourish with the sellers with where they can do business, what price depreciation are we expecting on some product, because these prices are moving quite fast. We all know it. So sometimes it's better to sell a product at a low price today than at a even lower price tomorrow. So we are trying to make people anticipate how the market is evolving and making their decision easier on should they wait or should they basically go fast, you know?
No, it's fantastic information. I think we've seen the same thing in our markets. You know, it's important, I think, to get feedback from the channels we use, and the fact that the analytics are there and the communication is there helps your users, and it certainly helps people like us. Kevin, would you kind of agree with that generally?
Yeah, I would. And I kind of want to add a little bit to. I'll beat these guys up a little bit and let them know how we as sellers have to manage the way that you've fought the price down, right? Because and it's not the marketplaces that are pushing the price down, it's the buyers that are pushing the price down. And I get it. When there's not as much demand in something, the sellers quickly drop their price. And for those of us that are all competing in this room on the same, you know, I'll use the term buy box, but on the same listing, right? We've all got the same model, you know, whether it be a Latitude or an Elite book or something, but we're all fighting over the same model. And you watch your prices dip down. The truth is that if you sell that product at a break even, you've still built a sales channel. You're still building a sales channel. If it compares to wholesale, what cycles have you spent money on through that process? I'm seeing more and more people outsource refurbishment. Outstanding model. The pricing's there. So go to Dubai or find yourself an outsourced third party in a different country that can do it cheaper. So that is something newer that I'm seeing. But you've made a financial investment into that refurbishment. You're buried in that product. You're caught, right? You can't bring it back and wholesale a refurbished good in the United States. Then you're really upside down. So you've got no choice. So it can't be an emotional decision on dropping your prices. It needs to be business decision. It needs to be purely financial. And what these guys are saying, and then both of them said it, was you have to adjust your pricing on a daily or weekly basis. You won't move product if you're not adjusting pricing. And that takes a human. I have not found a software that can do it intelligently in the right way. There's a lot of third-party softwares you can connect to, but none of them, they're providing you advice. They don't actually digitally do it. They're providing you the advice to do it. They're giving you data scraping and all of that information. But managing your pricing is incredibly important.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So just maybe to react on that, so indeed, there's by nature on marketplaces a competition on prices. This is the nature of the way we operate. I think our role as a marketplace, and on the refurbished probably even more, is to find ways to create more value through the products that are being sold in order not to only depend on a price war. I have two examples that we've launched at Back Market recently. The first one is a program that's basically enabling customers to buy new battery product. What we realized is a lot of sellers are actually changing the battery of the device, but this is not marketed. So it's the same price, either you buy a phone on which the battery has been changed or not. And by showing to the customer that this option, you are also enabling the sellers to make more margin and to get out of this price competition on all the same products. The second example is we've launched a grade that we call premium grade. Before we just had 3 grades, and we launched this 4th grade, which is premium, which is for devices that were also actually sold on excellent grade, but that's at the additional value because the spare parts were original. So by creating this new buy box, we also enabled sellers having this inventory to make more margin on this product that they were selling for a lower price. So this is also some ways to give some breath air to sellers because of course we want to work closer with sellers. We want sellers to make margin whenever they are selling on our platforms. So this is ways for us to enable the sellers to get out of this price down war, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think at first what I heard was it's price, price, price. But then we're talking about adding refurbished parts that maybe increase the quality or the value. Yeah. So I mean, we're really looking at this like triangle of price, quality, or trust. And if I'm just if I'm a single person and I'm going to buy one laptop in the next 5 years on eBay or back market, I'm probably looking at price. But if I'm more of an institutional buyer or B2B buyer, I'm going to start with price and then compare all these different sellers. Like, oh, this guy's got a great rating, or this guy's close to me. I mean, and Kevin, you can probably speak to this as well. I know we've got some data on it, but you know, it's got to be a balance of all these three things. Nobody wants only the price-conscious buyer. You want to establish a relationship, right?
Yeah, I would. I agree with that statement, and it's also the ability with their marketplaces versus the Amazon. You can sell all your different grades on their marketplaces. Yeah. Right. Where in Amazon world, your sell-through rate's going to be garbage for used, right? Yeah. Used equipment. So, but if you wanted to sell used unrefurbished, you're gonna go to those marketplaces because you get to choose kind of where you sell them. In the eBay Renewed program, it's a little bit different, right? You have to have the right grade, you have to qualify to be in the program and all of that. So that brings the trust, as you're saying, right? Yeah. So they've built a trust and a brand recognition where we don't have to go do it. As a seller, I don't have to worry about the consumer experience. They've taken care of that. They've taken care of the brand trust of the buyers. And to your point, Dave, it makes perfect sense because when you've got a B2B buyer, they're looking at, and they may save your branded name. If you're going onto the marketplace as a separate brand of your own, they may follow that brand. We're a consumer, they're going to buy from different people every time, and the consumer behavior is a little bit different. We've tracked this, we've mapped this. The beauty of AI now, we can put it all into a tool and it spits it out. So we want to see reoccurring sales. We want to see, are those B2B sales, are those consumer sales? What's moving, what laptops, if it's a laptop product, which ones are hot amongst different classes of buyers. Price points matter. And that's also going to help teach you your price points that you sell, and as you map those, it's going to teach you what not to refurbish, right? What model you're going to drop off because you began to crunch that margin profile down too slow.
You brought up something really interesting that I think we kind of forget, but it's just a given, right? That we're relying on the brands of these markets that we use. But conversely, eBay, back market, Newegg, Amazon are relying on us as sellers to put out a quality product. So I guess from your standpoint, I'll start with Daniel. How do you guys go about like validating, or even, how do you onboard like a new seller to a new program? It's probably also a good question for you, Antoine, but you don't want a bad apple, as they say, to come in and tarnish your brand. Ultimately it hurts them, but at the same time, if you've got 10 returns from one guy in 2 days, that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So basically the demand is there, but what's driving the conversion is trust. And that's what marketplaces like eBay and Backmarket are building heavily on to increase and ensure trust into refurbished products, especially into refurbished products. It's not such a big topic with new products because a new product is new. Quite simple and very clear what the quality is about. But for refurbished products, buyers need to be ensured that they really receive what they are getting promised to receive, right, in terms of quality, condition, etc. So eBay has heavily invested in the recent years into trust. So we have invested into 2 layers. We have a baseline trust system that's relevant for all sellers. That's standard service requirements and trust KPIs in place that are constantly measured on the seller side. And we actively educating sellers if they do not meet any of these requirements, and helping them to overcome the current gap with potential strategies, ideas, etc. So we're actively working with them. And on the second side, especially for refurbished, we have implemented a lot of trust criteria that is accessible for certified sellers only. So to be part of the eBay Refurbished program, sellers actively have to apply. And then we are reviewing their trust KPIs that we so far see from the business they have done on eBay whether they would qualify or not. And only if they qualify for the eBay Refurbished program, they will be able to use refurbished gradings, item conditions. So we have 5 in place, from good refurbished through certified refurbished to open box. And sellers who are not certified for this refurbished programs will not be able to use these item conditions. And these items conditions are heavily displayed throughout the eBay website, on the search result page, on the view item page, etc., to make the buyer really aware what to expect from the item condition point of view of the product. And sellers who do not get certified will only be able to use used item conditions. So professional sellers from the refurbished program really differentiate from the other sellers. Sellers' inventory in the refurbished program also get higher exposure on the site. So we actively push this inventory. We give it more visibility to drive buyers through this certified inventory, I would say. And especially in Germany, eBay added a second year of warranty, fully eBay funded for the buyer. So this is only accessible for sellers' inventory that are part of the eBay Refurbished program. You know, there's 1 year of statutory warranty in Germany by law, and the gap versus new inventory is the second year of warranty, and that's what eBay is bridging for these certified refurbished sellers.
Yeah, Anton, would you agree with that in general? And I think also, you know, obviously, if you're in a program like that in eBay or at a top program at Back Market, these are your best of your best, right? How do you pick them and how do you encourage them?
Yeah, so for us it's quite different. I think the goal is the same, and we all want to build trust in this industry. The way we are operating is basically having a very tough selection at the start. So before being a seller on Back Market, you need to prove that you are able to deliver quality. So from the onboarding to the first days of sales, on which what we call the launching phase. So you are heavily limited, and then after 30 days, we know if you are able to deliver our quality standards or not. If not, you are exited. So after these 30 first days, we exit 70% of the sellers. So this is already a big selection that we are doing at that moment. And then once a seller is running on the platform, we are constantly evaluating him on his quality KPI, so the appearance rate, which is related to the grading, the defective rate. And we have an algorithm that's basically giving a score to each of our sellers at product level, that's giving him more or less visibility based on the quality standard he has. So basically, if you are a very bad seller, at first, you will not be able to be visible, and you need to decrease your prices heavily to get visible on the platform. And if at one point you get very bad, you are exited. So it's basically constant tension that you are putting to sellers. So this is a challenge for sellers, to be fair. But this is what important for us, because at the end, this is a customer that we are building trust with and building this industry all together. What we want to make sure is not only penalizing the sellers, but also accompanying them all the way on improving the quality. So giving them the right level of insights on what issue do we encounter. Is it about the battery? Is it about the screen? Is it about the grading? And then bringing our expertise to help them finding the right solution. So either the suppliers on the battery, either a supplier on the grading. So this is really working hand in hand with the sellers. So of course, we are quite hard with some sellers, but the sellers with whom we have good relationship and with whom we see big potential, we are really here to accompany them and not only penalize. And this is why I think this is the way to build this industry altogether, and not marketplace against sellers. It's really building a relationship and trust between not only the customer but also sellers and the platform.
And I'm going to let Kevin speak to this, because we talk about, you're a bad seller. No one's a bad seller, but they may be a bad deliverer. They may be bad in actually delivering the product and on the promise that they made to your customer on your platform. I mean, Kevin, we've been through this a lot. What are the pitfalls? When you have to say, this, if we're going to be the best of the best, it's got to ship out today. Well, it didn't ship out today. Why? Speak to that. Once the sale is done, what's our responsibility, and how do we fix problems?
Yeah, I will say that there's stringent requirements to join as a refurbished or certified refurbished or a premium partner or whatever language they're using to get to that higher level. You're making an investment. You as a business are making an investment in a new sales channel. You have to be willing to make that investment. You have to get your feedback rating up. You're going to have to drop your pricing in the beginning. You're making a financial investment. You may not see the margin return for the first 3 months. So that's a decision that you make entering these new channels. So I appreciate their stringent requirements to join their programs. We are then held to an accountability level as sellers, as you're saying, to deliver the quality standards of which we signed up and agreed to. That's great. Where I will say that the platforms fail miserably is, and this is all of them, is how they hold us accountable. And in the RMA rates, if you're consumer heavy, meaning your primary sales channel is consumer, the RMA rate is higher, regardless if your quality is there or not, because consumers buy the wrong thing, they get the wrong color, they mispurchase, they buy something that's very old, they didn't realize it till they get it. There's a million reasons why a consumer makes a mistake on a purchase. Those RMAs count against you, and the platforms don't have, this is all of them, they don't have a really good way to decipher the difference between a consumer return based on buyer's remorse versus you sent a garbage product. Right? And a lot of consumers get nervous when they hit that return button. They just click a reason, and the reason doesn't even apply, but they feel like they need a reason. So they click, doesn't work or something, and then they feel like they're going to get that return. So I know that the channels have done a better job of trying to educate the consumer and change the selections and the drop downs so that they don't automatically select something that doesn't apply, but it still happens. Your consumers are nervous about a return. They think they have to. They think they have to lie. And that's not a them problem. That's a marketplace problem in all. They're getting better and they've done better, but what happens is you're held accountable to these KPIs that they set, and it can stink. I've been there over the years. We've been turned off on certain SKUs and different things over that time. So what I would say is that eBay's done a good job of re-engaging human interaction in this processes and dispute resolution. Back, if you rewind 5 to 10 years ago, they eliminated humans from that interaction and they hid them behind a curtain that you couldn't talk to. So they've gone back the other way. If you qualify, you can have a channel, basically channel account manager or a partner attached to you. So there is a human you can talk to in these platforms, and Back Market has humans as well. So I would say that accountability on quality is incredibly important, but that's also on us as sellers. Right. We have to have better quality standards. Yeah. I get it. You in the room are probably not operations folks, and we all trust our operations folks to deliver that quality. I would assume most people in here are front office or sales or business owners. That's a challenge to trust somebody, and you don't get to see that quality, and then you're trusting the marketplace, and you're trusting the consumer, and then it comes back and the device is perfectly working, and you scratch your head. It happens. It's just part of the game. And I would stress to everybody in the room too, if you're not actively selling on these channels and you're going to join them, there's a financial matrix that you need to do in your business first, because you need to start with an RMA rate. And I would say use 8%, right? Put down 8% RMA, start there, because you don't know until your product and your quality get through these channels.
Yeah. And even as being in the same industry as you, looking at how we look at things, if you're looking at these channels, or even your own self-channel, and you've never done B2B or B2C, it's not as simple as putting items on pallets. You have to have the right packaging, you have to have the right people, you have to have the right controls, because we will go through processes like this. We're top 5 seller, we're this, we've done everything we need to do due diligence, and a picture comes back of a MacBook in a 24 by 24 cube box with no packaging. How does that happen? Nobody knows, but it happens. And those are things you have to be prepared for, the things that you don't necessarily think you should have to control, but at the end of the day, you still have to do the fulfillment. And we all, I probably struggle with that at some point or another. Any comments about his comments?
Yeah, maybe from the eBay side to add, many thanks for this open and honest feedback. I know and I can remember that 10 years ago maybe it was a little frustrating at sometimes for sellers, but thanks to your feedback and thanks to the partnership and direct collaboration, also we at eBay understood that we should change things to help our sellers to be better and to drive their business, and therefore we made a step back and integrated again this human consultation, and that's what I want to underline here. Partnership is for us and collaboration the most important thing to drive the business. It's like speaking to each other, always open and honest directly, right? And that's what's making the difference.
Yeah, I think it's quite similar, and this is a challenge of being in between the seller and the customer. And by the way, basically we are not seeing the product. This is our positioning. So I think there's something about making sure that you provide the right solution for customers remotely. So I'm taking the MacBook as an example, but setting up a MacBook can be hard for some people. You need to be there to accompany the customer, because if you are not doing it, then it's leading to a return. And this is the kind of things on which we are working. And I think there's a question about capturing the reason for the return, because by nature, if you want to build trust on this category, you need to offer a free remorse return. This is the e-commerce basic at the moment, and even more on Refurbished, it's important. What we want to make sure is that it's not impacting the sellers, so it's all about capturing the exact reason for the return. As you said, lots of customers want to find a reason to return a device, even though they don't have one. So what we are trying on our side is human support is definitely something, and what we are also working on is making sure that we get at least a text that being typed by the customer to explain why he is returning, and then with AI and taking into consideration the past orders of the customer, the past behavior of the customer, you can potentially adjust this in order not to impact the seller. So this is human plus AI. It's not only AI, and I think, as you said, whenever you remove human, you are losing trust, you are losing this human touch that's needed to build the trust. But adding some insights and ability to read them through AI is something that's quite powerful in a way.
Yeah, and I think you bring up AI, and that's a good topic here, just in general. But specifically, your two platforms have such great analytics that you then have to figure out how do you work with it. And Kevin made a point of like, we'd love to have AI look at our pricing daily, but do we trust it to make what we think is the right choice? And sometimes it may be, sometimes it may not, but that's also like a business choice. Where do we want to put our efforts? But from Antoine mentioned this, but what is eBay doing in that space in terms of analyzing their own data and saying, hey, give me the whatever topic of the day is, and show me the top 8 people who took returns, or anything like that.
Yeah, so of course we're heavily analyzing our data. There's decades of data available of buyer behavior, seller behavior, etc., demand, supply, etc. So, and we give our sellers constant feedback on where we see supply gaps, especially around the different gradings a product can have, right? On the top SKU level. So what are the top 100 SKUs in mobile phones? Where do we currently, on what conditions we see a gap and opportunity? What should the pricing should be? So what should sellers go for and source in order to, at what price point in order to be successful on eBay? Yeah? We have this information available, and we actively share it with our top sellers. And coming to AI, AI is a huge, how to say, driver of the business in terms of efficiency. Yeah. Nowadays, when I think back 12 months ago only, AI was completely different than it is today. So it's evolving very, very fast. The speed is incredible. And of course, we use AI in different stages at eBay. For our sellers, we implemented solutions with AI. We call it magical listing to improve one of the biggest pain points seller has. It's the speed of listing an item on eBay. So it always took some time, you may know it, to create an item description, to choose the right item specifics, choose the right category, etc. With our AI tools nowadays, I did it myself. It was done within a few seconds, and including the full item description of the product, just by scanning the barcode of a product, and with the catalog data from eBay, it immediately know what product is it, what item specific it has, etc. So it was really fast possible to add it to the site, and that's a very big increase in efficiency for sellers. And nowadays, already more than 300 million listings on eBay globally have been created through AI, and this is just growing. Yeah, and this is where we see AI. AI is not driving strategy or setting strategy. AI is increasing efficiency, and also in the future probably enabling sellers more to understand what pricing to set on their products.
Yeah. Kevin, do you have a question about that?
I'm going to take this opportunity, since I have two gentlemen that have influence in their companies, and I'll take it for all of us in the room, because you have seller fees. You have seller fees that continue to go up, not down, even though volume that your sellers might sell through your platform continues to increase. So I think that the market of sellers, us in this room, would really benefit from the ability of having dynamic pricing fees, dynamic fee-based structure. What I mean by that is, if you know now through AI, you're using AI to determine what your high sell-throughs are, where's your profitability coming from, what products are hot, and you're going and finding those sellers. I know you guys are actively out also. You have teams out seeking sellers in the market to bring you those products. If you know a particular phone model or a particular laptop is just killing it on your platform, why not give them a dynamic-based fee based on the success of that SKU or that model, so that you're rewarding your sellers to sell more through the platform, not less. And I mean this competitively for the two of you against each other and against Amazon and Newegg, because your fee structures are all different, but similarly close, within 1% or 2% of each other. And we know that my sell-through volume is different on each channel as well. So if you want to steal market share from Amazon or from each other, dynamic fee-based pricing would be a really influential tool for us to look at. And when my channel manager is choosing where to sell product, you know, all of those things are going into his algorithm to decide where he's going to move product. And sell-through is probably the number one piece, right? Sell-through, not the 2% that might be different, but it's the sell-through rate is the number one. But if one of you is seeing success, or you're watching each other too, success going through the other platforms, because yes, they are using software tools that are monitoring the other platforms so that they also have intelligence in their own marketplaces. So I just think, I mean, I'm throwing it out there as an open comment to saying dynamic fee-based pricing, I think, it'd be an interesting tool for us to then put into our algorithms to sell more. Any talk of that internally ever?
Noted.
Definitely. So I know fee is a big topic. Developing this industry, developing the awareness is costly, and for sure we need to live as a marketplace as well to be profitable, and this is basically by the seller fees that we are doing it. So we know anyway, and I was mentioning it, how dependent we are on the sellers, on enabling the seller to make money at the end. Without sellers, there's no eBay, Refurbished, there's no back market. So we want to find the right way. What we want, I'm speaking for back market, is really to find alternative ways, as you said, than increasing the fees, to find ways to keep developing and making money. And dynamic pricing or fees is definitely something we are testing. So we are testing it at the moment on some specific items where we know, whenever we capture that the demand is very high, that the supply is limited, then it's a way for us to engage further with the seller. So at the moment it's limited scope, but as you said, and Daniel, you said it as well, but we are just at the beginning of seeing all the potential of AI, and this is something that's currently in our pipe, trying to understand the price elasticity, the supply elasticity, and what happens whenever we put the commission down or the price down, what supply we can bring, what demand we can bring. So this is exactly the topics we are working on. I'm not saying it will be tomorrow because we want to do it properly, but we are making some talks internally and with sellers to do it. So this may happen, and this is the way we see things evolving, knowing the tension that we have on the fee and the need for us to keep engaging with the sellers and the values they are bringing for us.
Yeah.
So on the eBay side, we currently don't have a dynamic final value fee pricing, you know that. But I like this point, and I'm gonna take this back home and discuss with my team. What we do is, especially when it comes to sourcing hot demanded items, is basically instead of lowering the fees for the sellers, we increase marketing. Yeah, we increase visibility, traffic, etc., and that's where we see our job, right? To help you sell more of this high demanded product at the best possible highest price you can get. Yeah, so it's more about marketing. We don't invest into the fees. We invest into marketing, into traffic and demand.
You know, gentlemen, we are at time. We actually run out of time for questions, but you know, eBay does have a booth in the trade show floor. Antoine does not, but you'll be here today, and you certainly come up and ask questions. I think we have to vacate, or at least grab some lunch. I know there's a thing there. Kevin's around today. I'm around today if you have any questions, but I'd like to thank the panelists. I think they did a fantastic job. Thank you so much for attending. I think this has been a really good conversation. Thanks.
Thanks. Was good? Yeah, it was great. Okay, thanks. This is exactly how fun. I had another zinger for you guys. I was going to throw another one at you.
So you're trying to grab for that mic.
Refurbished batteries.
Refurbished batteries?
No, this is a real question.
All right, then rock and roll. Thank you for coming out. This is now the session about the global deep policy dive. My name is Helmut Minor. I'm from Envenance, and I would like to start with the introduction of the three of us on the stage, and I start with Csaba.
Immediate start. So, hi everyone. My name is Csaba Kalai. I've been working for the company CHG Meridian for 14 years, and CHG Meridian is a global IT lifecycle management company. We're not focusing just for IT, but healthcare and industrial assets as well. And I lead our two technology centers and our partners globally, where we run about 1 million assets, IT assets coming back from leasing. And our goal is to provide our corporate customers compliant, secure, reliable, and sustainable end of lease services, focusing obviously maximizing the value of the off-lease assets. So thanks for having me.
Good afternoon. My name's Oliver Mason. I'm the founder and managing director of CoCycle. We're one of the top UK tech B Corps, ADISA certified. We've been going for 8 years, still completely privately run. But in short, we turn the world's fastest growing waste stream, like much of you in this room, into a force for good, aligning that to our clients' ESG goals and CSR goals.
Thank you, Oliver. That was quick. And, there are more people coming. It's good. So my name is Helmut Minor. I'm the founder and managing director of Envenance. Hi, Sue. And we do EPR compliance, which will be the topic of this session this afternoon. Who of you do not know what EPR means? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. The others know what EPR means? Yes. Extended producer responsibility. Very good. You know, Sue, I know, for sure. So we engage as Envenance in the full service chain. We register the so-called producers, which are the OEMs, the manufacturers, the companies who put equipment onto the market for the first time. We register them with the authorities. We do the sales volume reportings for them. We pay the invoices for them with the contribution fees to all the authorities and schemes in the different countries in Europe. And we also do the takebacks. Not the municipal ones, because that is done by the municipalities, but the business takebacks. And as part of those takebacks and as part of our customer portfolio, we are touching the ITAD industry also. We mainly do recycling, really end of life, but part of this is for sure the classical ITAD, and this is becoming more and more relevant. So what I'm talking to you this afternoon, and then what we discuss, is actually, yes, this one. Actually, the framework, first of all, which I find always interesting. I mean, with additional years in my life, I rather like this story. Who of you does not know what the accident from Seveso is? One at least. Yeah, actually, that is something. When I was young, there was Seveso is a place in Italy, a town in Italy, and there was a chemical plant, and it exploded. And as a consequence, there was a lot of waste, for sure, after this explosion. And this waste was shipped from one place to the other because nobody wanted to deal with the waste. Really, it was really a scandal. And it ended up somewhere eventually, but after having crossed, into Austria, Germany, and whatever. The same happened, by the way, after the Chernobyl accident with the milk powder that was radioactive, which was vanishing somewhere. And as a consequence of the Seveso accident, the world came together and agreed upon the Basel Convention, which is on the top, in small now, which is an agreement which defined extended producer responsibility for the first time in the world. And the extended producer responsibility, you see it here on the left, is the principle that the company who puts anything on a market pays for the costs of the waste that this generates. That's the principle. The company who puts something onto the market, might it be a bottle, IT equipment, a car, tires, pays for the waste that this generates. And on top of that, a waste hierarchy was created, which means before you throw something away, you reuse it. And when you can't reuse it anymore, you recycle it, meaning you disentangle the components, and then you reuse the components. Then you reuse the materials. You recycle the materials, and then if this can't go on anymore, then you use the heat coming from the incineration, and only then you dispose of it. That's the waste hierarchy, and as you heard, reuse is the first step, which brings us to the ITAD industry again, and the crucial part that we play. That's the Basel Convention. The Basel Convention is an agreement that have really been signed by the world, by nearly 200 states, with the only exemption of the states that have not really a problem with this, like the Vatican, San Marino or so. Everybody else signed it and applies the principles. Even the US, we're in the area of US bashing all the time. The US also apply the principles here. And the Europeans have set up a waste framework directive on that basis, which is the regulatory framework that we are dealing with, everybody here, this whole industry in Europe. And the waste framework directive has created single directives for all waste streams, and the relevant directives for you here are the WE directive for the waste electrical equipment, and the batteries regulation, which is a regulation for the batteries. And that has been then transposed or is applied to every individual country in Europe. And that brings us to the next piece, the obligations that companies have. Your suppliers, the HPs, Lenovo, what we heard this morning here from Stefan, I look to you, Sue Lime, everybody who has something electrical and puts it onto the market has to comply with this, has to do this. Am I a producer? The producer doesn't mean the manufacturer. The producer is the one who makes it available on the market. If someone is the producer, he has to register in every country individually. We have no such thing as a common market in Europe, and that is irrelevant also for you all. You cannot just trade in Europe as a single market like the US. We hear in the news all the time, we are 450 people, 100 million more than the US. Yeah, that's true, but we have 27 EU member states, plus Norway, Switzerland, and the UK, a single market, and we have to deal with every market separately. So this is the work. Then regular sales reports must be filed based on weights put onto the market, and based on that weight, contribution fees are paid. Now imagine, and we'll come back to that again later, now imagine someone like you take a product into a second life and exports it from one country to another. Then it has been reported as put onto the market, someone paid the recycling contribution fees, expect waste to be generated, and it's never happening because the product has left the company, has left the country, and that is a gap. And then, the organization of the collection and the treatment has to be done, and more things, information for the users, labeling, and the assurance of conformity and sustainability. Now, I think that ITAD sits on the intersection of multiple regulations with the WE, with the Waste Framework Directive, the Batteries Regulation, and the GDPR CSRD regulation. And we hear in these 2 days, I hear a lot about ESG, carbon footprint, and stuff. Not so much about this one, but what all regulations have in common, and what we heard yesterday on the rooftop, legislation is a growth driver. I think the basis that the ITAD industry provides, and an added value that the ITAD industry provides, which is perhaps not as exploited as it can be, is data. All this is based on data, and this data you have. And I think if this is communicated more, there are a lot of people who are interested in. The legislators are interested in. The legislators who put the pressure up on the producer who have to respond to this pressure. And you have the data, and I think this can be a competitive advantage, an added value, and maybe it can even be a business model by selling this data. That, honestly speaking, I think this is really my approach to this. I think you all have something that somebody else needs, and he doesn't even know that you have it to this extent. All right. So that's again, the fragmentation is the issue for your suppliers. It's the issue for the legislator, and just without reading you out what is anyway in there, is we have a responsibility for per state. And there is another thing, when you take back something, it might be waste. It might be waste. I just as a side comment, I spoke with a couple of people here, and they said, "Yeah, we don't take waste. You know, it's all products." Yeah, I think if you do not make sure that someone provides you with a product by saying, "Buy this from me," with an agreement. If he's just saying, "I want to get rid of it, I don't want to use this anymore," then he discards off the product, and then you have waste all of a sudden in your hand. And waste cannot be, Thomas, we spoke about this yesterday, you cannot just ship this from Belgium to the Netherlands without a notification. You need a notification, or otherwise you might get controlled. And there is market observation, and there is enforcement in place in Europe. Not in every country. Not every country does it alike, yeah, but it is. But if you are caught, then it's getting nasty. So what do I see here as the hidden values and the hidden impacts? First one, the producers who declare the volumes and pay the fees have an interest to know when you ship a product from one country to another. Sincerely speaking, if Lenovo, if Stefan this morning sold to you a product for your leasing company, and you take it back and you do the right thing with it, and you then sell it to someone in Denmark, then it has been declared in Germany as put onto the market. The Germans expect the waste to arrive. Lenovo would have, in theory, paid the contribution fees for the recycling, and the product will become waste in Denmark. And the absurdity is that your customer in Denmark, who puts it onto the market in Denmark, again, declares it again, so it has been declared twice. So the legislator in Brussels think there will be more waste than there actually is, because the product has not become a clone, it is just a separate data set. So they expect waste, that is not happening. So if you would report that back to Lenovo, that would help Lenovo by reducing the fees, and would help the legislator in the calculation and in avoiding to put more pressure on the legislation and on us, all us. The second thing is the missing recycling data. We spoke about this in the preparation. There is, you know, when companies like yourself give the equipment to the recycling companies, they recycle correctly, and they provide you with weighing notes, with recycling reports, and they are reported to whom? To whom do you report the recycling? Well, we come back to that in the discussion afterwards. My experience is it's reported to no one. It's reported to a local authority, it's filed, but the guys who have declared this originally, they don't have the report, so the data is lost. And that leads again to not so good legislative decisions and to lack of transparency. Then there's a waste shipment risk. I can only say whenever I hear, yeah, we don't have waste and we ship everything from one country to another, and then we have a downstream partner and he does the recycling and he's R2 certified, fair enough. Transboundary shipment of waste in Europe is prohibited. You can do it, but you have to do the notification and you have to know if you have waste or not. And the IT becomes waste when someone discards of it, wants to discard of it, or intends to discard of it. Now, the operational consequence is local recycling partners, which is what we provide in every country. So instead of shipping the waste from one country to another and do the heavy notification stuff, you need to drop it off within the country of the generation. Local recycler takes care of it, and then it needs to be reported accordingly. Okay. So what I think is ITAD impacts the EPR compliance and it enables the compliance chain. That will be also the question that we will then discuss. I think ITAD enables compliance. Okay, and what is required, from my point, is our sales pitch also for sure for the relevant customers. We have the central data reporting platform. We have the knowledge about this. We know this logic between waste and products. We have the compliant network of recycling partners, and the outcome is a full compliance across the countries, transparency, scalable operations. At the end of the day, I think you already have the critical operational data. I think the ITAD companies control the asset flows. You do this. You do it because it's part of the business model. I think ITAD companies enable the traceability over the life cycle, and the manufacturers, the producers, the original companies that put onto the market, they depend on those data, they depend on the right recycling rates, and they don't have that. And I think the additional value that this industry can offer, and actually has to offer also, is to provide data for this compliance. And from what I see in our EPR, compliance management services, there's more and more requests for this because it's not sufficient. Last year, the figures that were published for the collections of the WE in Europe were 5 million tons. 14 million tons were put onto the market, nearly 15 million tons of new equipment in Europe. The calculated return volume was 9 million tons. And I hear this figure since 10 years now. 9 million tons per year are expected to return. 5 millions are on weighing notes reported to the authorities. Where are the other 4 millions? And the legislator in Brussels still thinks it's all in Africa and India and China and so on, and I think it isn't. I think it's all a wrong calculation. Well, not all, but a significant part is a wrong calculation, wrong expectations, and a lack of data transparency. And I think you have this data, and I think you should be asked. And I think if you tell your customer, your supplier that you have this, I think really this can be an added value and grow the business. Okay, so that was my short run through this EPR compliance, which is actually, and that is my finding. This is the first time I am on this conference here. As I say, for me, it seems to be a topic that is not so relevant. Companies ask about carbon footprint, about ESG reporting, about certifications, but not how do you contribute to the EPR compliance, which shows also the phases that you currently have. Yeah, it's okay, fine. How important is this? Is it important to your customers, Csaba?
Yeah, thank you, Helmut. Oh, definitely. Maybe I can have a more practical, let's say, insights on that. So obviously, as a leasing company, we are under very strong regulation, right? So and our business model has been always sustainability and bringing the major of the assets back to the market and resell them, and destroying is really the last step we want to do. What we definitely see, and our technology centers act as a customer visitor center. So this is where we can demonstrate how we handle, the assets and end of lease. We've seen, or what we observe, is a shifting of customer focus. First of all, data erasure was the main topic, around GDPR introduction and so on. But in the last couple of years, especially, during COVID, sustainability is the main topic. So our customers, asking more and more questions about, okay, what do you do in order to avoid recycling of the assets? How can you avoid, or how do you track? And I'm talking about more the tangibility. What the Lenovo colleague was saying, that how can you be sure that your recycling partner does the right recycling? Because certifications are one thing, but the second thing is, okay, how is executed on the floor, right? And I think maybe in order to make the whole chain more compliant, what we've seen is we educate our customers, right? So even the leasing customers can educate their end users. Hey, screen protection on screens can tremendously reduce, maybe a recycling rate or damages at the end. So I think there is potential even in at our leasing customers to teach them what are the influence factors to avoid recycling, to avoid. So as a summary, it's about customer education, it's about compliance, and as you said, it's about data, right? So basically, this is the customer view.
So thank you, Csaba. So what you are saying is that sustainability plays a bigger role now, and you can even add to this by educating your users of the equipment, by ensuring and then ensure a better result in the second life that you enable then, right?
maybe to add to that. So not the decision makers in terms of financial decision makers or IT leaders of our customers visiting us. It's getting more auditors, more sustainability leaders, who really want to see, okay, hey guys, it's nice what you have on the slides, but what do you do really on the floor? And we had several workshops actually with systemly teams of leasing customers to learn, to get to know how this process looks like, how this Itad process looks like, and what can they do as a customer to contribute to reducing recycling, quote, and obviously it pays off for their ESG reporting. So this is another big topic, I think.
Csaba, thank you very much. If I may add from my experience, what I just think while you speak, I think everybody who does something like this does the right thing, for sure. But there's a lot of, sorry for saying that, there's a lot of talking. There's always someone who sells you, anything. We do everything, we have everything, we have partners, we have processes. You need to prove it. And when someone is audited, then you need to have it documented, what you do, and you have to have the data around it. But more important, you have to reproduce the data. I come to this over here. You have to reproduce the data afterwards, and the reproduction of the data have to come to the same result as the original result, and that requires processes and data again. Okay.
No, I think you make a very good point around the data in particular. So we started CoCycle 8 years ago. We're talking about this just a while ago. It's an industry that's based on a lot of averages. So the data itself lacks structure. I think from a standpoint, the industry has been very used to providing that data. So our clients look to work with CoCycle, not just because of our B Corp status and our ADISA status, but they look to work with us because we do provide sustainability reporting. But we are somewhat stuck in terms of what we can provide to them via the data that's available on the market. So you and I talked about this earlier, this two-way exchange. If the vendors would like to see our data on the back end of us processing, and maybe that is disposition method and what's happened to each of those assets, it'd be very useful to get their data on the front end, because then you can start talking about more solidified ESG reporting. So not just around what you've done at the end of the life cycle, but from an embodied carbon standpoint at the start of the life cycle, in the life cycle during its use, and at the end of it. So you get that thrill 360 picture of the total carbon count, let's say, or the total ESG benefit or disbenefit of that product. So I think that, yeah, it's the data side of it is super interesting, because if those two data points can marry up, actually everyone wins.
Oliver, super. That's very, very helpful. And actually, when I think of the speech from Stefan this morning, who is unfortunately not here, it would be nice if he could comment. He showed us a life cycle, and he showed a diagram of what they do. And Lenovo is a sophisticated company, but they depend on partners afterwards because they can't do everything themselves. So the partner need to have the structure of this. He's talking about the certification, but he's talking about the structures. But not every company has this. Yes, for sure, Csaba. Yeah.
And again, you talk about the recycling partners, but you switch it off for me. No. So what I wanted to say is, so let's say the right selection of the selection of the right recycling partner is another crucial topic. So because they are recyclers, they call them recycle, they have the nice, certification, but you need to go there, audit them. And then what you talk about, guys, is about the data, right? So these recycle partners, preferably globally, needs to have the same data, which we can use or which we can provide to our leasing customers in their ESG reporting. So it's quite a challenge.
And that is a challenge. And then what adds to it is there is not the same data everywhere or the same pattern of the data everywhere. I'm a fan of patterns, actually, but there is no pattern. And then, there is, what was I going to say? You need to, forgot the lost track. There is not the same data. What was I going to say?
Yeah, it's a common framework or a common platform. You need people to report in the same way. And you and I were talking about this again earlier. The reality being that our downstream, we limit our downstream recyclers. We use simply one now because it makes it much easier for us to audit them. It gives us complete ability to understand their certifications, how they align with ours and what we do. But they give us a report which will say X, Y, and Z. We're providing a completely different report to our end user saying X, Y, and Z. They're providing a completely different report internally which says X, Y, and Z. So you don't have that commonality in the structure of the data. So I think having that framework or that overriding, this is how we all report, and you get that commonality, that'll lead to the data being more insightful.
That's right. And now I found my red.
Good. Back over to you.
Thank you very much. No, that's true. Because what is then adding to this is the responsibility in the companies of the original producers, of the OEMs, of the companies who require this data. Because an observation that I make since years, sustainability is always done by the one who didn't duck away. That's it. Yeah, the one who is too friendly, who said good morning when entering a room, who did not look downwards or say, I don't want to do it, he does it. That's one phenomenon. And the second one, it's always understaffed. The guy is the lady is always overworked, has too much on the plate. And then you have always a different function. It can be logistics, can be quality, it can be finance, can be contract management, and not, never, it really sits very well. But it should be is a cross-functional function of which includes the finance for the asset tracking and the balance sheet, the logistics for the tracking, the IT, the sales. But this is not happening. But we can help, I think, by providing a good databasis. And what I try to do is I try to group it together and provide at least a pattern of documents where I say, well, above all this, there's one pattern that you can take, and behind that is then the UK one and the German one, etc. So what is your feeling about this? How relevant is EPR reporting to you? Sue, if I may throw the mic at you, if you don't mind. What does it mean to you?
Will it make it? Yeah.
I think that everybody has to abide by legislation these days, and if you don't, you fail. Customers expect more and more data as we progress within the ITAD industry, and the only way to standardise that is for everybody to work towards the same goal, basically. We expect most of our suppliers to have a certain standard that they work towards, whether that's a similar standard to R2V3, but not all of our partners work like that, that is for sure. But we do a lot of work in India, and even in India we have EPR now, which is very, very strict. It's important to us, for sure, and our customers.
Thank you for replying for the surprise attack, for sure, and that's a good example. Right. So how do you see in we had the question yesterday, how would we see ITAD in 2030? In 2030, how do you see this? Is data still just an add-on, or is it a crucial part? Is it something that we can sell everybody here? How do you see this?
Yeah, so 2030 is coming around at pace, right?
Yes, right.
I think, a few years ago, when people used to say 2030, it felt like it was a long way away, but it's coming around super quickly. I think, it's been a real privilege being in this industry and seeing it change so much over the last 8 years. There's no doubt about it. From an end user standpoint, or a company standpoint, they're far more well informed in terms of what they want now, which is a good thing because it allows them to ask the right question and become knowledgeable about the industry that we're all in. So I think when we look at 2030 and what that'll look like, that same level of information and, like you say, with the data, will allow them to make more informed decision on who they're choosing, which is only a good thing for the industry, particularly if you've invested in the right areas of your business. But it'll also allow them to ask more telling questions, which, you made the point earlier of reuse first, which I couldn't agree more with, right? We live by that as a business. Even the educational piece there to the end user, if you ask them, what do CoCycle do? They'll say, we recycle our tech with CoCycle. They won't say, CoCycle enables them the reuse of that tech. Does that make sense? So I think that idea of understanding actually what you're doing with the technology is being asked more commonly now than it was 8 years ago and than it was 4 years ago. So I think as we move towards 2030, people want to be more informed because then they can make the right decisions, but also they can report proactively back into their business of what the different stakeholders in that business want to see. So I think, yeah, it's an exciting time for the industry, but as we look forward, all this data, the right decisions we've made, it should lead to more insightful outcomes for our clients.
Yeah, I fully agree. And I think maybe in 2030 we have maybe a better database, right? So we need to be honest. I think if our customers would ask you, me or you, we would maybe give a different calculation base, let's say for ESG reporting. So that's, I think we need to be more integrated, more involved. Because I think it's then the credibility of the ITAD industry, right? So if we have the same standards, same reporting, same database, then it's a value add of our customers.
Yeah, for me that, we talked about it earlier as well, but for me that comes at the manufacturing stage, when you think around tier one vendors, right? When you think around the biggest EUC producers. If they're providing that data at the starting point, not just carbon, but we think about minerals, water, whatever else is used in that manufacturing process, that allows everything else to trickle down in the right way. Without that data being readily available, and I'm not sure how many people in the room have done their own baselines of their own business and been involved in those processes, trying to get some of this data points from a scope 3 standpoint can be so trying. And that could be around cloud consumption, it could be around what you're using in the business, what systems, platforms, hardware, software. It becomes very difficult to get the data. So I think there's maybe a lack of integrity there from the end user when they're sitting there going, actually, we don't know what we don't know. And I mentioned earlier some of our clients have actually used some of the data that we provided in their shareholder reports or their annual reports, right? That's all well and good, but it's a bit, I'm very, very honest about it, it's a bit blind leading the blind here. We're all going from the same averages and we're reporting that data back to the client who's then using that data to talk to their own shareholders. It's you know what I mean? It's a bit crazy. So we need the data, the integrity of the data needs to be better so then everything drips down in the right way.
It's very good. I mean, it's really, really funny in a way, if you think. Yeah. So everybody believes it, and then the regulator says this is the truth at the end of the day. I mean, honestly speaking, my view on this is I think the demands will come, Csaba, as you say, if customers would ask more. I think the regulation will request this. I don't see that the regulation in Europe will decrease, honestly speaking. We had recently the so-called omnibus initiatives for the simplification of bureaucracy in Europe. That's one of the biggest laughs of the last half year, I can tell you that, honestly. It's a disgrace, because it was a good intended initiative. Nothing happens. Europe will stay regulated, and that, and we need to respond to this. So that's one side, and the other side is a bit cynical, if you want, seeing the geopolitical conditions, and that was also a topic yesterday on the rooftop. Imagine we will all of a sudden speak of another strait in the world than of the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, in the very moment that we have a problem on processor sides, then what you do will become very, very relevant, because then, it will be hunting for spare parts, hunting for materials, hunting for whatever. But even without this, scenario, the run for resources, the access to resources that are still in the earth, is on its go. So we can provide information, data, on where to find something that is already above the earth. Yeah? And that, I think, we should exploit, and it will be exploited. So the better the data is prepared, the better it is for everybody. That's how I see it, right? Okay, thank you very much. Has anybody a question? Yes.
So, in all the certification that I've seen, Sue mentioned India, even the US, it's all self-certified, really. And you talk to any of the software engineers, the process has got holes in it. We've got examples which are not publicized, because the industry doesn't want to shout about how poor we are at controlling data loss. We sort of hide it, brush it under the carpet. I think, to me, all the ESG is a nice thing for the shareholder brochure. It never balances, as you say. If the regulator as a whole will never get to the position of balancing unless there's a commercial imperative. And the commercial imperative is that I don't see any guidelines to that. We're all entrepreneurs in one way or another. They're the big boys that step on us. And I'll start with the manufacturers not helping us. So we've got to go in between the weeds and make our contribution in the best way we can. But it becomes commercially unviable to follow all the regulations when the person next to you, particularly India. India, for every processor, they've got 3 that aren't regulated, and most of the material goes to that side. But the R2, V3 still gets presented, which then passes on to our client, and they say, oh, that's fantastic, it's all been certified. So I can't see that balancing unless there is, and it might be talking about mining back, unless there's a commercial imperative, which has to come from either the manufacturers or the regulators. Do you see that happening anytime soon?
The clear answer is no. Honestly speaking, therefore I mention it, which is cynical, and I rather tend to not say it, but if we not have a global shortage based on conflict, this won't happen. It's absurd. Yeah, there is, since we have a little bit of time, does anybody know of you the story of the machine, because we are in France, the machine from Marly? Does that say anything to you? Machine from Marly, the machine de Marly. In Paris, there were, in the 17th century, there was this king of France, Louis XIV, and he built Versailles. And Versailles is the castle on the hill outside Paris, and it's on a plateau. And there's one thing missing: water. But the guy wanted to have the fountains in his garden, so actually they built a machine down on the river Seine and pumped the water up 100 meters or 150 meters to the plateau de Versailles to, arroser le jardin de Versailles. Voilà. And it was so poorly efficient that when the king came and crossed the gardeners actually checked out where he came and said, fountain number 3. And then they switched it on, and and then it crossed the court, fountain number 10, yeah, and then everything else was shut down. This was so efficient that they shut down the machine after 2.5 centuries. It was shut down, after the Napoleon War, when there was a little bit of a crisis in this country. And I think what we are looking at, and that's ironic, is actually what's happening. This is my son who works with me. We spend 99% of our time and the time paid by the producers for administration of something that should protect the environment and the resources. 99%. And 1% goes to the recycling side of it. And you are absolutely right, the figures are not good. Starting from the sales volume, starting from the weight definition, starting what you said, Oliver, the averages and so on. It's not good. It's audited. It's testified by approved auditors. And the truth is, companies do not have the data, and what is audited is, do you have an approach? Do you have a concept? Do you always use the same concept? Can you repeat the data when we ask you, and the outcome will be the same, in brackets, not all the time, because the Excel spreadsheet got corrupted and so on. Yeah, it's true. That's, that's a problem of everywhere. Why? Because we don't do a freaking business with this. It's an add-on, okay? And unfortunately, I think that this will remain a condition until we will have really another problem. But on the other side, the companies need those reports. Yeah. Sorry.
No worries. Yeah, I think we were talking about this again pre coming out here. I'd go as far to say as some of the vendors that we know very well do not want this data. They don't want the data which is telling a story of huge amounts of assets ending either up in landfill in the wrong area, disposed of in the wrong way. So it's not in their incentive. I think the chap said over there, that value exchange piece, whether you commercialize it or you get something back from the vendor by doing their administration for them, would make economical sense. So I think that, we all know technology, we're all in this room working in technology, right? Look at how technology has changed our world. They could easily track every single asset they're manufacturing. That's the reality of it. They're choosing not to. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we have reached our time. We are 40 minutes, right? Absolutely. So thank you very much for Csaba, Oliver. Thank you. Thank you for listening. And we see where this leads to. But again, how bad the data is, or how fractioned the data is. One thing I'm convinced: You have data, and people should be aware that you have this data and they should exploit it. And I think if you communicate that you have it, you have an additional message that can bring you business. So thank you very much. See you next year in Nice. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
If anybody in the back rows wants to move forward, we have plenty of seats, and I promise you the three of us have showered and brushed our teeth. All right, I think we're going to get started. Welcome, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about building a reliable international partner network. My name is Brooks Hoffman. I've been in the ITAD industry for 22 years. Kind of the most relevant experience I've had to this topic today is that I built and managed Iron Mountain's global partner network. I expanded it from 3 countries to 36. So I've made a few mistakes along the way, but learned some things as well. I'm going to let my colleagues here on the panel introduce themselves. Just to sort of frame the dialogue, in ITAD, your partner network really is your brand. So the real question is, how do you build one that's trusted, compliant, and scalable across borders? We're going to cover how to select partners, structure relationships, and manage them day to day, then leave time for your questions at the end. So I'm going to, as I said, I'll have my colleagues introduce themselves, their names, their companies, maybe their role, and then we're going to start with kind of a simple question, which is, what does a reliable international partner network mean to you?
Test. So thank you everyone for coming out. Hopefully it's not just the AC room that drew you in here. And it should be a good session. So look, thank you for coming. My name is Ethan Lancaster. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at Renew IT. We're an ITAD and asset management business over in Australia and New Zealand. Whilst we are talking about a partnership network, we are growing and expanding globally. And one thing that we're really leading with as we're growing is bringing our partners on the journey with us. So we're not looking at necessarily competing, but looking to further expand the partnerships and work closer together and really just tap into that geographical location. So what does a reliable partnership network mean to us? I'll put it down to, it's hard to summarize in one sentence. I'd say make sure that the customer's experience is seamless from company A to company C. Make sure that their experience is at the forefront of what you do, and you've got a consistent level of service no matter where you are and who is processing the kit at the end of the day.
Hi everyone, I'm Nick Norris. I am originally from the USA. I actually grew up in my father and grandfather's ITAD warehouse. It wasn't really ITAD at the time. But so I've watched a few generations of ITADs develop, and 3 years ago I opened my own operation to handle some of the larger ITADs Europe jobs. So I kind of got into this business through initially being a partner for other companies and then growing out of that, finding partners for ourselves. And so seeing kind of the challenges that come with it, or what it means to be a good partner. And to the question, I think it's important for me to think of when I'm a partner, or if I have partners, that we're kind of an extension of each other's company. That, like Ethan said, like it's this seamless integration into our standard operating procedures. Do they align with the next company's standard operating procedures? And you know, in the end, like some of this is about the relationships that we build with the people that we work with, and does it feel good? Does it feel consistent? Do we get the same treatment on site that I would get if I was sending my own team there or myself there? So a lot of those kind of come up for me.
Thank you. Hi everybody, I'm Craig Campion. I'm the VP of IT Recycling at Converge in the UK. We are an IT reseller with our own in-house recycling facility, specialising in the UK market. We are quite reliant on our partner network for like global capacity and stuff that we do in the UK as well. For me, what's really important is, as Brooke mentioned before, when you're working with a partner, they're representing your brand as well. Like they're working with your clients, like they are the face of your company as well. So when I'm looking for a partner, it's a lot of trust in that partner, recommendations, what certifications do they work to, what audits do they do in that country, what's happening to the equipment once they've done what they need to do with it as well. These are the sort of things that are really important to myself.
Great, thanks gentlemen. So let's talk about where it all starts, choosing the right partners. Before contracts or KPIs, you know, everything hinges on picking the right partner in the first place. So let's start with a question. What are your non-negotiables when selecting and onboarding a partner in a new country? We don't have to go down the line. We could do in any order that's you guys want to do.
Perfect. Well, I'll kick us off. I'd say reputation, and not just their reputation within industry. As everyone is aware, the industry is still very plagued with a big drinking culture. So just because you're a great drinker and a great person at a bar, it doesn't mean you may be the best person to service a customer. So yes, industry reputation is a key thing to see if they are a good person. However, what is their reputation within their own markets? They may be a leading provider when it comes to the selling of equipment, however, not necessarily the best when it comes to that managed services element. So trying to find a holistic balance. You want to try and work with the best. However, are they the best across all categories? Or would you be happy to really find someone who is consistent from managed services through to asset buyback, through to then recycling and the full downstream traceability?
I think for me, what just popped into my head first is for me, it's so much about that like initial, how did I find out about this person, or how did I find out about this company? Obviously in this world, like handshakes and recommendations go quite far. But for me as well, like what comes up a lot is, how is that first interaction with your potential partner look like? I trust the gut. Like often, as much as certifications can be there and this and that can be there, do I feel good on this initial call with this partner? And what does the follow-up look like? Or who am I getting in touch with here? And so for me, it's a lot about, in this world, like, it's a small world, but these personal relationships can go quite far. So if I have a good relationship with Ethan, he might have someone somewhere that can put me in touch with someone somewhere else. And these go a bit further than going to Google and looking for a solid IT partner in Malaysia or whatever, So it's kind of that first, what's my first instinct feel on this?
So don't rely blindly on ChatGPT.
I don't know. No. I think do some due diligence, and that's trust that process.
Thank you. I think the non-negotiables for me, as I mentioned before, like compliance is the biggest one. There's so many standards out there now. Like every country seems to be using a different one now. You've got R2, you've got ADISA in the UK, you've got e-stewards. Like, there's loads of them out there, and having a company that is an expert in their country and like works to those standards and you can trust them like building a partnership and almost a friendship with a partner is important to me as well. That's where these shows are absolutely fantastic, for getting introductions from other partners into people that you can work with where they have worked with them before is really important to me as well. I mean, Ethan had that last night actually, didn't we, where we're going to start working together moving forwards as well. So these sort of events are great for that, because you can bounce, like, I've spoke to this company, have you worked with them before? How has it worked for you? Really important, and yeah, great.
Good. Why don't you hang on to the microphone, because I'm going to aim the first question at you. So this is a kind of a follow-up question. How do you balance speed in entering a new market with thorough due diligence? Nick, you alluded a little bit to sort of verifying and doing due diligence. What's the right balance? How do you approach that, Nick? Or sorry, Craig.
I don't think you can rush anything in this market. Like the type of equipment that we are handling, particularly in our world, like we're working with the end users a lot. So like the end users would rather us take time and do things properly as well. Like especially if you're handling data or like selling the equipment to partners, like whatever it is, like the customer's going to want to make sure you do it right. So that onboarding process can take time to make sure you've got the right partner. Like the last thing we want to be doing is rushing anything just to get something pushed through. So ultimately something goes wrong or like something goes missing or whatever it is a complete non-negotiable again as well. So yeah, making sure it's done right is so important.
And Nick, what do you think is a reasonable sort of timeline for onboarding a new partner?
I mean, this is something that actually comes up because all of a sudden you'll have a job that you need to sort out within a week, 2 weeks, a month. I think what's really important from both sides, whether somebody's coming to you for a partnership or whether you're searching for a partnership somewhere else, is how clear are the instructions on what needs to be done here. I don't want, if possible, I don't want incomplete lists. I don't want to give incomplete lists. I don't want to give incomplete instructions. I think it starts at that initial, let's call it a request for a quote or a request for partnership, RFP maybe, is this a new thing? How can I be as clear as possible to know that if this can give me some triggers for if this relationship is going to work or not. And I think it goes the same way when somebody's coming to me for a partnership. If I'm not able to deliver that, I'm not going to lie to you and say that. So I hope the same from, I think it's like, how can we get to a place, and when we talk about timelines, the last thing I want to do is go into a new project with an important customer and feel really unsafe about it. So how do I find somebody that's going to assure me from the first call that this will get the job done? And a lot of that sometimes comes from, relationships with other people in this business. Once again, it's not that big of a world. A lot of people know each other, and a lot of people have worked with each other through other partner networks. Yeah, that's what I would.
So Ethan, let me follow up with you on that. Like, what are some of the due diligence, the most important steps in due diligence when you're onboarding a partner?
First one would be similar to the reputation piece. Is I do a lot of Googling. So in Australia, we have a business register where you can see if a company is solvent and checks just the normal checks and balances. Are they still operating? Is there any outstanding issues that you should be aware of if you're going to a partnership with them? The second one is do a bit of background checks in terms of media. ChatGPT is now a great tool. My personal assistant Claude also helps a lot. We're seeing what else is out there. What's being posted, what's being said about them from a public perception standpoint. And then it goes into the compliance check. So jumping on the R2 has a great global map where you're able to see who has the R2 certification across the regions. Just because they have R2, I don't require that R2 certificate at every single one of their locations. Fundamentally, the management system is R2 certified. If the customer requires R2, it's a different story. However, they've already been transparent with their downstream across all facilities. So I don't see that as being a necessity through the onboarding. And the other one is a lot of companies use contractors when it comes to building their compliance systems to gain certifications. I've built all of the Reno IT's ones, so I get it. There's there's a lack of training out there as to what each of the individual ISOs are and why you need them and how you should implement them. So a lot of companies, not to cut corners, they go to a consultant and thinks it's best practice, but then they inherit these policies which aren't fit for their business. They're just a cookie cutter type policy which every single company who've used these consultants have. So it's working with them, understanding their processes and how it complies to certain standards, to understand how have they achieved certification, but then how do they maintain it as well. I know I'm getting to a bit of the governance section. It's not necessarily what the question was, but they're just some of the few checks that we do in the background.
Yeah, I'm going to add a few things to that list. It almost goes without saying, but a site visit, I think, is critical. Even if this partner is far away, I can't tell you how many times I've walked into a processing facility and I've known within 5 or 10 minutes whether or not this is somebody I want to do business with, just by the layout, how secure it is it orderly, how easy was it for me to get in? I always imagine, could I break into this place or could I take something when nobody was watching? And it's kind of scary sometimes. The answer is yes. In terms of certifications, request a copy of the certificate. I have run into situations where people have claimed to be certified and they've even posted like an R2 and an eStewards logo on their website, and then turns out they're not certified. And by the way, eStewards and Siri that manages the R2 certification, they have a database on their website so you can look up the customer, the potential partner, to make sure that they're doing that. The last thing is just reference. You sort of talk to reference checks. Talk about, hey, what other companies? I would always ask a partner, what other companies have you done business with? Can you give me references? Can I talk to some people about how you're doing? So let's get into sort of structuring the relationship. That's where expectations either become enforceable or not. And this is a very sexy question. We have to address it. Which contract terms or structures have proven the most critical in managing risks with international partners?
I've got my mic. I was about to crack a joke. Don't know how jokes travel across the ocean. I was going to say a handshake agreement. However, a customer-facing back-to-back scope of work. So it doesn't need to be customer-facing, but a back-to-back statement of work agreement. So everyone is transparent with what the customer requirements are, and make sure that gets communicated throughout the chain. It's all fine and well you having a 100-page agreement with your customer, but then only giving your supplier a 1-page agreement and asking them to service on your behalf, however, operate with their hands tied behind their back. So really, when it comes to the contracts, you really need to set them up to succeed and deliver the results for your customer.
Yeah, I think as well from both ends on finding partners and being a partner, it's sometimes what questions are asked that are almost filling in the statement of work, where I don't have to. If we have a statement of work, I don't want this to be that far off from how the company already operates. And I want to know that the person or the company that I'm dealing with is aware of how everything needs to be done, from how the audit needs to look, from how the serial numbers need to be captured, from what we require. I think sometimes that comes from the clarity that I'm delivering on them. So how does the statement of work look? Are there any tools that I can give a partner that can help them get better aligned with our operating procedures?
As the guy said, a statement of work gives you the foundations of the agreements that you're agreeing to with that partner. Also for me, I think in our world at Converge, we're dealing with the end user customers, and every single customer is different in terms of what they want, and every single collection is different to the last one that you did. You've got different sectors, things could be on different floors, different building sites, so that communication with the partner is key as well. Having regular meetings, talking to them, and agreeing on a case-by-case basis, because not every single collection is going to be the same with that partner that you're working with. So that communication piece is, again, that's something that I find very important. On top of that scope of work.
Yeah, I'm going to add to that a couple things. One is, I know this is sort of a boring topic, but indemnification. If you're taking on significant liability from your customer, 5, 10, 20 million, in some cases unlimited, you want to make sure that you're passing on that same level of liability to your partner. Because if they mess up, you're going to turn to them and you're going to want them to indemnify you for their mistake. And the next and sort of related issue is insurance. A lot of companies in our industry can't write a check for $10 million if they have a problem. But if they have pollution liability insurance, if they have errors and omissions insurance or cyber liability insurance that would cover a data breach, that's a backstop that'll provide you some assurance. And, hopefully you never have to rely on something like that. But just because they signed a contract that said that they're liable for a certain amount of money doesn't mean that you're actually covered. The last piece I would just mention is a rate card. I mean, unless you're going to want to go to your partner every single time to quote every single job, you're going to want you're going to want some understanding up front about, what are the processing charges going to be for recycling, for remarketing, what's the revenue split going to be typically, and from a logistics standpoint, you can't sort of quote every single job, but give a sense of, if it's within 50 kilometers of the warehouse, it's X dollars per pallet or X dollars per truckload, or X euros, I should say. Because you're not, if you're going to do a significant volume with a partner, you're not going to want to pick up the phone to them every single time and quote every single job and then slow down your ability to respond to your customer. You're going to want to have a general sense, at least, of what the cost of the transaction would be. And then, obviously, once you settle, if the volumes are materially different, there's going to be an adjustment, but at least give you some visibility. So let's pivot. Let's talk about operating the network once you've actually set it up. Contracts only matter if partnerships actually perform, and day-to-day execution is where strong networks really differentiate themselves. So my question to you gentlemen is, what are the key KPIs or practices you rely on to effectively manage your partner performance? How often are you talking to them? Are there certain metrics that you're reviewing on a regular basis? How do you sort of, maintain that partner relationship once it's in place?
Yeah, so for me, key KPIs are, from the very start, like the communication to the clients, like if the partner's representing you and speaking to that client, like how quickly are they getting back, what is that service like, what are they committing to in terms of like processing days, like have an agreement on that, and when you're getting your certificates of disposal, your data erasure certificates, your asset management report at the end, transfers of funds back to the customer at the end for any rebates. Like these are the key KPIs that we'd be looking for as part of that as well, and then any sustainability reports that would follow that as well, like agreeing that.
Yeah, what comes to mind right away is sometimes how I think it depends a lot country to country, but communication being probably one of the most important things for me. If I'm being properly communicated how things are being done, if I'm not on site or if someone from my team is not on site, I'd love updates. I think that like an update with an image goes really far on a decommissioning project.
How often? I mean, how much do you want to manage versus delegate with the partner?
I think it comes to one of those things where when it's I mean, we don't have an hourly update or something like this, but I do want to be, I love the feeling of knowing that it's being handled in a way that I would maybe handle it, which is
You also, as well, importantly, you don't want a bunch of people running around on site not knowing what to do and getting things held up.
Do you ever go on site to sort of manage the partner yourself?
Yeah, most jobs we will send someone from our team on site, or several people from our team on site, because we know the kind of the point that we need to call in extra things. Or an important thing in this business is when entering into sensitive areas or data centers, you need to make sure that if you're sourcing a logistics team, or if the logistics team that your partner has sourced, they're sending people that are competent enough to be inside of a live data center. So I don't know if that fully relates to this question, but I think it's an important point to kind of talk about is, how do you have eyes on the situation when you can't be in 6 places at once? And maybe, you know, as much as I would love to have our full team at every single project, that's why international partnerships work. And so whether you need to be on site more for the first few jobs, I think that's super important, to see, okay, who are they sending in? What do they look like? What kind of knowledge around it? Who am I giving cable cutters to? You know, it's these kind of questions actually come up here when people will say they know what they're doing, but yet they don't know how to remove a server from a rack. So it's, yeah.
Before I dive into the original question, yes. I also think it comes down to, so I don't think there is necessarily a set way of going, how much should you talk to your partner? I think it's very much so end customer dependent, but also project dependent. If you have a large scale project, it could be important where you do daily check-ins. You might have twice a day check-ins depending on the size of the beast that you're working on together. I think a good metric could be a weekly or monthly check-in at a minimum. I think that would be a happy balance, just as a general rule of thumb. However, it's very, very much so opportunistic, opportunity dependent and customer driven as well. How often does your customer want the updates as well? So you're not just having daily check-ins with the customers for the sake of having a meeting. It's you make sure it's value add for all parties involved. Back to the original question, I think it still comes back down to the back-to-back statement of work from one party to another, so that way everyone is aware of what the expectations are and the contractual requirements from processing through to payment as well. The last thing you want is a downstream partner, a partner, second phase within a continent, paying your customer late, and then putting the entire contract in jeopardy. So having payment terms in that contract and having it back-to-back so everyone is aligned and have the expectations are set is important. But then also understanding what your partner's processing capabilities are. It's all great that you can process 1,000 devices at your head office. However, if you're with a smaller partner in a certain remote region, they can only process 100 devices a day. Why would you set a KPI for them to hit 200 a day? It's just purely unrealistic and it will set them up for failure.
It's a good point. And I think it's a good distinction between the sort of the on-the-fly update, checking in, daily in some cases, but probably more like weekly, monthly, and then a formal QBR, quarterly business review, which is something we did at Iron Mountain. And we tended to have those more frequently with companies that we were doing more business with, but we had a standard framework, certain KPIs that we wanted them to report in on. And then we would also talk about what's going well, what's not going so well. Which kind of brings up an interesting question. I'd love to get sort of a war story or a horror story from you guys, maybe examples of something that didn't work with a partner and sort of a lesson learned from that.
Without airing too much dirty laundry.
We can keep this on a no-name basis.
No, I think it's more so setting one another up for failure and just really down to the expectations. What do you expect of the partner? And you do have to reassess and realign partner to partner. You can't just go, I've got one partner in America who can do this. So, hey, partner in Lithuania, you need to do that as well. There has to be fair, you just have to be realistic and assess it case by case.
So one size doesn't fit all.
One size doesn't.
But what do you do in the case where a customer wants a very standardized service delivery across all geographies?
I think that's when you hit the crossroads of, do you scale up and expand to service that customer in-house versus what does it look like to service those partners? If there are no service partners in region that can meet the customer's requirements, you're going to have to put together a business case study and see if it's worth expanding or working with your customer, understanding why they have those requirements. Just because it's been a requirement for 30 years doesn't mean it's a valid requirement. We have customers that we're talking to constantly and helping them review their data security standards. A lot of them are still pushing for DoD because it worked for the IT manager 30 years ago. That's great, but your entire fleet's now NVMe.
Got it. Guys, any war stories, any horror stories, lessons learned?
Do you have anything to? You want to go for a war story?
Well, our war story is like in a partner network, as a few of us have said, like trust is the big thing. We've had an example where partners have gone and done a service for us on site with a customer and then have pushed that customer to do the work direct through themselves moving forwards, which obviously with a partnership, you see it as a long-term thing that you want to be doing work with them for years as well. Like you both win together and you build that trust, and to get one quick win, in my eyes, seems a very silly thing to do, but we've seen that and then had to go and get more reliable partners to go and do that work moving forward. So yeah, that was kind of like our horror story that we saw about 6 months ago.
Yeah, and I think one of the ways you mitigate that is what we used to do is in the contract up front, we would disclose, here are the companies we're going to be introducing you to, and you cannot solicit them directly or indirectly, even if we terminate our contract with you for a period of time. And if you do, there are financial penalties. So, you know, and it's very short-sighted for a partner to do something like that because this is a small, you know, industry. Word gets around. And if you start getting a reputation that you're disintermediating your partners and going around behind their back and soliciting their customers' business, that word's going to get out, and you're not going to have many partner opportunities going forward. All right, well, let's switch off from war stories because I'm sure we could probably talk all night about that, maybe over a beer later. Let's zoom out a bit because operating globally adds a layer of complexity. You're managing different standards, different cultures, and expectations across regions. So my question is, how do you ensure partners are truly operating to the required standards or procedures, not just holding certifications?
Yeah, I can take that. Yeah, this is something that comes up quite a lot, and we've talked about in preparation for this talk a little bit, because you have country by country, even in Europe, you have different certifications for different countries that may or may not mean more than one of the, that may or may not mean more than an R2 certification. So you're not going to have exact knowledge on what's required by a company in every single country in the world, but I think cultural working styles is super relevant in doing projects all over the world. And I think that it's not a bad idea in these initial calls, you know, what is your working style? What is your response time? What kind of people do you expect to send on site? How do you guys handle if something goes wrong? Because it's going to range a lot place to place. I'm an American running a company in Germany and the UK, and coming from America, response time is like a high bar, but in a lot of places, response time is not quite up there, and you might get
especially in August.
Well, and that's kind of the joke here is like, you know, if you're trying to reach out to somebody in, I don't know, some European country, like you might not be able to reach them for 3 weeks in July or August. And so what are these expectations up front? Because stuff comes up quick. We have to act on our feet fast here once a partnership is in place. What can we expect, not today, but what can we expect down the line? Who's available? Who's the next person in charge? Who's, you know, so I think
who's the backup? If so-and-so is with the family, you know, away for 3 weeks, who do I call if there's a problem?
Yeah, and it really quickly, it reminds me of like one time in searching for a partner. there was like 12 people on the call for an initial just like, hello, we're looking for support in these places. And I was just sitting here trying to think, did I like that or did I, like that was a bit, there was a lot. And so is it important to kind of show your full team, like this is this person, this is this person. And I quite liked that, but I don't know if that's fully necessary.
I think it also comes down to, so we spend a lot of time onboarding a partner, and the buck doesn't stop there. There has to be the regular audits. Obviously, you don't want to audit them every month. It's the quickest way to lose a partner, whether it be through distrust or they just go, we're spending more money servicing your compliance requirements than we are actually making this opportunity to get out. But there has to be regular audits with that customer, but not just, hey, here's an Excel spreadsheet, fill it out, send it back to us, thanks, we'll see you again in 12 months' time. You have to be sticky with the partner. Similar to if you're working with a customer or, say, a channel partner. There is no difference between them. You just have to do your due diligence and just see things through in detail.
I think what I find really interesting in this market, in this area, is like this is an industry that's just changing all the time. Like so many different rules and regulations coming out from different standards, and R2 could bring something new out. Perhaps in America, in the countries that use that, we could have a change that comes from ADISA that we need to adhere to as well. So it's like understanding from those partners like what changes have made that they're working to. Like if something does impact on that area from that audit body, like how quickly are they implementing that, and what checks and what does that mean for us as a partner that we need to now communicate to that with our customer also.
Great. So we touched a little on this earlier, but even with the best structure and oversight, things can and do go wrong. The real test of a network is how it performs under pressure. So when something goes wrong with a partner, what does a strong response look like in practice?
Yeah, and as you said, bro, like things go wrong, like you'd be a fool to sit here and think like every partnership and every service is going to go absolutely perfect. And when things go wrong, that shows the true test of a partner and that person who's looking after your account and how they handle your customer as well. That's where, to me, communication becomes real key. As Nick was saying, just like having those constant updates is really important. The last thing that I want to see is I'm chasing someone saying like, where are you at with this? And you were sat there waiting for 2 hours, and at the end of the day, you've got a customer waiting for that update. You're being chased by them. You want that information like reliably from that partner straight away as well. So that's
you want proactive communication from your partner.
Great word to sum up what I just said in 2 minutes. So yeah, that's exactly what you want.
Great. Do you guys have any sort of real world examples when something went wrong that a partner sort of went above and beyond and did a great job responding?
I was thinking in the opposite direction.
Okay, well, the opposite.
But something that's really important for me and is how when something does happen, and I'll just use the example of a data center decommission project. How does the team that's on site respond to when something goes wrong? And I'll say, there's times where the team might not feel like they went wrong, but it doesn't matter because the people that are running the data center believe there to be something wrong. So when a situation comes up, even if you could be the most right person in the world, we are there to full customer service. The customer is always right in this situation. There is never any argument that happens in this world. And it's very important for me with anyone I work with or when I partner with for people. There needs to be a level, even if we feel like we did everything right, everything could still be wrong if somebody says it's wrong. So when you have let's say the head of a data center rushing in that they're not happy with something, well, they're not happy with something and we need to reconfigure. And I've been on site at times where somebody has talked back and said, no, this is how it's done, I know better than you, and that's just not how you deal with any customer. So I think it goes to simple customer service. How do we not get heated in these situations, these high stress situations? We're lifting heavy things. Things are happening. You're taking down cable trays and they fall on the ground and they ruin the floor. Like, how do we respond to these kind of situations? And I think calm approaches versus like aggressive approaches will always be important. And
So I won't throw any partners under the bus. I'll throw my own company under the bus. We had an opportunity for another global Itad service one of their customers, and they had a small tele office in Sydney. We were installing some curved monitors, and when one of the technicians installed the monitor, accidentally cracked the bottom screen. However, as there was no power to the desks, the electrician hadn't been in yet, there was no way of checking that on site. So the next morning, the electrician came in, turned it all on, big ugly screen came on, and we got a panic call at 9 p.m. saying the customer's moving in on Monday, this is a Friday evening, you effed up. We did F up. So we went to the nearest retail store, we picked up a like-for-like monitor, drove out the next morning and installed it Saturday and did the final sign-off. So when that employee was to rock up to their first day of the job on Monday, the environment's perfect. And as we say to our staff and partners, we don't judge you when things go right. It's how you respond when you're faced with adversity and things do go wrong. How do you respond?
Yeah, there's an interesting study that says that you engender more customer loyalty by making a mistake and making it right than you would have had you never made the mistake in the first place. So, interesting insight. I'll give an example of a situation where we had a partner that was subject to a ransomware attack, and basically their whole system was held hostage. And instead of sort of covering it up or going silent, they were very proactive. They reached out to us immediately, gave us an update with what they knew, what they were doing to address the situation, and they gave us a script that we could use with our customers to explain to them what was happening, which, we tweaked it a little bit, but it was very helpful that I didn't have to sit down and sort of write it myself to start with. And then they were very proactive in checking in a couple of times a day, actually, on exactly what was happening. And as soon as they had a resolution, they let us know. So that proactive communication that you were alluding to earlier really made a huge difference. So I'm going to ask one more question, and then we're going to open it up and be interactive. Hope that people have some things they want to talk about in the audience. But this is a forward-looking conference. And we've heard a lot of people talking about trends and developments, what's going to happen, by 2030, which is only 3.5 years away, which is a little amazing. But looking ahead, I'm going to ask each of you, looking ahead, what will be a best-in-class internet? What will a best-in-class international partner network look like? What will how will that evolve over the next 3 to 5 years?
I don't think it needs to wait 3 to 5 years. I think we can do it as of today. And that is just being a good operator, being open, transparent, and just being a good human being. It's as simple as that. There's nothing else to it. It's just do what you say you're going to do.
Yeah, and I think what's important for us too is that we think of, or for me is, I think of the companies that I work with and the companies that work with me is that we're growing together in this. And I'm always hoping to learn from the people that either I service or that service me. And so I think being open to influence from others as well, because if we're going to be doing jobs for each other, let's learn about how our company operates. What is it that you're focusing on this month or the next month?
So Nick, that kind of gets to the point of the difference between a partner and a vendor. Can you sort of expand a little on that, what you see as the critical difference?
Well, I think a partner is somebody that you share your knowledge with together to become better, like what I said just then. I think I enjoy a lot the relationship with the partners I've made. I think it's important for me to have a relationship with the people that I work with, and I also get excited about it. So being on a panel with the three of you guys already brings me closer to, and I think we can learn stuff from each other. And I think the same goes. We're missing an opportunity if the people that we're working with, we look at it as a transactional relationship or something like this.
So it could be win-win instead of a zero-sum game.
Of course, I'm all for win-win, 100%. Yeah.
I think the big thing I'd like to see evolve more over the next few years is the whole sustainability aspect of all of this. I think that's really important. We sit here when we sell this service and we put onto customers that you need to recycle your equipment with an ITAD that's going to be doing the right things with it, making sure your equipment goes to the right places. But what are you actually doing as a partner? Like, what your ethics as a business, like what do you do? Like, it's all well and good like talking the talk, but do you walk the walk as well as a partner network? And I think that's something that there's some great stories that get done by businesses that come to these shows and ask a lot of companies about it. And it's really great to see what people are doing, but that's something I'd love to see keep evolving over the next few years and stories being shared.
Yeah, and I'll just add, you know, I think there are two things I've heard this is sort of a constant refrain in some of the other sessions. One is standardization, you know, trying to get a partner network and getting on the same page in terms of how data is going to be reported, so it's much easier to standardize and share with customers. And then just seamless integration, having, you know, a partner system that can integrate easily with your own system, which then can integrate with the customer system so that you can pass data and information and reporting in a seamless and efficient manner. I think those are things that I hope we're working toward over the next 3 to 5 years. So that's enough about kind of our agenda. We'd love to hear from anyone in the audience that might have any questions. If you don't have questions for us, I have some questions for you. So you've been forewarned. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to formulate this, but talking about partnerships, reaching out, quick responses. I mean, a lot of I think things have to move fast. They have to open without, they have to move without having the whole picture. How do you navigate with partnership when also with the communication when it's landing the deal to say, let's come into this together, let's reduce our margin, maybe let's try and get this? And how do you see that as being something where we could become stronger at this, at landing bigger deals together instead of having to go for it yourself and then just simply doing the kind of, you know, throw a certain percentage off on every step of the way so that we can stay competitive within the bigger market?
It's a great question. Who wants to tackle that one?
Yeah, it is a great question. Again, I think that a lot of that comes down to the relationship you've got with your partner, where you can have that conversation with them, where if you know that's a very cold prospect customer that you need to go very aggressive on, it's pointless you putting a tiny bit of margin on and the partner's sticking on lows and everybody loses together. So to be able to have like that confidence in the partner, you're saying like, look, we need to like buy our time. This is the first order we're going to be getting with this customer. Like, see, here's a long-term plan in terms of how we're going to approach this, rather than a quick win. Is often how we approach that thing.
Yeah, it also brings up the topic of how open and transparent are you going to be with your customer that you're using a partner. You know, our policy at Iron Mountain was always full disclosure, no surprises, letting the customer know, look, we have our own facilities, but there are certain markets and certain service lines that we can't address ourselves, and so we do have partners. Bringing those partners into meetings with the client so they get to know them, because they're going to be working with them anyway. It's when they roll up in front of the building with a truck that has a different name on it, they're going to figure it out. So I think that transparency is really important.
Just to add to that as well, so completely agree, Brooks. If you're the ITAD, you're the primer on the opportunity, it's just how selfish are you going to be? To make all of, an extra $1.50 per device for processing, is it worth potentially losing what could be a multi-million-dollar contract? You're chasing dollars and cents, really. I'm not saying you do a straight pass-through. However, I think you just got to be nimble and just work together to put your best foot forward, really.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay. We got two of you. The two of you can fight over the mic.
I'll go first, mate. Thank you. Yeah, so my question is on how do you guys think, what is the ideal situation of managing quality over quantity when it comes to partners? For example, in Europe, you can provide services from Central Europe pretty much across the whole continent, but you can also have partners in several different countries. Obviously, the more you have, the more chances that something could not go right. and where's that leverage and what could be the logistics cost going, for example, from Poland to Romania, to the risk of working with someone in Romania that may not be exactly what you're looking for?
Yeah, that's a good question. It also gets to the issue of the resiliency of your partner network. I had a situation where once Iron Mountain started making acquisitions, we only had sort of 2 major partners, and they both fired us because they said, you're not a partner anymore, you're a competitor. So I had to rebuild our entire partner network in 90 days. So there's definitely, to your point, a balance between, do you want to have a few partners because it's simpler to manage and a little more standardized, or do you want to have lots and lots of partners and you've got redundancy, but it's more complex to manage? But what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there's maybe something like a sweet spot in between managing 85 partners to fill every single country that a lot of jobs are happening in versus you have that on one end and you have working with 2 partners that are worldwide, that there's more points of failure there. So I think if I had to answer the question in the most literal sense, I think there's a sweet spot in the middle of people that are adaptable and able to handle various locations. And if you see a lot of volume in one place, maybe that's the time that you scale up your partnership in this area. But I think you don't want to, I don't think you want to go too far on either end of managing 60 plus different companies. And I think you also don't want to be dealing with just 1 or 2 or 3.
Agreed.
I have a question from the customer's perspective. Like, we are the buyers. We are in the business for last 23 years in California. So we know the IT part, but the latest challenge with mobiles and the tablets is that not all the information is provided by the vendors. For example, the battery health is concealed, and that makes a lot of difference. Then there is certain grade, earlier it used to be like, what happened with Bright Star. So things can go wrong. The companies vanish just because of those mistakes. So it is very important that the transparency, the communication has to be so strong and so transparent that whosoever is buying, he knows what he is buying, so that there is no hiccup. It is very, very pathetic situation, when you get something which is not expected of the vendor, and then you go back to them, and then they say, no, this is how we do it. So nobody likes that situation. And with mobile products coming, like, there will be a time when laptops may not be existing, so everything will be either on tablets or phones or everything. Or the tablets, the laptops will be folded, folding laptops and all that. So because of this industry is growing so big, the mobile one, so the transparency is very, very much required. So from this customer's perspective, we are volume buyers. We don't want to things go haywire with hard-earned money. So this is my question.
It's an interesting question. My person
seemed more like a statement than a question, but
my colleagues on the panel may have a different stance. Mine isn't. That's not necessarily tied to a partnership network. That's more tied to an individual organization's reselling capabilities and how transparent they are when selling, their lots or their marketing orders. So I don't necessarily think that would fall under the responsibility of a partner network. So
one complication as well is, we might, like, let's say we're going to procure the equipment from our customer and we're going to turn around and sell it to you. They may misrepresent to us what they're sending us. So it may be through no fault of ours that you wind up with something you hadn't originally expected. And in that case, I would expect to work with you to go back to the customer and say, hey, look, you said these were grade A, they're grade C, and you said there were 200 and there's 150, so there's got to be some adjustment.
So there are few companies, they are here, they don't tell you the battery health. It is there in the testing system, but they don't tell you. So that's a problem.
That is a problem.
Are they refusing to? Or is it not being asked?
I've seen them. I visited the facility. They're in the software. Blackboard has. They say,
Yep.
okay, battery capacity so much, but they don't tell the customer.
Okay, well, so what we do with our partner networks is, if we process this equipment, say I process equipment for, I'll pick on you, Craig, if we're processing Converge, we're providing Converge with the full serialized report of what we process, as well as the erasure certificates, whether it be a Blanco certificate, zip erase, so that way Craig can pass it on to his customer if he'd like to, or if it's not required, then he could just have that for his own records. And I think that just comes down to the vendor onboarding stage and setting clear outlines of what your expectations are for them as part of the service and partnership.
There's one more question, because I do have a question. Well, there's more than one more question. Okay. Well, we can stay all night if you want.
All right. I'll come to you. First of all, outstanding session. I've been to a couple of these already, and this is probably one of the best ones. So well done to you all. Yeah, you hear that? Confirmed. Aaron Buckler, Renew IT approved. So I'm Aaron, Chief Sales Officer at Renew IT, a colleague of Ethan's. I look at the P&L, and we spoke about it briefly around certifications. As someone who looks at the P&L on a daily basis, I do see a small fortune that we pay to have the certification, and we obviously implement them, of course, and the whole process is with that. Talking about onboarding a partner, what are the non-negotiables, I guess, of the certifications that they need to have for you to even progress the conversations? So what are the non-negotiables, I guess?
Guys want to take that, or I'll chime in at the end?
Yeah, it obviously comes down to what type of work they're going to be doing, but for me, like the non-negotiables that we have are around the insurances, like how they're handling the data and what data erasure methods they're using, as well, like what certifications they're going to be getting back. Payment terms is always an important one that we look at as well, as a non-negotiable from the clients.
A lot of it's client-driven, right? If a client says, you have to use R2 certified companies, then there's not a lot of room. But if a client is more flexible on that, and and I need service, in Rwanda, you're not going to find an R2 certified company there. So it gets back to, as you said, risk. We're dealing with, strict data security situation versus maybe non-data bearing equipment. And then really understanding how that partner is operating beyond the certifications, because you can have all the certifications in the world. If you're not really walking the walk, you're putting yourself at risk.
I wish you got your list of questions before I got on the panel. Again, it all depends on what type of service you're providing and what certifications will then fall in scope of said service. My personal stance is I believe the only certification that would overlap across all aspects of an ITAD organization, whether it be managed services, asset buyback, or recycling, is quality. I think the 9001 is arguably the only certification that is a fixture in a service delivery.
Someone else had Dennis.
You asked me for a tough one.
No, I asked you for not a tough one.
I'm lucky enough to have numerous partners across the world, and obviously I'm nowhere near the size of you guys. In your work so far, so when you have an issue, and it might be your issue of a misdescription, of a misrepresentation, or you have a failure, or you have a data breach, what legal recourse have you had to employ in order to compensate for the mistake or the fraud or whatever the issue might have been? And if that across boundaries, so for example, would you attempt to do that in India? Would you be happy in the States? You could just look at a billboard and get someone to help you. But it's different different legal processes in different countries. So how do you do that as a risk assessment?
Thanks for the question. We're kind of coming to time, so I think we're going to have to answer this one fairly quickly.
Yeah, well, I've got a bit of a live example with this one. Literally, as I stepped off the plane in Nice, we won a contract with a university to supply some refurb devices that we had a partner do the etching on the devices, and we had to have those devices delivered to the customer on Monday, coming into exam season at universities, and the laptops turned up with another university name etched on the devices. So as I stepped off the plane, I had an angry university on the phone to me, and there was penalisation conversation as part of that, as part of the contract win that we'd got, but phoned the partner, and the partner was there on the Monday and swapped the etching, like cleaned it off, redeployed the etching, and had it all sorted that day. So that was a bit like where we were talking about like when things go wrong, how do they step up? That partner was like there with like 5 people, like got all these like laptops sorted, and the customer's happy, and then on the phone saying like, I've never seen anything like it in terms of like how that got sorted so quickly, same day for us. And yeah, it was a stressful journey from the airport. But
yeah, and I would say if you're getting the litigation stage, you picked the wrong partner, because that's going to take years and you're probably not going to recover much. So that's why that initial onboarding and really trusting who you're working with is so important. You can have a 200-page service agreement and it's not worth the paper it's printed on if you pick the wrong partner. So that's all the time we have. I want to thank everybody for coming, and if you have questions, you can tackle us individually. But thank you very much.
think we have to turn it on. Hi.
Hello?
Oh, we're actually going to sing for you guys for the next 45 minutes. You need to look at him, apparently. Oh.
We're running a little late. They ran over.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for who has attended today's session. Can I have that card? Sorry. It's my cheat sheet. So today we do have a lovely panel of ladies for empowering women. Hold on, empowered women, empowering careers, crusading your journey in an ever-changing tech world. What's really neat today is we have a nice assortment of ladies who have been in the industry, ranging from 2.5 years all the way up to 25. So really excited. We do have the first one to the right of me with Ann Morris. She brings 25 years of global ITAD experience, leading secure, scalable, and sustainable programs for multinational organizations. She blends deep operational expertise with a strong financial discipline and a customer-first mindset, supported by a robust global partner network, and helps organizations maximize value and strengthen compliance through innovative, globally consistent solutions. So welcome, Anne. And then we have, in the middle here, we have Amanda, who comes with over 30 years of experience. So I lied when I said 25 initially, so 30, go you. And has done a variety of roles, primarily within the IT rental industry, before moving into what was Hamilton Rental's ITAD division, later being Toup de Bell? Awesome, okay. Integration, when they merged back in 2014 and 2016, Amanda left Bell Integration and set up and manage the ITAD division for Centerprise International, side Lifecycle, where she has also, in addition, she is also responsible for operations support within the organization. So we welcome Amanda. And then last but not least, our kind of newbie to the industry, based out of Germany, Teresa van Alten is part of the founding team of Recyclotronics, a German ITAD and certified recycler. She holds a background in social sciences and PR and now works as head of business development across international markets in a multilingual environment. Her work focuses on driving growth and developing partnerships within the recycling and ITAD sector. So welcome, ladies, and we welcome our audience, and we appreciate you being here so much. So we're just going to kind of start some questions at the end. We'll have time for a Q&A, but of course, if you have any comments, since it's a small group, feel free just to kind of raise your hand. We'd love to hear your feedback as we move this forward, so thank you. But I'm going to begin with Anne for the first question. This was her question, it's good. What strategies have helped you stay confident and visible in a tech landscape that's constantly shifting, and how can women support each other in doing the same?
Yeah, it's a man's world and ever-changing in technology, that's for sure. And I think the key thing is being curious. Always wanting to learn and understand new things all the time and sharing that learnings with everybody. I think that's absolutely key. Being confident in yourself as well. You know, often if you're not 100% confident, even if it's not accurate, be confident. You know, it works, and it's usually be confident and then go and figure it out at the back end, for sure. I know that we all do that. I think that's obviously a key, and always just exploring what next. You know, technology is always changing. You know, everything's always changing, so it's just trying to tap into, oh, well, how do they do that, or what can we need to do, and what do we need to do to help support it?
Great answer. I think that, too, is just kind of about really asking questions, sharing the knowledge that you have, you know, with other ladies, helping them grow. I think a smile goes a long way. So just kind of being open to that. I think sometimes it's hard to smile at people, right? Because you might kind of feel the tension and feel a little bit awkward. But I think that welcoming smile goes a long way, just, you know, to help people feel okay in what they're doing. Anything else to add from Amanda or Therese on that? Okay. Awesome. So we're going to move ahead to Amanda. What unique strengths do you believe a woman brings to leadership in the industry?
Yeah, so that's really loud. I think women in IT leadership can bring a lot of more emotional intelligence than maybe our male counterparts, which can help with collaboration, resolution of some conflicts within teams, and also provide operational excellence. Whereas if you get a group of guys in a room, you might not have that emotional intelligence as much as women do.
Yeah, and I'd like to quickly touch on that. I feel like with this question, I would like to be a little bit careful, because I feel like the answer to this has historically sort of kept us from getting a seat at the table that we want to be a part of. Especially, if I'm saying, women, as you said, and I think it's a great point to say that there might be more emotional intelligence, for example. What I think a lot of women, or what I see a lot of women in the industry bring to the table, is an awareness of who needs what, and an awareness and an ability to be able to read the room. And I mean, all of our jobs are based on relationships, right? And I think that is a crucial leadership quality, but a quality that anyone in the industry must have, to kind of anticipate what someone's going to need and what is going to be hard for someone. And I don't necessarily think that that's a biological thing, but it's just that women have had to train themselves to be more aware of these things. And I think it's great if we can use that as an asset and a quality to bring not just our own companies forward, but also the whole industry. And what you said about operational intelligence, I definitely see that, because we have an operational manager who's also a woman. And I do feel like there's a very, very high quality and sort of perfectionism that comes to that in the best sense of the word. Yeah.
Terrific. Thank you. So we're going to move on to our third question. What is something you had to unlearn to grow into your current role? So I'm going to pass that right back to you, Therese.
So when I first stepped into this industry, I thought, I need some sort of education, right? I need to have studied something in particular, or I need to go and do some training, right? Some formal training at a university or something, because in other jobs you have some sort of formal training that qualifies you for the job. But what I had to unlearn, and this is a great thing, I think it's going to serve me very well, what I had to unlearn is that no one's going to come and tell me exactly how to do things. There's not going to be a course, a curriculum, ABC, of how to go about these things. But we need to constantly keep on being curious and learning. And I think this is something that's great about this industry, is that we're learning every day because it keeps on changing. And that is something that I had to unlearn, but also learn. And with that being said, I would be very curious to see what kind of curriculum we could come up with if, like, the big players in the industry would sit down together and we would say, what would some sort of formal education look like that we could maybe team up on? Because I think that the whole industry could really benefit from something like that. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah, kind of that sense of community, helping to support other women. I'd like to add something just about like the unlearning. I think for me it's been unlearning taking everything on, because I think kind of going back to being a woman, you seem to always like fall into the caretaker mentality, and to unlearn that and really learn how to delegate tasks, knowing that they might not do it like how you would do it, but also knowing that's okay, and that with that you're kind of empowering them to learn a bit on their own. So I've had to unlearn taking on too much, and that's a skill of its own. And I think that a lot of men kind of already automatically do that in their day-to-day. So that's just me kind of giving my 2 cents. But I'm going to pass this back over to Anne. Was it Anne? Yeah, it's Anne. Thank you.
Yeah, you stole my thing. Because I think that's what we are really bad for, taking on everything. And it's funny, because I tell all my salespeople, say yes, I'll figure it out. But what I've learned over the years is I can say no. You know what I mean? When people are asking me to do everything, it's okay for me to say no. And we take on too much, for sure. We absolutely take on too much. But training other people up is so important. It's painful to see how they do it slightly different to your way. But it's really important to let them learn, mentor them, educate them on everything. And then before you know it, you're just like, sure, we'll do it. And then we'll pass it on to the team and they'll absolutely thrive and do that. But it's okay to say no. not to the salespeople. They always say yes.
And that's interesting because it's okay to say no. However, what we also see a lot of, typically when men are applying for roles, they might have 40% of what the roles and responsibilities are, and they apply anyway. They're like, I'm going to learn it as I go. But women typically, they want to have 80%. They might want to have every bullet as part of their past experience, and then they feel comfortable applying for that type of role. So I think sometimes it could potentially limit how we envision ourselves kind of, the succeeding in that role, kind of growing, getting to our next step. Because sometimes we say yes to everything potentially like on our desk, but are we really saying yes to ourselves and that I can do this, I can take that next step forward? So moving on. And this is going to be over to Anne again because we like to hear your voice. As emerging technologies reshape roles and expectations, what skills or mindsets do you believe are most essential for women to cultivate, to thrive and lead in the next decade of tech?
It's confidence. Always confidence gets you everywhere, I think. I think you have to be flexible, for sure. Flexible in learning, flexible in your skills, flexible in how you approach yourself, how you portray yourself, how you, so for sure flexibility, but confidence is really key. I think it's okay, yeah, and probably giving my secrets away to people I shouldn't do, that's on my team here, is it's okay to be confident if you're not sure on what you're doing. You can figure it out, and I think being that adaptable really does help for you to succeed.
I like it. And I think I want to kind of shift it. Like sometimes people say fake it to make it, but you don't have to fake it. No. You're already making it. You just have to just keep smiling and trekking through the task. Thank you. I'm going to pass this over to Amanda.
So throughout my career, I've had a lot of pushbacks. Not pushbacks as in bad, but I've always felt like in such a male-dominated industry, females have got to work that much harder to get where they want. And sometimes you might get overlooked because there's a role and they think, and you say, right, I'm interested in doing that, and you'll get a response saying, I didn't think about you. So, and I always say, like, if you go for a role that doesn't scare you, that's not the right role for you. You should go for a role that scares the living daylights out of you, and have the confidence to do that, because 9 times out of 10, you do that role and everything's fine.
Yeah, I like that. And I think I hear too sometimes, like, especially with men in different industries, and that their bosses might say, we knew you wanted that role. We knew you. Why did we know? Because you kept saying it. I want more, I want more, I want more. And none of our bosses are mind readers. If we want more, we actually need to vocalize that. And then that should hopefully help propel us a bit forward in what that journey could look like. So thank you. So we're going to move forward and ask one more question. Was there a moment in your career where you had to take a risk before you felt ready, and what happened? That would be Amanda. Yeah. Yes.
Definitely. I think for me personally, it was moving out of an industry that I was, a part of the IT industry that I was really comfortable with. I'd spent from like 1994 or whatever up to early 2000s working for IT rental company, and then they opened an Itad piece. The guy that ran it left, and they were like, do you want to do it? And I was like, I can do. Let's give it a whirl. And it was great. Loved it. And then since then, I've gone on and put together, Itad's services from scratch. And every time it's gone really well. So I think that's one thing that has happened to me personally. And also, yeah. Next one.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to go to Therese.
Yeah, I see a lot of parallels there with you. I feel like that, but that applies to a lot of people in the industry, I think, because one of my favorite examples, I think that a lot of people took sort of a detour, or not a detour, but it's not like they were trained to become this, to be part of the ITAD world, right? It's like you're offered a job, or you apply for a job, and it's not necessarily like you already know how to do it, right? Like, for example, my favorite example of this, because I'd like at these conferences, I like to ask people how they ended up here, right? There's people from the art world, and then there's one of my favorite examples is a dear colleague of mine who used to sell cheese, and then she got into this industry. So, and I think that applies to a lot of us. So I think taking a step into something that we don't know yet, and then continuously learning and figuring it out, and then looking back and seeing, wow, I created something that I didn't know how to do 2 years ago or a year ago, and it actually worked. I think that is a great experience to build on and to look back on. So yeah, I think in this industry you can't really. So I mean, so far my experience has been that you can't really do this unless you take risks, because you're going to have to do new things all the time.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. Thank you for that. It's funny you talk about like recycling. I remember I kind of got recruited for like a recycling role, but before I knew it, we had like a bank, and might remember those days because we worked together many moons ago, and reunited for this actually. But I remember starting, and I thought I was like taking a role with a recycling company because I had recycling on my resume, and I remember like day 2, and they're talking about an audit, and they're talking about a serial number on a computer, and I'm like, why does this matter? It really matters now, we know why. But that was like 15 years ago. And just to kind of watch everything change, and really the challenges you had, because for me it was like, why is this important? Obviously it's important now, right? We have so many industry conferences just about the subject now, and expanded to like data centers, right? It's all about the data, the chain of custody, and then the ESG aspect. But it's funny because if you didn't take that risk, I was like, no, I'm comfortable kind of putting together, at that point, I came from New Balance, and I was putting together like recycling programs for like old brochures and shoes. It's a long story there, we won't talk about. Shoes, again, too, they have their own conference for that. But that was a risk too, and there's a lot of reward in that risk if you really, think about it. So just to kind of move forward to our next question, which is going to be going back to Therese. Many important deals still happen in informal settings. How do you ensure you're part of those conversations?
Yeah, I'm really glad that we're having this conversation, because I feel like this is one of the most crucial conversations to have amongst us as women in the industry, right? We were also kind of talking about that even before the panel. I think about this a lot, and I'm very curious about everyone's input on this, because I think the one thing that I have that feels kind of close to a solution is that we become the network, is that we create something that we want to be doing, informal networks, I mean, that we maybe do something that's alternative, that we go out to dance, or that we do something that we like to do that is not in a formal setting, and then we invite people and kind of create that atmosphere, because it is something that I think the industry needs to be talking about, right? We're partying, or there's parties going on all night, and that just is fundamentally, I'm going to say it is a different experience to be a woman there than it is to be a man. And I think that is something that I would like to have more discussions about.
Yeah, and we can, and hopefully we can have some ideas here at the end. We're going to pass this back over to Anne.
Yeah, I think building relationships key. And it's calling in your connections that you have. If you're unsure of things, or it's a networking thing and you've got a deal come up, it's okay to connect with your peers. And a big believer, not just women, but the guys as well. You tap into those relationships you have. We also need to spend and allocate some time in our working day to network. We're all busy working, making sure everything's getting done, but we don't spend enough time networking and just phoning up people for a chat, and things like that. I think that's really key and something I'm trying to do in my new role, because I've changed this 6 months ago, is really allocate time to spend time with your team, with your peer, just with everybody, just network.
Great. Yeah, I think I like the idea of having potentially some alternate events. I know for me, I don't like to drink a lot, maybe back when in my 20s, but now I really feel it in my 40s. It's not fun. But I also like to dance, right? But I don't think I would be comfortable dancing last night at the rooftop, right? So how can potentially women create a community? Maybe it's yoga on the beach, which they do have one tomorrow, if anyone's interested. A walk, something just to kind of unite everyone, that we can just kind of just gather. And another option too is potentially volunteer work. So myself, I do some volunteer work. I have environmental initiatives. And what's really cool there is you do meet a lovely group of, and for me, I've met lovely ladies who all care about the environment. So it's a way that we kind of cross-functionally, make each other aware of other things that are going on out there, besides e-waste and ITAD, and more so like plastics and textiles and all this other stuff that comes up with recycling. So thank you. So this is going to be a question for everybody, and then we'll move forward with our 2 bonus questions. So what legacy do you hope to leave for the next generation of women in tech? And we'll just go right.
Yep. Just being equal, it doesn't matter. I'm a little tired of everyone saying it's a man's world and how do we pressure, how do we get ourselves there? I just want it to be equal, and I do think we're getting there. I honestly see there is improvement. So I just think, making it doesn't matter, whether it's tech, whether it's construction, it doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's equal, that's all I would like.
So for me, I'd say be confident, always do what you want to do, always take a risk, have a family and a career at the same time. That's a definite. Don't feel like you can't, because you can. And feel comfortable within the industry, above, among your peers, whether male, female, and just be you.
I think one impact that I would like to have, just because I'm bringing more people into the industry and I can also decide whether these people or who these people are, right? Because I'm in a position to hire people, is also to sort of be mindful of who I'm bringing into the industry and how I can best support them when they're stepping into the industry, because and I mean, all of us in hiring positions can sort of change the way the industry goes also by the people we bring into it. So I think that there's a huge leverage there as well. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, I think it's creating that sense of community. So at my company, Sims Lifecycle, we actually have a women's cohort. So we're on number 5, where we have 15 ladies from across the globe who meet. We basically have a bunch of different learnings. It's about executive presence, dealing with potential board members, how they got there, just kind of learning, what they did to achieve that role. So that's been really helpful. I think that's definitely made an impact on me. But I think even having ladies in the room here, having these 3, when I thanked you guys, I said, thanks, my new friends. I think that, you are my friends, and you're now part of the history that we're creating together. And everyone in the room too, just the impact that you can have on what we're trying to do with women in ITAD. And we look forward to continuing, growing that and going on this journey with everyone. So bonus question time, and then we'll have a thank you, and then we'll ask some questions from people in the audience, because everyone's really excited to go to the next session, I'm sure. What's our time check?
It's 15:26.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we love AI, right? Everyone loves AI. We have to have an AI question, because tech was in the title, and we have to talk about it. So the bonus question number 1 is, how are you using AI in your day-to-day life to simplify your role, and what impact has it had on your productivity, creativity, and decision-making? Therese.
Sure. Obviously I use it for a lot of things, a lot of different things. Something that I am thinking about is, I think what AI can really teach us is how to become more human in a way, if that makes sense. I want to do the human things. So, for example, you were talking about networking. Networking, of course, you can write the emails with AI and stuff, but it's never going to be an alternative to this, right? It's never going to feel like this. So I think for me, I really want to focus with our partners, but also with our clients to really push this personal communication. That is something that I want to keep as a human thing, and then outsource all of the things that I also don't want to be doing. So like, maybe writing reports and stuff like that I find a bit tedious. That's something that I use it for a lot. But at this point in time, not because it's very early on, but because we get to kind of see how we want to deal with it, I want to be quite mindful of not letting it take over things that I want to be doing. Yeah.
Good answer. And let's just expand on that really quick, and we'll expand it for everyone. But how do you balance, and I'm just going to go back to Therese, so how do you balance that with having your personal voice?
I was thinking about this the other day as well. Like, you see it on LinkedIn now that there's so much automated content, and I just find it. I'm really bored by it. I really don't want to see that anymore. And I know it takes such a long time to write your own content, to do these things. But I kind of had the thought in the back of my mind that that is one of the tasks that I, for example, don't want AI to be doing, because what we end up with is just kind of bad content, badly written pieces that are supposed to sort of mirror what we're feeling or thinking, and then it doesn't do that. And I don't. That's something, for example, that I don't want to give to AI. Yeah.
I hear that. I have had so many times where I'm like, there are way too many words, and I don't want to read that. And please just keep it to 2 sentences, because I missed your point. And I think that's kind of keeping that personal voice, at least for me personally. I don't have time, and I don't want to read a lot. But I'm going to pass this over to you now.
Yeah, so we're looking at AI and streamlining our ITAD processes within the facility. So whether that's from a grading point of view, or whether that's from looking at ways that we can enhance our operational capabilities. And then the other thing that we're looking at using AI for is to make, obviously, if you've got as an organisation, say, I don't know, 1,000 orders a month that you're processing, AI could really help with making that workflow a lot easier.
Great, thank you.
If you haven't seen, we've got our AI grading machine down in our booth. We're demonstrating. Yeah. But no, I love AI, and it's funny because you have to learn it. It's one of those things you plug in and you're like, oh, this is cool. But then you're like, actually, no, that's not me, But we are really using it for that busy work, the repetitive, busy work. I love it on my emails and my documents, where it gives you the overview of everything. It saves me loads of time going through, figuring out what I need to do. It gives you clear instructions, the key points of what you need to actually respond on, what it's all about. So we definitely use I personally use a lot of AI for the busy work, but only for my busy work. All my ideas, things like that, absolutely, it's keeping it personal to me. But then putting it back into AI and say, okay, well, how can you build that plan for me and the strategy and all that? So that's kind of how I'm taking on AI.
Right on. For me, it's very similar. I love AI because it helps simplify my day, especially with how many emails come through. It drafts for you, put a couple bullets. Thank you. I sound much more professional than I probably am on the day-to-day. I'm kidding. But what I also think we have to consider in the world of AI, you have to always review what they're giving you. Because I was in like a financial analysis, and I was giving it prompts, and then it came back with a calculation, and I'm like, and literally you're having conversations like your buddy, and I'm like, hey, and I actually named mine Chester. So Chester is ChatGPT, and then Amelia is Copilot, because the pilot, and yeah, hopefully you get it. So I'm like, something looks weird in the model you gave me, and no joke, Chester replies, oh yeah, you're right, I forgot this. And I'm like, wait, hold on. I just beat you, computer. No, I'm kidding. But I think that's the thing. You always have to review. It's not perfect. It does help save a lot. It helps, especially with like data diving. I've had the ability to put like tons of files in there and it just expels like actually the information that I need for some type of summary. So it's a great tool, but it's not the all-be tool. So you definitely have to be careful how you use it. Great, so we're just gonna kind of wrap things up and then we're gonna talk to the audience a bit. Before we do that, I just wanna say I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Kimberly. I'm the only one based in the US. I'm from Chicago. I work with Sims Lifecycle. One of the things I also wanna mention is this is our third Women in ITAD panel. So we previously had 2 in the US, one in the Miami show, one in Vegas. Now our third one here. We're gonna have one in Vegas when we're returning this August 4th, thank you. You're great. And one thing I just want to comment is Daryl. He actually helped support this initially, so we really appreciate Daryl's support for starting the panel a couple years ago. Another thing I want to mention is that we're going to be going under the Global ITAD Alliance. So soon we're going to have a woman in ITAD specifically under that group. So we look forward to kind of sharing that more with you in the future. We're going to be doing a little bit of like rebranding, so you won't really see this as much. But we're going to start sending some emails and inviting everybody to our new group. So thank you for joining today. We definitely appreciate your time. And we're going to open up for all the amazing questions you have today for these wonderful panels. And thank you.
I'll ask a question.
Yes.
Chosen for your job because you were capable. So at what point did it transition from being a capable person, a capable woman in ITAD, to being a leader in ITAD?
I can help answer that one. For me, I'll be completely honest, it came with age. So when I was younger, I'm tall. I don't know if when I stand up, I'm tall. And I remember not wanting, and I'm wearing flat stakes, it's more comfortable. I remember not wanting to wear heels. Why? Because I didn't want to be taller than any man in the room, because it's always men that are in the room, okay? And as part of being women, what do we like to do? We like to make ourselves smaller, right? So if you look at how we might keep our stuff around us, we don't take up room, right? And I realized that as I got older, wow, my brain is telling me, you have to be smaller. You can't be taller than these men because you're going to be taking up too much space in this room. I remember the first time I wore heels, and I was the tallest person in the room, and it felt so good. But I was like in my late 30s once I finally did that. I wasn't able to do that in my 20s. So when I say age, it really came with age, and I think it's also that confidence shift that kind of happens where it's like a take it or leave it type mentality. And I think, yeah, that's helped me to really become a better leader. Thank you, good question.
Any other comments? No? You covered it for us all. Okay, you're real good.
Thank you. Okay, we want more questions. How about any tips? Does anybody in the audience have any tips really about AI, how you continue to use your personal voice? Does anybody want to give any comments to any of us up here? Yes.
I don't have a suggestion, but being a woman, a lot of women are fearful. What would you say? And I could relate to what Anne was saying, that be confident. And that purely comes with age. I 100% agree with you. But what would be your message to women about fear? Fear of getting out there, voicing your opinion, right? I understand, and I think you did address that it comes with age, which is great. But when you are in younger years, how can your surroundings support you to voice your opinion absolutely freely? I think that's something, if you can probably address that.
Yeah, and it's funny because I have a daughter, and she's so not like me. You know, I can speak to anybody. I can fake it till I can make it. It's fine. Where she is super anxious. She's just, oh, but what? Who cares what they think? You know, she's very much like that. So I think what's really important is it's pushing yourself past that fear, but then having those peers around you to support you. you know, not knock you down. If it's a bad idea or you've said something wrong, they don't nitpick it. They're there to hold you up, and then that's how you build your confidence, you know. And that's why I'm always trying to coach my daughter. She's like, how do you do this? I said, I don't know how I do this now, because I've been doing it for a long time. And she's a total different personality to me, but it's that, and now she's in her working career, she's like, oh yeah, I was really nervous, and she's prepping and everything else and overthinking things, and then she does it and she's like, oh yeah, and this person had my back, and no one really said anything, it was okay, and the next time it gets easy for her. So it's okay overcoming that fear. It's okay if you get something wrong, you get that confidence from it then.
And I think it's not just about conquering that fear or being fearless, but kind of inviting it in and realizing that everyone else has it too, you know. And it's not just a female experience, you know. It's everyone has it, and I think it really is about. I love this idea of faking it till you make it, and then that you said that there's a phase after fake, like realizing that actually you're doing it. Because for me that was sort of my journey as well, kind of saying, you know, faking it till I make it. And then I ended up having a discussion with a coworker who said, but we're not faking it. We're actually doing it, you know. But I think that the faking it till you make it can kind of it can help you get there and say, like, I'm pretending, but also I think that's the one thing, but also inviting that in and saying, this is how everyone feels, and there's no, it's normal to be feeling this way, and there's no need to fight it, but just don't listen to it so much, maybe. Because if you listen to it a lot, that's the experience you're going to have. And then I think one more thing that's important to me, and I'm still working on this, to be honest, is to believe the feedback that you get. If someone tells you something positive or something that you did well, really believe it like the criticism that you get. Yeah. No.
I mean, I'm going to echo what everybody else has said, really. I mean, I think confidence, comes with age. Fearless, that comes with more confidence and as you get older. But I think it's literally be yourself. Do what you want to do, as you know, to the best of your ability, and it doesn't matter who you are, which industry, you will make it in the end.
Yeah, I like what Therese said. I think it's kind of that ego voice, turning off that ego voice, not talking back to it, not honoring it. Everyone has like intrusive type thinking. It's going to always be there, right? You're just going to talk bad things, and everyone talks bad things, right? I mean, and I think unfortunately women sometimes were more conditioned to talk bad things, and it's because of media. There's all this influence of beauty everywhere, right? The beauty industry is like several $1 billion, you know? What do men buy? Like cologne and maybe hair gel? It's not fair, okay? You're always made to feel like not good enough, you know? And that's what's always out there. And you think of like Instagram, and I think that even makes it worse. But I think when you talk about building confidence young, I really think it's your environment. I think it's role modeling very young. So if you have good role models in your home who really treat that behavior and treat you confidence, it sounds like you're a great mom. I think that's going to help. But I also think if you can start young and acknowledge the need to have really a good mentor, and that's really hard. You know, it's hard because, again, too, it's a woman and you're trying to put yourself out there. And you're trying to find someone, and you're trying to be vulnerable, and you're trying to gain trust. And it's all these things that can be so challenging, especially if you've been burned. And sometimes you've been burned by females, right? Because you were bullied when you were younger, and that trust is down, and now you have to trust that person. And it's like, then that ego enters the chat, and you're like, I can't do this. So I think it's really important to like surround yourself with like mentors, you know, be open, be vulnerable, start gaining that trust. I know it's a lot easier said than done, but your voice matters. I think everyone's voice matters. People are going to love you. People are going to hate you. And you know what you're going to learn? You're going to learn the people that hate you, guess what? They're not your people, and that's okay. So. Now we're going to sing. I'm just kidding. No, but thank you. I hope there's any more questions. Anything from the guys in the room? Any feedback you have for us ladies? Yeah. Oh.
What do you think men could do to help women in the Itad industry to help build them up and give them that confidence that you're talking about?
Can I just take this one more? Okay, and then I'll go to you. Okay, because I just want to go back in terms of the mentorship, and then I'm going to be done. It's really important to know when you have a mentor, being a woman, sometimes you feel, I have to have a female mentor. But you don't. You can have a male mentor. I think sometimes too women get worried, okay, if I'm too close to that guy, people are going to think the wrong idea, right? Or, oh, if there's a big age gap, oh, what am I? Am I just getting here because of other things? Again, that's that voice entering, and people are going to judge you no matter what, right? So let them judge you, but surround yourself with people who are going to help shape you, and that can be a male, and be open to that.
One suggestion or a wish that I have, especially for younger women in the industry, would to have men sort of proactively come up to the women and say like, hey, are you uncomfortable? Are you comfortable? How can I support you? Especially when it comes to these like late night events, these sort of things. I mean, I'm sure all of us have had our fair share of experiences there, but also sort of like talking back when there is like misogynistic jokes and stuff like that, just to kind of make that, to make sure that even if there's no woman like present in the space, it's a space that a woman would feel comfortable in. And I do think that that is something that the men can do and have to do in my experience. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
This is a topic which is very close to my heart, and I just want to relate a couple of experiences. Like, one of the things that this is in my company, I say to all the people that there is no comparison between men and women. A man's only responsibility is bringing money in traditionally. A woman's responsibility is 4 times that. Bring money in, running the family, running the kids, running the household, running the husband, running the in-laws. There is no comparison. A man cannot stand at the same stage of work and responsibility as the woman has to do. So in our company, what we've done is we go by time that a woman is the woman. And to the point you just made, if there's a party, if a woman doesn't feel comfortable, the party's not successful. So the environment is absolutely that. And in our company, women are given, we consciously make the company environment where women are given that priority and that space that they feel heard and voiced. In our company, like I have a co-founder who's
Nice.
and she's the boss.
Cool.
But this topic is very close to my heart, so that's why I have to say it.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Well, we appreciate everyone who is here. Again, just a reminder of like the rebranding that's going to be happening with women in ITAD under GIA. We look forward to having everyone here hopefully become a member, and we look forward to having another panel discussion. I think there's also going to be a women's breakfast if you're going to be attending the event in Vegas. So hope to see you there. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2. One support at a time. Okay. Yeah, perfect. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, ready to listen?
Is it 4?
In advance.
I don't.
We are okay. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, you might want to just wait and see if a few people show up.
We have quality. It's fine.
Or I mean, I'll leave it up to you guys.
I'm good waiting 5 minutes.
Okay, no, we'll wait.
Just in case you do have some people that want to.
We will. It will be fully booked.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, we'll get started here. So thank you everyone for coming to ITAD ESG, the next billion-dollar opportunity. We know we're standing in between you and the pub crawl, so we're going to try to get through this. But yeah, I'm Casey Dingfelder, EVP of ITAD for Dynamic Lifecycle Innovations. Been there for a little over 14 years. I primarily work with our operations and outbound sales team on the resale product. I'm joined by Cassie Gruber, Circular Bound. I'm going to let her do a little bio.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So I kicked off the first keynote session this morning, and here I am ending the day. So it couldn't be any better. So I've spent over 20 years in this industry. I started as an entrepreneur. I had a small e-waste company on the east side of Buffalo. And then I started to work for innovators, recyclers, and remanufacturers of electronic things, all on the reverse side. And in the last 8 years, I branched into manufacturing, and I worked for Jabil, a $30 billion public design engineering manufacturing company trying to implement circular and scope 3 strategies and programs. So that was enlightening. And in the fall, I decided to go out on my own, and I launched Circular Bound, which is an ecosystem that is focused on the foundation is a human-centered approach to tackling the global climate crisis. And happy to be here.
Hi, my name is Laurent. As you can hear, I'm French, but I'm based in Southeast Asia for the last 30 years. And I run ITAD company named Asia Data Destruction with operation now in more than 45 countries, dealing with ITAD, for sure, but we also do IT assessment, and then we also help some government to implement data law privacy and also cyber. We have a department in cyber security, and our last activity is linked with human resource, to train people and to recruit people, because to implement all this law and all this process, you need skilled people. So I'm based in Thailand so far.
So the first topic we're going to get into here, so ESG has really kind of evolved over the last couple of years. Corporate social responsibility was probably the thing 10 years ago. So Cassie, if you could kind of describe what the ESG expectations really are in the US and Europe and how it's different, and then Laurent will kind of hear from Southeast Asia perspective. But yeah, Cassie, if you want to.
Sure, thanks. So Europe really has paved the path for ESG. In about 2019, 2020, they launched the Circular Action Plan. And from there, as you see, all of the policy and legislation, eco-design, CSRD, CSDDD, you name it. So what I've seen is that European organizations just kind of embraced circular economy 6 years ago or more. And so now when you hear them get up on stage and talk about things beyond hot air, you understand that they had the same challenges that we're having. They just started sooner. And they weaved circularity through their DNA. So this is very strong, very powerful. They've set the path for many of us that are in other parts of the world. In the U.S., I've noticed the larger companies, they kind of jumped on ship. So whether they made SBTI, initiatives or commitments. But if an organization in the U.S. made a Scope 3 commitment, even with what's going on in the U.S. right now, where sustainability and the environment is not prioritized, I'm seeing that the U.S. organizations they're not pulling back. They may just be pausing in ways where they know that they're just maybe waiting to see what's next. But Europe, for sure, has raised the bar, and a lot of companies are just jumping on ship for various reasons. It's the right thing to do, but it's also become the competitive landscape.
No, it's true. I was in Las Vegas last year and in Miami the year before, and I haven't heard carbon footprint. This word, they didn't pronounce it at all, like sustainability. So it was, amazing. Like it's not a priority at all for US market, definitely. And even moving, not forward for it, but I feel like they move backward. That's my impression from.
Because they don't have policy telling them to do so, and so the organizations that made Scope 3 claims, those are the ones that are not just talking about carbon footprint. They're actually doing it. So they already have a strategy in place. They have partners that have strategic partners that have developed the right platforms to connect those dots, and start to kind of find all of those data points that really aren't visible right now.
And I agree also, like a great influence of Europe in our region is Europe and Japan, who lead and then help us, support us. Working in ASEAN or in Asia, you will find a lot of different situations. If you are in Singapore, for example, which is a very mature market with quite a very strict regulation and environment, and then under it you will have countries such as Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, and then after Laos, Cambodia, and Myanmar. So different situation. One point is the trend. I can see that most of the countries, aside from North Korea now and maybe Myanmar, they implement data privacy law. And data privacy law is somehow is the base, and then you can work on it. And then in Southeast Asia, we just helped the Cambodian government to implement. So they will launch it at the end of this year. So situation is very different, but the trend is here. I think like they want to make it. They speak a lot for sure. Low, but after is skilled and energy to implement. So we lack of this story. The government, they show the way, but at the end of the day, there is no penalty, for example, or there is no one to help at the ministry level. So we need to work with international companies with strong compliance. So that is our frame.
I think the challenge really is for the countries that don't have like solid policy out there. It's going to increasingly become more challenging for them to be a part of a supply chain, right? I mean, because like I said earlier, it takes years to build this stuff across, your organization, to embed sustainability throughout your DNA, where it's not just, looking at a specific system or an operation, but to look at every aspect of your value chain. It takes time. So that's where I see some big challenges, as other countries are just going to have a hard time keeping up.
Yeah. So on one side, you have the government, and then they try to implement new law, going in a good direction. On the other side, you have big corporate, and also international associations like UN or European. So they also support. So that's help us to move. But majority of company, they don't care. So it's a matter of also education. And it's amazing to see, not to mention it was Nestle, even like big corporates, and then we have very strong compliance in Europe. Once they arrive in Cambodia or once they arrive in Vietnam, they don't care. So, and they care about money. Yeah, okay, we're going to make more money. And so it's a big challenge for us.
Thank you both. So where is really this demand for ESG coming from your perspective? Is it the CIO, the sustainability team, like internally at these companies, who's driving it? And then have you seen any changes in the enterprise RFP process? And then how do you avoid it just being like a checkbox? Like any suggestions there?
Yeah, so I think it varies. In Europe, there's a dedicated team that manages these things. Definitely, I think the approach for European companies whether it's an RFP or any type of contract or agreement, is sustainability is weaved into all of that language. But we don't have this consistently around the globe, right? So it poses a challenge for organizations that have not had to raise the bar, whether they're a good organization or not. It poses a problem for them to play a role.
On our side, I will say it's the international supply chain, like big corporate. And even it's funny because some company, we work with ExxonMobil, and they're very, very demanding. So for all the supplier, they will ask a lot of data and work on sustainability. So they are so far the big group are the one who support us, who can help us for it.
Yeah, I would say from our perspective, to add to it, ESG, they're asking more, the questions are more in depth, where in the past they may just ask if you have an ESG program and they want to know more specific. So a lot of the services we're providing in our industry are helping their Scope 3 or it's helping their ESG program, but then they're also wanting to work with vendors that are doing circular things themselves. So I think we're finding that we have to prove, it's more than just saying yes, it's showing them in action. I think data centers is a good example because I don't think data centers have a great public perception. I think a lot of people think they're going to come in and take the water and drive the energy costs up. So data centers definitely want to have more, we're finding that more from them wanting to know what we can do from an ESG perspective or how we can help them with those solutions. So.
But that's on the, so this is on the reverse side, right? Because Dynamic doesn't really play directly on the forward side of manufacturing. So what I'm seeing now is it's less about the downstream and R2 certifications and e-stores and all of this. That's still there. That's the foundation. But now what I'm seeing, at least in manufacturing across the electronics manufacturing value chain, is the upstream due diligence, but also connecting that to downstream, and it all has to do with data. So you talk about carbon footprinting. It's just when playing a role now, I'm seeing some recyclers or ITADs that are connecting those dots from downstream to upstream, and being able to have material declarations, full material declarations, documentation of where things came from. It's that's a big challenge, but I'm starting to see soon ITADs will be connecting more, the downstream with the upstream within manufacturing. That's where we're headed.
That's what we try. But I agree with you about the data center. They are the key player as a client, but also to show the way. And then they're very, very interesting to collaborate with them. Downstream, upstream. Well, when you are in countries such as Thailand or Cambodia or even Vietnam, your downstream is not very down. So we try, for example, not to have any landfill policy, but for the last 15 years, I don't know how many ton of LCD sheet in my warehouse because there is no place to recycle it. So that's also a big story for us.
So just
no facility.
On the manufacturing side, what I'm seeing with the big brands, and when I was at Jabil, looking at collaborating with 16 industries, 16 different industries with all sorts of different complexities and layers, is the carbon footprinting, right? Is these big companies they're putting a lot of onus on their supply chain partners to figure this stuff out, to get the data points. And sometimes those organizations don't even have control of this information. It exists somewhere. It might be in a different language. How do you get it verified? Then you get into all verification, but it can be very, very complex.
Yeah, you're right. Carbon footprint is the priority for all Japanese and European companies, and they run for it. They ask for it, and then so they spray the idea, and big Asian group they also run on it. So, but it's the trend for sure.
What are the key metrics that you're seeing customers wanting from an ESG perspective, and then what are just noise? I know, Cassie, you got some background in the lifecycle assessment, carbon footprinting. Laurent, I know you're going to have some comments on just the standardization of it, but like, what are you seeing that matters most to these customers?
Okay, so from the metrics perspective, I mean, yeah, carbon footprinting is that's the new trend, but it's the future, because we've been so focused on it's good to recycle things instead of landfill them. This is me in my role 20 years ago, and then landfill became like this, oh, we don't even talk about landfill. We don't want to recycle, we want to reuse, right? And so it was so much about the downstream of materials, and now organizations are like, well, if we're really looking at our full carbon footprint, we need to start looking at how we design products and how we package them, how we move them around the world. So the metrics are all in the data to whether you're, decommissioning products and recirculating them, where are they going? So there's a lot of hype on like full traceability, which doesn't happen, and get into like digital product passports and stuff like that. But on the upstream, it's all about having full material declarations and having all of the countries of origin. Was the product die cast? Like, how was it processed? All of these little but very important data points that you need to bring together and get verified to understand what a carbon footprint is of a product. And what's really cool is there are organizations that have really sophisticated software where you could take an existing product or just a design concept, and you can load a bill of materials and all of those other documents to just identify what the carbon footprint is. And then you can kind of like take these levers and start doing things like, oh, well, take 100% ABS and maybe, use 50% post-consumer recycled ABS. And you can see, you can just kind of like play around with it. But then there's, really putting it into practice.
Yeah. Carbon footprint. Yeah, it's the trend. I will not say it's the future. It's the present. Because even the way we manage our factories, it's a concern. So we try to see how to manage it and so on. Regarding our clients, so it's not just marketing. So even though we say to our client, if they sign annual contract with us, we will deliver carbon footprint certificate. The issue is to write it, and so I found like there is 100 ITADs, and then there is 100 ways to compute this carbon footprint. There is no standardization in the. I found there is no standard in the carbon footprint, and then we lose somehow credibility with the client. The client says, "Okay, how you did it?" And even if we work seriously on it, but who certified it? Why? You're just telling me a nice story. So. Carbon footprint certificates, I think we need, as ITAD company, we really need to work. I know there is some application already, but it's something we need to go more on standard, and then to speak with the same voice and have maybe the same template after we put our logo, but just to say, okay, that's the way we write it, that's the way we compute it. And then I think we will get more, trust from the client.
There is a lack of standardization for sure, but I think we're just trying to get there. So once there was a need, all of these organizations started building, lifecycle assessment tools, product carbon footprint tools, emissions offsets for downstream, but it's going to take time. Will it become standardized? I don't know. I hope so. But carbon footprinting, I do believe that it is the future, because I believe that products they'll have a sustainability score, a carbon footprint, some type of a score whether it's an organization buying, data center equipment, or it's a consumer buying a coffee maker. We'll scan something, or there'll be a digit or a number, and we'll really, it's like, okay, I'm going to make my decision now, not just based on cost, but based on the environmental impact, which makes it so much easier for ITADs and recyclers, because then you're not having to figure out the data to reverse engineer, to decommission, to recycle, because you're already going to have the carbon footprint there.
But you already have a law, like if you import product in Europe, you need to have the carbon footprint computation on it, no? Not yet?
It's not, I mean, it's the eco standard, I forget what it is in Europe. I mean, that's been implemented, but I think, they give time to really fully, not all products yet. I think it's going to take maybe by 2030 or 2028.
But then, even in Thailand now, we were able to have big contract with bank, local bank, just because we talked about it, we were able and then say that it's a real concern, and then we can help you to design your carbon footprint. So to work as a consultant, not just inside ITAD, to support, and then to help big organization how to design, and so they really appreciate it, and that's, I think it's from ITAD perspective, it's something to do, not just destroy data or buy back but also consult. So that's what we try to do. And it goes with education. So that's also a big story in our countries. And then so we invite a lot of universities, like top universities, when there would be like top manager, and just to show them, to teach them, make some exercise to integrate carbon footprint idea, concept.
The education is huge, right? I mean, just imagine trying to get R2 certified and not have help. I mean, so many companies have consultants that help them prepare, even when you have full-time sustainability people, because you just need someone there that's just going to see things differently. That's just their whole world. And there are organizations consulting now also. They are not the people that are building the tools for product carbon footprint, but they are consulting on how to do this and educating the supply chain.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the education is still a huge piece of it. So one example that I can give is we have healthcare clients, financial institutions that we work with, and they've always required us to destroy their hard drives. It's just no questions asked. They just need their data destroyed. And now with hard drives becoming more integrated onto the board, you can't remove them. So really the option is we have to destroy the entire device. So in the past, the value that we could return wasn't enough, but we've started to show them the carbon impact of hey, it's not just your hard drive. We have to take this whole Apple MacBook and destroy the entire device because the drive's integrated. And that's really got them to actually start looking at internal policy, starting to change it. So I feel like that's an example companies like ourselves can start to do more of to help educate our customers.
You have to educate IT people, because I would say that's IT manager, they are my competitor. Because for them it's destroy, say no, I'm going to destroy all this. Yeah, destroy, shred all the machine, it's just
Yeah, because it's a behavior. That's their behavior, right? So people don't like change, because if it isn't broken and someone isn't slapping them in the face saying, this is wrong, or hey, do you realize you're missing out on this opportunity? They're just going to go on with what their priorities are, how they get paid every day, right? So it's the behavior.
Some of our clients ask for degaussing, I say, because they have degaussing in mind. I said, but we're dealing with SSD, it doesn't work with degaussing anymore. And so they have it's education, and then so they don't refresh and so on and so on. So it's
trust. It's trust too. It's just if someone once told them that it is not good to data wipe a drive, it's just bad. They're just, that person who's making those decisions will always think until someone else convinces them otherwise that that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, and I think too, we got to be able to have the OEMs and some of the software companies come to the table to help. So most of the devices that we see come through have some sort of software lock active, whether it's Microsoft Intune, iCloud, CompuTrace. And if we can't get that removed, or if the organization won't unenroll that device, essentially that device is probably going to get recycled. So we do need to get them to kind of come to the table to understand what kind of carbon impact that's having, because there's nothing we can do unless they're willing to, to play ball, I guess. So what are some advice or tips, or what do you think some companies in the ITAD world need to start doing from an ESG perspective, or what advice would you give them for next steps? There's probably all kinds of different journeys, right? Some are beginning, some are maybe a little bit more mature, but any top advice you'd give to companies?
I think it'd be advantageous to, build relationships with manufacturers, and, whether it's component manufacturers, the brands, just to align I think it would be wonderful if there was an association that brought together key stakeholders. So let's say if we're just talking about cloud and data center, you have, the main ITAD players, right, that are there in that group. You have component manufacturers for the chips. You have the manufacturers of the equipment, and you have the brands themselves coming together to just say, map out what the current ecosystem looks like and identify those areas for improvement or compliance. Like this is where we have to be. Let's come together to figure this out. I think there's going to be a lot of continuous compression of the supply chain. Like, I feel like ITADs and recyclers historically would set up shop in the bigger cities, right? And just say, okay, we've got this contract here, let's just build the business out in this area. But that sort of approach or mindset, I think, is changing. I think we need to start moving services closer to reverse services, closer to where manufacturing is happening, or vice versa.
Well, tips. First is, are you sure you talk to the good person when you approach a client? Is this person has the power to change, knows what we do, what you do, what is concerned? Is it someone just like finance or IT or compliance? So I think that is very important to identify the person you will, and then be very clear. I like to invite my client in our factory and say, okay, come. We're going to show you the way we work and what the difference between the service and everything regarding ITAD. It's not just like you sign, I go pick up your goods, I'm going to erase in your place, and say, okay, that's the way it's organized, and then the factory is organized with the waste and everything. So I think we not for the big group, for the SME. So I say, okay, that's the way we take care of the waste. That's the way we take care of the canteen. That's the way the play. And there is plenty of trees in our yard. And I say, okay, that's we try to run, and then your product will come here, and then so we can fix it, resell. That's the NGO we work with. That's the program we implement with this NGO. Stop giving them old printers. They don't need it. They need rice or to fix their. So it's a lot of communication, a lot of communication to and then we try one more time to consult. I think it's like, okay, that is your organization. Because in Asia, when the road is straight, people are happy, and they drive very well. But once you have a curve, it's not easy. And many people, when you change the rhythm, you change the direction, wow, and you lose a lot of people. So I think to manage the curve, and then, okay, so that's the way we're going to treat your IT asset policy along the year, and that should be very soft and a lot of communication, education, So that's what we do to try to, make our work easier.
Yeah, for us, I think we started our journey probably 7-ish years ago, and it started off just by us including sustainability metrics, equivalency, like this many trees is how much carbon we offset. And when we did our business reviews with our corporate clients, that was a slide that they're actually most interested in. They wanted to pull that out. They wanted to show that to the board of directors. They got excited. And so my suggestion would be to anyone that's starting down this journey is just start small, start showing that, and then based on your customer's interest, you can start to ramp up more. So, I mean, there's obviously a long ways for us still to go as an industry, but I think just starting small and then their interest is going to tell you how much you should continue to go with them for. Publicly traded companies, European-based companies, obviously are going to probably have higher requirements, but then maybe some of your smaller, mid-sized customers, it won't matter as much. But I think just getting started on it's probably the right advice I would give someone. So
because I was talking about to whom you talk to, I ask my people, if you talk to IT guy and then you say, well, this has a positive impact on the environment, and then you can get value by reselling it. So for the companies, he doesn't care. Most of the time, he doesn't care. So you have to talk to the compliance or the finance guy who will say, hey, oh, it's true, we can gain money, But IT guy who said donation program, most of the time in Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, when I work, I say, okay, is good. It's not a matter, but it's not his concern. So maybe it's not the one I will talk to try to change the policy of the company.
Yeah, one of the benefits of just ITAD Summit being in Europe, so we have multiple partners already that we use throughout the globe, but a big part of the carbon footprint is the logistical, the miles traveled, right? So having partners in place throughout the world, you don't have to transport it all the way back to the US, you can keep it right in country. So I think just conferences like this allows you to network, find those good partners in place, and it's going to ultimately help the carbon footprint of the services you're providing. So
that's why we work in 45 countries, but when we purchase one product in one country, we try to resell and avoid to send it. Yeah.
So any final thoughts from the two of you before we open up for any questions?
No, just yes, I'm gonna do some advertising. Sorry, no. In November 5 and 6, there will be an ITAD Fair Summit organized in Bangkok under iSigma organization, and then we will welcome people from Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Europe. So it will be 2 days. I think it's very, very interesting for you in Europe to come to meet us. And also to connect with clients, because my idea is like the second day, I would like to invite all the Chamber of Commerce. And then sometime in Europe, it's very difficult to talk with top clients. It's easier when you are in Asia. So you are invited to attend. It will be 2 days, 1 day visit, and then come to Thailand. It's good. You will stay.
All right. Any questions from the audience? Seb?
Hello. I haven't asked a question for the whole day, so I'm pleased I get a chance now.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are you most excited about as you kind of look to the next, up to 2030? Are there any trends or things that you're beginning to notice that you go, you know what, that's new, that's interesting, that's worth following?
Yeah, there is 2 points. One is everything connected with cyber security. It's very challenging, but there is a very high demand from client. And when you say, okay, I destroy the data, they say they saw it very mechanically, blah, blah, blah. But cyber is more complex. And so it's very interesting to enter a client and then you say, okay, we can help you to redesign, to assess your IT department, to see what is your cyber security. And there is a high demand for it. Really, there is a high demand. So cyber on one side, and the other is a data center. It's amazing. Data center is amazing. Because we are also, we recycle also the cooling system and so on. So it's huge. They try to take care of the environment, and so many in construction. I think there is 20 data center in Thailand, and the construction is huge.
I think what's really exciting and scary at the same time is AI. I think that just as a globe, we have a huge opportunity, but it is scary, right? I think if we could use AI properly. So if there is, I guess, some advice for organizations to have someone who maybe you have a committee or someone who is over AI governance, that puts people get educated. Because I think if people are using AI, they need to be wise. I just think that as great as the younger generations are, and they can get super clever and resourceful building things, but if we're talking about compliance, you have to have a strong foundation to leverage AI to do so much more than we could possibly ever imagine. That's really exciting if we do it right.
So I have 2. One, I hope the carbon insets becomes a thing, Seb, and then our entire industry benefits from that. So yeah, essentially the work that we're doing, if that could become a thing where companies want to buy to source to help kind of offset. And then the second for me is I think ESG is going to be another another value back to the customer. So it's not going to be price, service. It could be ESG. So it's going to allow companies to differentiate, stand out, and it's just, it's going to add more value in different ways. Any other questions?
Everyone's tired.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you all for joining, and you okay? Thank you all for coming.